everybody. It's 9 o'clock. We're going to do this. We're going to start having this thing. So we can be done at 4 o'clock. I've heard there's rodeo in town. Some of you are going already. It's exciting. My name is Carrie Bennett. I am your facilitator of this endeavor. Super excited to be here. After all the planning and everything else that's gone into this, it's really exciting to be in the room and starting to do the work. So thank you for that. I'm going to turn it over to Brian to give us our official welcome and study the context of what we're here to do. Go ahead, Brian.
Absolutely. Hey, thank you, Carrie, and welcome to everybody. Thank you for being here this morning. As I think most of you know, that wildlife's of tremendous value to people in the state of Wyoming. And I think that the passion and interest in the topics that we'll eventually end up deciding on to study over the next year is reflective of our, the citizens of our state's passion for our wildlife resources and also how we allocate those resources. So on behalf of the governor, he wanted to make sure that you all knew he was grateful for your willingness to serve on this. He realizes that many of the things that we'll end up deciding to take on will be challenging and complex. But he's very confident in the membership of this group and your ability to take that on. To this point, my role has been, somebody had to in the interim until we met, we got folks together and determined what the leadership of the group is going to look like, who the chair or co-chairs or whoever, whatever that's going to look like would be. Somebody kind of had to spearhead this. At the end of the day, you're all well aware this is not a game and fish task force. This is a state of Wyoming task force. It's called the Wyoming Wildlife Taskforce. And so, it will transition into that over this next 2 days, but to kind of get things going and to lead the effort to, contract with a facilitator, to set up the logistics, to get information out to all of you folks. Somebody needed to do that, so the department did. And so to this point, that's been my role, and that will transition as we move through this next couple of days. So we did early on, we had internal discussions when we started talking about the planning for this meeting, had discussions with several of you, and we decided it was pretty much a no-brainer that it was very important to have contract with a facilitator to come in and help us work through a lot of different things. We'll certainly have leadership that's elected or decided on by the group to serve as chairs or co-chairs of this group, but we need to have somebody too that has really no interest in this. What I mean by interest is doesn't have a stake. She's definitely interested in what we're doing. Interested and interest are different things, but she really has no stake in this, in the issues that we're going to talk about. She's independent. She's contracted by the department. She's not a department employee. And so, and we vetted several potential folks to do this work for the task force. We strongly believe Carrie's the right person to carry out this work and do what she's going to do for us over the next 12 to 18 months. Some of the things that we've talked about to this point is, having her work with coordinating meetings, introducing ideas and concepts on how to work through, making decisions, engaging the public, successfully deliberating and discussing different topics, developing agendas, and collecting data and details that we're going to need for our work. So that's kind of an intro as to where we're at right now. Here in a minute, after Carrie goes through some things, I will provide some more detail on some of the background and how we got here. I think most of you are familiar with that, but we'll kind of run through that again just to make sure everybody's on the same page. So with that, I'll kick it back to you, Carrie.
Thank you. I'm always humbled when I get to work with a group like this. Part of that humbling is the complexity of the challenges that you really tackle. How difficult they are. Because if these things were easy to resolve, they would have been done by now, right? So it's hard work that you're coming together to do. And the other half of that being humble is in the people that I get to meet and the courage that they bring to the work to tackle those really hard issues, and the thoughtfulness and the creativity that they bring to wrestling with those. So that's true of all the groups that I work with. But as I look at this group in particular, and the challenges that you face. I think that's especially true. And it's exciting to think about the next 18 months that we have together, the good and the bad. But it's exciting to be beginning that journey. The purpose is at the top of your agenda, and I think if you look in your binders, it's right at the front. First tab. You've got our agenda for today. But just to make sure that we're all on the same page, our job as a task force is to study these top priority wildlife policy issues that are facing the state. And I highlight that policy component because there are certain things in terms of management and game and fish duties, et cetera, that are not on our plate, right? But we are here to tackle the policy related issues. And we'll talk more when we get into issue identification, how to distinguish between some of those things, and make sure that we stay focused on the policy related ones. Once we've done that, once we've done, what's the past tense of that? Once we've done that deep dive, hopefully we can make some, present our conclusions and recommendations to the ultimate decision makers. So depending on what those recommendations are, they might go to the legislature to be considered, or to the Game and Fish Commission to be implemented. So it's important to recognize that our role is kind of to advise those ultimate decision makers. Hopefully, those recommendations will be so strong and so wise that they'll say, yes, thank goodness you come up with this answer, and they'll run with it. But just want to acknowledge that they are the ultimate decision makers. You all hold tremendous power in that. And then those are the folks who will ultimately have to kind of vote to make decisions. And the last part there, and I think this is really important because it'll help us do the rest of the work, is developing and reinforcing the professional relationships that you have within the task force, kind of between yourselves and your different stakeholder groups, because that's where you'll do your best work, right? When you're coming together with folks you may not otherwise know or running the same circles with, and understanding the challenges from each of those perspectives, that's where you'll come up with the best solutions that everybody can live with. So there's a piece of that. I saw in your survey results, several of you said, what about, we need time to get to know one another and meals and afterwards and breaks and things like that. And a lot of the ways that we will work together during the meetings will help strengthen those relationships and help you get to know one another, but certainly encourage the after hours socializing and lunchtime. We'll do some conversation on that to help you organize. I've also heard there's cocktails, some pizza place in town that sounds dangerously good, so we'll find out about that later. Any questions on what we're here to do and our purpose?
Did you repeat that?
There's always lunch, sometimes two, usually otherwise. Thank you. So with that, here's our agenda for today. We're going to spend some time getting all on the same page, what our roles are, what we're here to do. We'll get some background information of how we got to here. I'll show you some tools for the work that'll kind of are ways that I think will be helpful for us to tackle the issues one at a time. Then we're going to actually apply those tools. Oh, with this is also decision-making rules. A lot of you in your survey said we need to have clear rules. How do you make a decision? What's kind of your threshold of agreement? I heard loud and clear, 100% unanimous is not possible. I agree. But we'll decide what's your threshold to put something forth to those decision makers. And we'll make a decision about that. Then we'll use some of those tools to, we'll kind of do a practice run and solving the problem of when are we going to meet next and where? What's the best way to do that? So we'll use these tools that I talked about to kind of solve this mini problem, little training wheels, and that'll actually be helpful for when we're going to get together next. After that, we'll jump into the actual topics. We have a preliminary list of issues you all submitted through that online survey, so thank you for that. And that's also when we'll do the public input. And hear from members of the public of what issues they want the task force to tackle. At the end of the day, we'll wrap up and evaluate how we did. I'm real responsive to feedback from the group, so feel free to, on a break or whatever else, if something is or isn't working, feel free to pull me aside and give me that feedback, but we'll do it kind of more formally at the end of the day so I can be responsive to it. Any questions on our agenda for today?
Carrie, if you could just speak up to the people who are listening over Zoom or having a difficult time.
Having a difficult time here, I will do my best, and I'll linger over here. Okay, nice. Thank you for that. Our agenda for tomorrow, you can see in your packets, but just to give you a preview, we'll do kind of the same thing of getting on the same page, wrapping up any unfinished work from today. I think we can get all the way through this stuff today, but if we run out of time on the issue identification, we can spend some more time with that tomorrow. Then we'll again apply these tools to the work to talk about task force leadership and what's going to work best for you all in that and make decisions to set that structure up. And then our last content piece for tomorrow is shaping the process for public input. So we did some surveying and review of what works best for public input, how can the public best be involved, and we'll talk more about that. There's a plan already in the works for now, but we want you to feel empowered of how we can shape that going forward. And then we'll make sure we have next steps so everyone knows what to do before our next meeting, and then we'll wrap up. We'll be done by noon tomorrow. Good deal on all that? Great. So with that, we're gonna start with some introductions. Seen all your names for a while. It's fun to actually be in the room now. As you check in, I'd invite you to share your name, where you're from, what's your hometown now, and then what your connections are to this work. Some of you wear many hats. Your landowners, your outfitters, your elected officials, your all kinds of different things. You have different connections to this work. So I don't want your whole entire resume, but if you can just let us know the different hats you wear that are connected to this work, that'll be useful for the group. It's also helpful for us to understand the expertise that you bring, right? And the people that you're helping represent when your voice enters the room, right? So acknowledging those different connections is going to be useful for that. I'll let you, actually, Adam, you were the first guy in the room today. Would you like to kick us off on that? We'll go around in a circle from there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Adam Teton, hometown's actually Cody, grew up there, lived in Buffalo for the last 14 years. I'm an interested individual. I try to invest myself in things I care about. One of those things is hunting and fishing in the state of Wyoming. I'm the guy that goes to the game and fish meetings and either listens or voices concerns or volunteers for things like this. I figure it's a good position to be in as a representative of my peer group, people that came before me that shaped this peer group, and for my kids coming up behind me. So.
And Adam, you're a hunter, yeah?
Hunter, fisher, trapper,
All of it.
yeah, whatever. Anything outside.
Nice.
And serial volunteer.
And serial volunteering. Awesome, thanks. Gentlemen on either side, I'll let you decide.
Tony Lehner, I'm a county commissioner in Commerce County. Hometown is Glen Rock. I'm a small rancher south of Glen Rock on an historic small place. Lived there my whole life. Hunter and fisherman, wildlife enthusiast, I guess, my entire family. Taught and coached for 42 years at Glen Rock High School, and I just have a tremendous interest in trying to maintain or build on the resource that we have. It has brought my family and myself so many great moments that just very passionate about wildlife and hunting and fishing in Wyoming.
Appreciate that.
My name is Joshua Corsi. I currently live in Green River, born and raised in Wyoming. My wife and I just recently decided to relocate to north of Kimmer, so still in the southwest part of the state. We've had some property over there for several years. And, with no kids at home anymore, we decided to make the transition to the more remote piece of property we've got. I'm filling a position on this task force representing sportsmen. For my profession, I work in conservation for mule deer, an organization called the Muley Fanatic Foundation that's based out of Green River, Wyoming.
Joshua, Ms. Corsi, what do you prefer to call?
All of the above.
Thanks, everybody. It's good to see everybody in person. Rusty Bell, Campbell County Commissioner for the last 7 years. I was a founding member of the Wyoming Sportsman's Group in Gillette, born and raised in Gillette, Wyoming. Taxidermist, owned taxidermy business for the last 13 years. Owned other businesses in Campbell County. Share everybody's passion for wildlife and what wildlife brings to Wyoming, not only hunting, fishing, but also ultimately business and a lot of other things that wildlife brings. So I think over the past 10 years, I've done a lot of things. This is probably more in my wheelhouse than other things that I do. So happy to be here, happy to work with everybody. Get this thing going.
Hi, my name is Albert Summers. I'm a rancher from Sutherland County. I'm the majority floor leader of the House of Representatives for the Wyoming Legislature. I'm a lifelong sportsman, and when you dig into that, I probably think a big brown is better than a great big elk. So that's kind of where my passions are.
Would you like us to call you Al, Albert Summers?
Albert.
Albert, thank you.
We felt
Lots of things they call me.
Ogden Driscoll, majority floor leader, Wyoming Senate, past chair of TRW committee, and that's this task force kind of got me born out of it with conversations with the director on doing things. Our families, my grandkids are the 8th generation Northeast Wyoming. Been there a long time. Lots of game issues around our place and our area. Deep passion for wildlife in Wyoming. We also run a campground that are pretty involved in tourism, so we get to see it going across a lot of lines, not just on lines, but what it brings to Wyoming. I'm pretty passionate about keeping our game populations healthy in Wyoming.
What would you like us to call you? Senator
Ogden.
Driscoll? Ogden.
Yeah, no,
Appreciate it.
nobody.
Hi there, I'm Pat Crank. I have to confess, I was born in Colorado.
Oh.
It's not okay. My parents moved me to Wyoming, to Casper when I was about 5 months old, so I was raised in Casper. I currently live in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I'm a lawyer. I have a private practice in Cheyenne. I had the great fortune to be Dave Friedenthal's first attorney general, so I did that for about 7 years. And I've been in private practice since then. I just came off the commission. I served 6 years as the commissioner from the Cheyenne, Platte County, Goshen County area. My dad first took me hunting when I was 2 years old. I still can't imagine the patience of a little kid with cowboy boots on the wrong feet, carrying around a BB gun, falling down all the time. But so I've been chasing wildlife and fishing and the outdoors since that time. And so that's my passion. I love Wyoming. I love Wyoming wildlife. And so that's why I'm here, to continue to hunt and fish as much as I can in my old feeble age. But that's about me. Thank you.
Pat, okay.
Pat would be great.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Lee Livingston. I was born in Cody, Wyoming. I've raised 3 kids in Cody, Wyoming. I've been in the hunting professionally, out in the industry professionally for 36 years. Also a county commissioner, 3rd term county commissioner in Park County, current chairman of that board. I'm here representing both the professional side of wildlife, the economic side of wildlife, and the resident sportsman that I represent. Hunting, I can't remember not doing it. It's been something I've been doing all my life, hunting and fishing, and I'm just really excited to work with this group. I think I've met pretty much everybody that's make up this group, and I'm really excited about it. We've got a great dynamic going on here.
Lee, okay?
That works.
Jamie Flitner. My hometown is Buffalo, if where you were born is your hometown. And I presently live between Grable and Shell. I'm an elected official, I'm a legislator, and a landowner.
Chair of TRW.
And
Chair of the TRW.
chair of TRW.
TRW.
Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife.
Thank you.
I'm Brian Nesbitt. I'm currently very fortunate to serve as the director of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I've been doing that just over 2 years. Before that, I've served 25 years in the Game and Fish Department. I'll expose my biases right off the get-go. I vehemently believe that I lead the greatest team of wildlife professionals in the world. And I grew up as a game warden, served all over the state, and then came down to Cheyenne to serve as the chief game warden about a little over 10 years ago. I'm like Pat. I was born in South Dakota, and my parents moved me here when I was 6 months old, not 5 months old. But I grew up in Casper and then Cheyenne, and then went about my career, served all over the state. I'm an avid hunter. I'm a consumer and a user of our license system. Pretty much everything I do has some relationship to wildlife and the outdoors. So I'm very passionate about that. I belong to lots of different conservation organizations. Through my wife, I'm a landowner in Platte County, where my family has a 5,000-acre cow-calf operation. Full disclosure, I do qualify for landowner licenses because of my ownership in the ranch, but I don't, to this point, I don't choose to use those. I think that's it.
And I didn't check Jamie and Brian, are those okay first names?
Director.
Director
Brian.
Thank you.
My name is Pete Doobie. I'm from Buffalo. Lived there almost 50 years. I was born in New Hampshire. I don't know if that's better.
It's better in Colorado.
What country is that? What country is that? Yeah, exactly. I'm currently the president of the Game and Fish Commission. I've been an outfitter for over 30 years. I'm not an outfitter. I sold out 5 years ago, but I outfitted for over 30 years. I continue to ranch for almost 30 years. I have a place in Campbell County. I've held probably every type of grazing recreation permit that you can have in the state. Did pack trips in the mountains, hunting, all that. But I have a degree in fisheries and wildlife biology from Iowa State University. And I've been on the commission for about 4 years, and I think it's an extreme privilege to work with guys like Pat, the department. It's quite an honor, and I appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to this process, and hopefully we can come up with some smart ideas and do some adjustments.
Commissioner Pete, then?
No, just call me Bob.
President.
President.
No, Pete.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa Anselmi Dalton. I was born and raised in Rock Springs, Wyoming. Unlike most of you, I grew up, I went hunting with my dad, but I'm not a big hunter. I'm in the hotel business, so I have the Holiday Inn, Holiday Express, and Quality Inn with my mother. So we run that, so we're really more in the tourism industry. And I served on the Travel Rec and Wildlife Committee when I was in the Senate. I served 4 years in the Senate with some of the people here. It was great. And but I love Wyoming. Having been here, I did work as an attorney, a corporate mergers and acquisitions attorney. I went to Notre Dame and Duke, and then I worked in LA, New York, DC, and Orange County, and then came back home after I had children. So they were born and raised here, which is great.
Good thing you were born here. Everybody would have grown.
I know, right? Don't worry, because I'm an attorney. My basic theory is, I don't practice law anymore because I perfected it. So, so anyway, but I look forward to working with everyone. I know a lot of you already, and those I haven't met, I look forward to getting to know everyone better.
Larry Hicks. I was born in Powell and grew up in the Bighorn Basin. I spent a significant amount of time in the academic world. I spent 11 years as a professional college student.
Best career you ever had.
Perfected my palate on cheap beer. But, I'm like a lot of people in Wyoming. I had an opportunity as I was finishing my doctorate work at the University of Wyoming, was also teaching there at the same time, an opportunity to go on and pursue my academic training in ag research. And it became pretty easy for me to make a decision. So I ended up in this place called Baggs, Wyoming, working for a conservation district. And you know what the decision came down to for me? I had a job offer to go to be the extension forest specialist for the University of Missouri and Columbia. Or I could go to Bags and get a hunt elk every year. Folks, it was a lifestyle decision. And there is a lot of people in Wyoming that choose to live here with hunting and fishing. And they've foregone all kinds of other opportunities. So it is a very passionate issue that we're going to grapple with. But, you know, just a little bit further, I spent 30 years working in conservation, a lot of wildlife conservation range, federal land use planning, oil and gas, all those issues that make up Wyoming. I've been elected to represent Carbon, Sweetwater, and part of Albany County as a senator for the last 12 years. Those of you know me, I'm very passionate about this. I've run a fleet of bills dealing with point systems to try to figure out something for resident hunters and license allocation for resident hunters. But I'm like most of it. I wear a lot of hats. I'm a private landowner. I'm eligible for landowner permits. I put in for a landowner antelope permit every year. My property that I own has a designated mule deer migration corridor that goes right through the middle of it. First wildlife tunnel installed for that migration corridor is on my private property. In 2010, the Wyoming Game and Fish and WYDOT documented over 6,000 mule deer crossing through that tunnel. If you want to talk about a bottleneck, 24-foot tunnel is a pretty big bottleneck. You know, I've worked with muley fanatics. I've received financial assistance from muley fanatics to do fence modifications to help migration through my property. I've received funding from the Wildlife Natural Resource to deal with mule deer migration corridor. I wear a lot of hats, folks. And here's the thing that I do know. We have a big workload ahead of us. Big. We've got to find some common ground. We have to have reasonable compromise because we're going to grapple with some very complex issues. We will be measured by the people of the state of Wyoming, whether we succeed or fail on these issues. I hope the hell we succeed. And so thank you for the opportunity to be able to work with you folks. Dwayne.
Can I call you Larry?
Yeah. Larry.
Thank you, sir.
Dwayne Hagan, I currently live outside of Petite. I have a ranch outside of Petite, Wyoming. My dad made a great decision back when I was in grade school. We moved here from North Dakota. And the only two good things that come out of North Dakota is Highway 94 East and Highway 94 West. So I've been privileged to 3 different ranches in Wyoming. We started out with a guest ranch and outfitting business on the South Fork of Cody. At a wilderness hunting camp of Dishwa. Found out how many grizzly bears there were in that area early on. So I'm very familiar with that situation. My closest neighbor decided to subdivide. So we started looking for another ranch. So I bought a ranch in just outside of Douglas in the Bonnie Canyon, another wildlife paradise. We were there for about 8 years. And then I got totally surrounded by somebody that was buying all the ranches up. And we decided that might be the time for us to look for another place. So we sold and went back to the Bighorn Basin. We have our main place is on the Graybull River, about 8.5 miles west of Petite, and where we live is our property is between Upper and Lower Sunshine. I like isolation. There's too much traffic on that road by the headquarters, so we moved up there, and then we also have a place that borders the forest at the end of the road. It's called the Homestead Ranch. It's another wildlife paradise, and so I've been extremely privileged to live in Wyoming. Great places. I get to see lots of stuff. I have a pretty good understanding of wildlife and the problems we're facing with a lot of the wildlife. I spent 2 full terms and 1 partial term on the outfitter board, so I understand that industry fairly well. Lobbied when I was on the outfitter board considerably in Cheyenne, so I've done that. I just think, you know, I was asked to be on the Citizens Committee back in the early 2000s to develop the grizzly bear management plan. It was a very diverse group, similar to what this group is. There were like 21 of us, so we tackled with that industry. That's probably the most troubling for me, to see where we are now with the grizzly bear. It just doesn't make any difference what the science says. It's all politics, seems like, with that. And I hope this group tackles that issue in a big way. I think that was a situation where the Endangered Species Act, it could have been a very positive thing for Wyoming, and because of the politics and not listening to the science, it's troubled a lot of people. And a lot of people have skepticism about the Endangered Species Act because of it, because it could have been a very good success story. So I'd like, I'm really looking forward to serving on this thing. So I've got 40 years of experience, still a licensed outfitter, but I haven't taken revenue hunters for quite some time, but we've been focusing on with the Outdoor Green Foundation, kids that are terminally ill. So I've been involved with that for 20 years now, 18 years, I guess. And I guess that's my lifeline. So I just thoroughly enjoy it. It's very rewarding to take those kids that are so full of life. They kind of give you a different perspective. Yeah. So that's my story.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Wait.
Hi, I'm Jen Scoggin. I'm currently the director of the Office of State Lands and Investments. In that role, we largely function as the staff of the Board of Land Commissioners, which is comprised of the 5 top elected officials. But what we do is we manage state lands for the benefit of the trust beneficiaries, which there's a number of them, but largely it's to fund K-12 education. But over the past couple of years that I've been there anyway, we work with game and fish on a regular basis on wildlife issues. I've lived in Cheyenne for about 20 years now. Before that, I actually grew up in Arizona, in Tucson, so Arizona. But my family is all from Wyoming. And so I spent many summers in Casper and Cheyenne growing up. Before I was the director of state lands, I was a partner with Holland and Hart, a law firm that's based out of Colorado, but has a Cheyenne and Jackson office. Let's see, what else?
Did you also practice law?
No. Just say I largely tackled real estate and natural resources issues when I was practicing law. I am a hunter and a fisherwoman, and I largely got that way because my husband he grew up in Wyoming, has been a hunter and fisherman for many, many years. I have 2 teenage daughters that are hunters, fisherwomen too. So anyway, wildlife issues are important to me, both professionally and personally, and so I look forward to working with you all.
So Arizona, that explains the southern accent, right?
Funny. Just to add some confusion. So my name's Elisa. Put an A in front of mine. Lisa and I apart. Actually, I say Elisa. My mother says Elisa. So it's just my mouth is lazy. I was born and raised in Wyoming, so born in Laramie. My kids are actually 3rd generation folks. So my son graduated from UW 5 years ago. My daughter will head down in the fall. I'm excited about that. I love our space. Started backpacking with my dad when I was 12, 13. So I don't think there's a trail in the Bighorns or the Winds that I haven't been on. It's kind of a rite of passage in my family. When you turn 13, you pack and off you go. So I've taken both my kids. They've both been packed up since they were 13. So I love our space, and it's important to me. I mean, not only balancing, you know, how do we do right by the resources, but how do we do right by the people of Wyoming? Because the resources belong to the people of Wyoming. So how do we do right by both? Love our space, love our space. And so I'm fortunate as the owner of Elevate Wyoming and Impact Wyoming, I get to focus all of my energy on just building a better Wyoming and leaving it better than I found it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Schaefer. My day job, I'm the president of Laramie County Community College. I'm a Minnesota native until my wife moved me here when I was 37. Actually, I came out west and moved to Montana really because of the allure of the mountains, the streams, and the opportunities to pursue game hunting, fishing, and all the great things that are in the west. I actually have 2 degrees from the University of Wyoming, my undergrad, or University of Montana. My undergraduate degrees are in wildland recreation management and wildlife biology. I actually chaired the Region 4 Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park Citizen Advisory Council for a few years before moving here. Other than the work I do for LCCC and my family, my next biggest passion is hunting. In fact, my 7 elected bosses in Laramie County and my 1 married boss at home would tell you that sometimes that third passion supersedes the other ones. But I'm really here representing sportsmen and women, representing the youth that will take up this sport. My deep passion is increasing opportunity for more individuals to pursue game fish in the great state of Wyoming. So Brian, thanks for the opportunity to be part of this group. I know it's a heavy lift, but this is really going to be a rewarding engagement, and hopefully I can contribute to the efforts of the group.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Joe.
My name is Cy Gilliland. I was born in Riverton. I live in Casper. My family homesteaded up to Jakey's Fork on what is currently the CM Duke Ranch now. So I grew up in the industry. Basically, if you grew up in DuBois, your family's from DuBois, everybody guided or outfitted at some point in time. So it was a real natural thing for me to look towards that. I was a lousy college student. I didn't finish college because I would go hunting in the fall, come back, and then drop out of all my classes. So they don't like you to miss 4 weeks of school in a row. So I was lousy at that. I was a career Casper firefighter. I went to work there when I was 23 years old. I built my outfitting business parallel to being a firefighter. I retired at 46 so I could pursue my passion, which is my outfitting business, which I originally started because I knew I wanted to hunt at some time at a level I couldn't afford as just a regular working step. So I built my outfitting business as a way to augment my income to pursue what my passion was, which is hunting and fishing. I'm a resident sportsman first. I'm an outfitter second. I've been that way my whole life. I have built a large outfitting business. I've got a lot of relationships with a lot of landowners. I lease and operate on several significant ranches through Wyoming. And I also have 2 public land camps in Lincoln County. We run a summer trail ride business over there, which I just came back from yesterday. And so we pretty much outfit from the beginning of May through Thanksgiving, because in November I moved to Montana and outfit up there for a month. So it is my passion, but being a hunter and fisherman is truly my biggest passion. I, like Senator Hicks, have been deeply involved in this 90-10 issue since the beginning of it. I've lobbied and been a fixture in Cheyenne since 1988. As a very young man, I was there working with the legislature and developing those relationships and understanding how the legislature works. I've been instrumental in defeating the 90-10 4 times that it's been brought up through the legislature. And I'm not saying that that's a particular badge of honor or anything, it's just that that's my history and letting you know who I am. I, like Senator Hicks, think that that this is an exciting process. I've been ready to go, been dying to get going on this thing. Anybody in the outfit industry that knows me knows I've been raring to go with this thing since December. I firmly believe that we are going to come up with great solutions. When I testified in front of TRW Senate to defeat the last effort of 90-10, I made a promise to those legislators, and one of them was sitting in this room, Senator Hicks was there too, that we are going to solve this thing. And that's my personal promise. That's my personal feeling that we can solve this. This is a great group of individuals. I know most of the people here. It's not insurmountable. The reason it's never been solved is because we've approached it adversarially. That's why it's never been solved. And this process is going to solve that issue. I have 7 grandchildren. I actually have 6 grandchildren. The 7th is currently being fostered, soon to be adopted. And I have every hope that we will continue our way of life, and that my grandsons and my granddaughters will continue my outfitting business and continue my passion and my love for Wyoming. You can call me Si.
Thank you, Si. I started to lose steam after a while. I appreciate it. Thank you. What a great group to be working with, and I loved hearing those different perspectives and all those different connections you have and the passions that you bring to the work. Thank you. Before we get into doing the work, let's talk about how we can do our best work together. Go ahead,
Hey,
Frank.
Carrie, if I could, I would just like to take a
Oh,
moment
yeah.
to introduce my
Yes,
staff that I've got here.
thank you so much.
So over here in the corner, we've got Megan Lockwood, and you will see Megan. She's going to be our note taker and our logistics person. She's the one that got all this set up. She's a master at this. She's done this for other statewide task forces before. Works in my office. She's awesome. Todd Larson's back here in the corner. He's our chief of policy and planning, and he is going to be a pretty significant coordinator for any informational requests that go to the department from the task force. He's also, you've seen his name, he's been coordinating with all of you up to this point with a lot of the pre-information and a lot of the logistics as well and the planning part of this. So that's Todd. And Sarah Lorenzo back here is the Game and Fish Public Information Officer. And she's here for obvious reasons. She's making sure that we capture and message what the task force does here. Certainly, there will be an opportunity for the task force to shape what those communications messages look like. But I wanted her here in person for the first meeting so she could get to know all you folks.
Carrie, thanks. I just hope we could everyone else could just introduce themselves real quick so we know who's here with us in the audience. I see, obviously, Senator Landon's here, but I know there's the other people here too.
Yeah, we're gonna do public comment at the end, but if people want to just share your name and where you're coming from, does that work? We'll go just real quickly through the audience.
Yeah. My name is Jaden Bales. I'm the Communications Director at Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I'm here to try to encourage our members to be involved and be part of this public process as well. Thanks for having us.
Thanks. I'm Jess Johnson. I'm the Government Affairs Director for Wyoming Wildlife Federation, and I'm the lobbyist in the legislature. So whatever's coming out of this, I look forward to helping push through once it gets down there. Great, thank you.
Steve Martin, I'm the past president for Bowhunters Wyoming, from Rock Springs, Wyoming. Very interested in what's going on today. I've been involved with a lot of conservation efforts for a lot of years.
Great, thanks so much.
Good morning, I'm Phil Landon. I represent Senate District 27, which is the east side of Dakota County. Welcome to everybody from out of town. This is one of the best weeks in Casper, period. It's rodeo week, and so we're going to have a blast starting tonight. We get to go tonight. Looking forward to that. I'm here to listen and learn. Love everybody on this panel, and appreciate the work you're going to do, and look forward to what you're going to recommend to us. So
Thank you so much. Appreciate the welcome.
Hi, my name is Lori Alexander. I'm the administrator for the Wyoming County Nurse and Guides Association. Born and raised in Jasper. Here to listen and get to know you all. And thanks for the invite.
Thank you so much.
I'm John Winter, representative from Hot Springs County, Bighorn County, Park County, Fremont County, and I'm just to be here, and I'm really looking forward to the decisions you're going to be making and the good things you're doing. Thank you.
John Duncan, Casper resident, Wyoming native and veterinarian.
Jeff Muratori, I'm a Casper resident. Was brought here when I was 4 years old by my dad, who came to Wyoming and fell in love with Wyoming. And that has continued on in my family. I'm lucky that my kids, my 3 daughters, have all stayed here. 2 of them are avid hunters. And I'm very interested to see what happens with this group and appreciate your hard work in the future.
So my name is Buzz Heddick and I live in Laramie, Wyoming. Moved here, I guess, 21 years now, from Montana originally. I also chair Wyoming Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. And I'm just here to kind of learn, listen, and provide any input I might be able to provide that would be of use to the committee.
Thanks much.
Ron Tall, go back Wyoming, and founder of Mountain Pursuit.
Peyton holds some research assistant for Rob out of Quebec.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I kind of missed the first part of the meeting, but just here to kind of listen to what's going on and have a pretty good network of people out there that I know. And
What's your name?
Mike Schmidt.
Thank you. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, sorry.
Missed that.
That's right. Yeah. And just interested to see what comes of this task force, where it goes. Thank you.
The dedication of the members of the public to come. I hope that it's fruitful and interesting. I don't know that we'll always be entertaining, but the rodeo tonight will serve that function, I suppose. So we're going to jump into talking about some of our ground rules for the group. I'd like to suggest these as a beginning place. And these ideas are what I call from the survey that you all completed before we began. If you look in your fabulous handbook, I believe these are. Yeah, I think they're right behind the agenda. So I have the information with you. I usually have kind of standard ground rules that I just give to groups. And this is a group where I thought, no, let's let you set your own rules. We don't need to spend a ton of time on it, but this is thinking about how do we bring out the best in us, bring our best selves to the work, and self-police, hold ourselves and one another accountable to bring our best selves to the work. So I took your responses to the survey and kind of sorted them into themes and gave them headings, if you will. Give you a second to just read through those.
Got a question.
So I'm going to take questions on these to clarify them. And then I want you to also think about, is there anything that's missing as you're reading, finishing these? We'll ask some questions to clarify these. But then I want you to check in and see if there's something missing. Let's start with questions, clarifying what we're aiming for here. Go ahead.
On the expectations for the facilitator.
Oh, we're gonna get there. We're jumping in.
Oh, come on.
Hold on to that one.
All right.
Appreciate it. Yes, Albert.
Hi, so I got a question. Are they, and maybe you said this, are they numbered in any particular order? So in other words, we all put in a list. Is this list a result of an ordered list?
No, I don't think that I had any sort of strategy in the way I filtered them. You can see the bold text is kind of the theme that I assigned, and the lines below is more directly your language. So you can see on maintaining openness, that one, you can see there were more people talking about that theme roughly. I'm not saying my sort of is perfect, but no, they're not in any particular order necessarily.
And then the one other issue, and I never put it on my list because of what it is, but I've heard it mentioned already, and that's endangered species. And the reason I never put it on my list, though, it's very important to me personally.
Oh, hang on. Are you talking about the topics for the task force?
Yes.
Hold on to that one. I'm just looking so far. You guys are so
You still have a
motivated.
race car.
No, it's good. You're so motivated. You're going on to the next pages. We'll get there. Let's just focus now on norms for the work and how to bring our best selves. Or I should have numbered these pages to make it easier.
You thought I was up to the race.
No, I mean, let's talk about the issues.
Let's get down to it. You just went right past me. So.
There are aspects of today that will feel slow. I know you all are chomping at the bit, like 90-10 has already come on. You're chomping at the bit to get to the issues. This groundwork we're laying today seems slow, but it will help us go fast in the long run. So apologies for reining you in a little bit. I want to make sure we're on the same page of how we're going to do our best work together. Any other questions on the norms or ground rules for the group?
Carrie, I have a question.
Yep.
It sounds like regular attendance is important for everybody.
Yeah.
There's some times of the year that are really difficult. Obviously, the fall for everybody who's outdoors can be difficult. What's your? I mean, we have a strategy already in place for that.
Yeah.
I don't want to jump ahead, but.
No, that's a great question. I would say for all of these things, my perspective on ground rules is these are aspirational. And we will all, at all times, do our very best to do these. And attendance is a piece of that. That we can acknowledge as a group that attendance is really important. And we need you to be here, and life happens. So in the same ways that there's times where we might fudge and mess up on some of these other ground rules, we acknowledge that there are also times that you can't be here. I know one person said stress mandatory attendance. I can't mandate anybody to be here, but I can say, gosh, we're going to miss you if you're not here, and we really need you to be here as much as possible. So I think to me that the big idea of attend as regularly as you can, participate fully when you're here. We'll have opportunities often in between meetings that I'll send out some questions in a survey, and that's a way that you can contribute your ideas in advance, and we'll make sure that the group gets those ideas if you have to be gone. And we're going to do our darndest to find dates that work with everybody. But yeah, I feel like that's the best we're going to be able to do. Does that help answer the question?
It does.
Okay.
I have another question.
Yeah.
I looked through the agenda and seeing thing. As far as being prepared, there might be some information that the task force wants that Fish has or is there Bureau has or something. Is there at some point we probably need to should we just throw it out there? Should we just throw it out there? Should we have a time where we ask for whatever kind of information we can get for the next meeting?
Yep, exactly. So the pieces in the agenda where we look at things like next steps, that's where, based on the conversation as it flows, sorry, all the ways here, and away from the microphone, people on Zoom can't hear me. When we get to this next steps, that's where we'll say, okay, based on conversation today, we'll already have a list started. We need X person to bring X information for our next meeting. So I'll make sure that we're tracking that each time based on the topics that are coming up, so people can be prepared to bring that information in. And then it's just follow through. If you say you're bringing us information, I know that Game and Fish staff they are tasked with this, and it'll happen. But if it's somebody else in another role, bringing in information from another group or whatever, just you can follow through with that. Any other questions about what's in there?
Real quick, on attendance, Carrie. I mean, every one of us is here today.
Good job, by the way.
It's exciting. It's new. I've been on a few task forces in the past, and sometimes they start grinding on. And this might be a group decision. It might be a decision we have to make later on. Is there going to be a time we say, hey, if you don't show up for X number of meetings, do you step out? I mean, that's a question that needs to be thrown out there, because I've been on a few task force where we had members that were not in attendance, and it was definitely lacking not having them there. So again, I don't know if it's a decision we make as a group right now. If you have a recommendation.
That's a great point. I'm gonna make it a parking lot topic.
Okay.
I don't think we need to make a decision now, but it sounds like there's maybe the need for an attendance minimum. Or if you miss a certain number, like.
Now, hunting season is completely free. just saying.
Kind of like legislative season.
So nothing happens between August 15th and December 31st.
That's right. That doesn't count against you.
All right, so I'm gonna put this in a parking lot of something that we can circle back to. We don't have to make a decision right now, but it might be useful before we get into hunting season.
And then another thing you're gonna put on parking lot is are you going, are we gonna allow someone else to sit in? And that's a good conversation I think we need to have later on.
Okay. So kind of the idea of a proxy.
Yeah.
Can you send somebody else in your place? I'm gonna put it in the parking lot, and I think we'll either put these into tomorrow's unfinished business, or we might be able to get to them today along with some of the other conversations. Appreciate you bringing those up because they're worth considering ahead of time. Okay, great. Any other questions about the ground rules? All right, is there anything that's missing when you think about what makes a group work well? Your responses on the survey were thorough and thoughtful. I just want to give an opportunity if there's something else that's come to mind.
Carrie, I just might say, if you have the opportunity for some sort of mic device like they use in the classroom for yourself, because you're the only one I'm having a hard time hearing.
Okay. We know if there's a challenge with using the microphones for our Zoom folks and the capabilities in the room and different feedback, et cetera, that we might have with those. I will try to speak loudly and slowly.
We're all a bunch of big mouths, so we're covered.
Sounds good. I will do my best. And thank you. If there's ever a time where you are like, what did she say? Please just thank you.
I hate to do this. You've perfected voyeurism. I haven't.
There's a lie.
I guess I wonder, when we want to talk about it early on, I don't think this is a public meeting. I love that it's a public meeting and we should be as transparent as possible. But being a lawyer, under the Wyoming Public Meeting Act, which my friend Ogden and the legislators are exempt from, but everyone else is subject to. I think to be successful, we need to have the ability to freely email each other, call each other, and I don't think we should be subject to forum rules or, if I solicit Mr. Hicks' opinion on an issue via email, I think Mr. Hicks and I will both share that at later meetings, but that's not an illegal vote under the Wyoming Public Meetings Act or something. I just think let's have that discussion now and agree on that. And if someone wants to challenge that, let them challenge it. But it doesn't, this is a wildlife task force. It's appointed. We're not a state agency. We're not so I just think to throw that out there. Sorry to be a word.
So I'm hearing an interest in ability to have private communications to do the work of the group, and a consideration of how that works with the public nature of it and what obligation we have to the public. Is that kind of the?
Yes, but hear me. I want this to be absolutely transparent.
Sure.
Nothing should be done behind closed doors. But if on the commission, if I had an issue and I emailed my fellow commissioners and said, hey, we should vote this way on an issue, and there's a vote, everyone says, I agree, Mr. Crank, we violated the Open Meetings Act and I'm subject to criminal prosecution and a fine. And I just want to know up front what rules apply.
Okay, so I'm a non-lawyer. I don't know what we are obligated to or not obligated to in terms of just setting the rules for the group. Love to hear from Lisa and then Brian, if you want to weigh in on this topic of how we can get the best transparency and the ability to just have regular conversations with one another.
Well, this is not as an attorney, this is as, I went to a meeting, or actually a class recently at the Capitol. They had it for all the new commission board members, and they said, and I was a little bit surprised, I really hadn't thought that much about it, so I was a little bit worried, because they said, if you two email each other and say, here, and you're talking about business, the business of the meeting, that is subject to the Public Records Act. And so, you know, I've been trying to be pretty sending on any communications I've received with respect to this committee on, I think I've sent mostly to Todd and said, here's something that might be subject to the Public Records Act, because that's what they told us at this meeting. And that was the attorneys from the state where we met with them, and it's different Public Records Act than Public Meeting Act. So they said it's tricky in Wyoming because of public meeting. If we had a majority of us here, there's 18 people, if 12 of us went somewhere, we'd have a quorum, a majority of us here, and that would be considered also a meeting if you discuss business. But if you don't discuss the business, it's fine. So I just think that's what they told us there, and that was my takeaway. And if I'm wrong, I'm just letting you know what they said to me.
Sure, sure. So we don't want to accidentally form a quorum by going out to dinner together. But I don't know that that's the crux of, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just real quick on that particular topic. So one thing we got to remember is that this group has no rulemaking authority. They can't create a new law. They can't go out and create a, you know, some kind of a commission resolution like a county commission would. That there's no legal authority here. So a quorum is not, that's our rule if we decide what a quorum is. And there's no violations. And I'm not a lawyer, and there's lots of lawyers in the room, so correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no violations of any state laws if this group decides they want to go to dinner tonight and they happen to talk about things from the task force. With that said, it is important that, and it's certainly the intent of everybody I've talked to involved in, which is everybody here, that the work of the task force is very transparent to the public and they have an opportunity to know what the task force does. So my direction would be, or my advice, my request to the group would be, all those discussions are great, but when an actual decision's made, it comes back in here and folks can watch the decision being made. And everybody needs to remember, at the end of the day, it's still just a recommendation. We haven't created any new laws. Only other thing I'll say on this is that for those of us in here that are in the executive branch, our emails to you are all subject to public records requests. So, if Cy emails Adam, that's not. If Lisa emails Adam, that's not. But if I email any of you, it is. Same with Jen. Same with Pete. So that helps clarify some things. And if any of the lawyers think I'm off base, let me know.
Sorry, bro.
I'm gonna go to Larry real quick and then we'll come back to Pat. Go ahead, Larry. Did you want to?
I think Brian covered it. You know, what the example Lisa gave, those are statutory boards and commissions, so they have legal standing within the state of Wyoming. But I think Brian pretty much nailed it on the head.
That was my comment too. I'm not concerned about quorums going to dinner or lunch. And in fact, I think that's where the greatest work in a group like this occurs is in the hallway when someone says, have you thought about this? Or you do it at lunch, and I absolutely agree with Brian. We ought to just try to bring it back in here.
Yeah.
So the public can hear that debate and weigh in. That's what's important.
So we will get to the official decision-making rules that we'll have later, but I think that'll kind of be our safeguard that you all can communicate really amongst one another. And it's good awareness as far as public information for your requests, et cetera, that if you're emailing with the state folks, that they won't be, that's all disclosable. So they'll just be thoughtful with that. All right, any other questions or suggestions? Anything missing on the ground rules? All right, this is our temperature check then. You can live with these and say, yeah, let's use these as our rules of the road. Give me a thumbs up. If you're like, I don't know, I don't feel good about it, or no, I just really don't like talking, but I've just been quiet. Go ahead and weigh in so I can see, keep your thumbs up, so, because I'm slow that way. Pete, are you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, we don't have decision-making rules, but you all just agreed by unanimous vote that these are our ground rules we can live on. Celebrate for a moment with me, yay. Celebration. I hope you do better with a couple of factors. Go ahead, Pat.
Can I go to the bathroom?
With that, we are going to come back in just a second. We have finished our first block of the agenda, and this time we're even on time with where I thought we would be. So let's go ahead and take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk about background information, how we got to here. 10 minutes good for a break?
You're already being disrupted.
Yeah. That's 10 minutes, so at 10:15, come on back. We'll see you back at 10:15. I want to circle back to the expectations for the facilitator. Because you all set plans for yourselves, but you also gave me some real clear feedback of what you want and don't want from my role. So I've got those listed. And there's interesting tension between the two things that folks want. One is that openness, responsiveness, and flexibility. Right? If a conversation is really flourishing, even if it's off agenda, to let it go. Because there could be some really good creative ideas coming out of that. Not over facilitating, with that line here. And then the flip side is having focus and purpose, right? Where you're keeping people on track, keeping us moving, drawing people to stay on the topic. Those are both true, right? And we need both of those. I will do my darndest to find that razor's edge where I'm both being open and kind of stepping back and letting you all do your best work, and also bringing you back on track and being firm with that when necessary. Sit with me in the difficulty of that. And there's times that I might stray too far one side or the other, but I will do my darndest and appreciate that both of those approaches are important.
I'm wondering how a facilitator works with a chair or a co-chair.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we talk about the
I
leadership
think
piece.
once that's selected, you guys need to figure that out.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm used to appearing in front of Albert who says you got one minute crank and then tells me to sit down when I'm done. So that's totally contrary to your role. And so I think the chair and the facilitator need to figure that out at some stage. I don't have an answer.
Absolutely. That will be a part of the conversation in terms of task force leadership. I do not see myself as a leader of this task force. I see myself as a wrangler of the people, right? My role is to help you do your best thinking together. And that's different from what a chair and a true leader in that way will do. So we'll have a conversation in terms of what those roles can be and how we can complement one another, because it does look a little bit different. And I'm happy to adjust accordingly.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Earlier, I think, because Brian went over some things that you had, the facilitator was going to do. A couple of them I had written down, engage public data details and agendas. Whether you got them all. Are those things that, are those your expectations too?
Yeah, there's some of that came right up on contract language. Yeah.
Is that somewhere we?
Yeah, and actually, I think Todd has a document that started in terms of like clarifying roles of different folks around the room. So maybe we can get that finalized and put it off for folks. I will take responsibility for note taking up on our chart paper. And as far as I'm concerned, the chart paper is our public record of what happened. Obviously, there's video and Zoom to go back and look at if there's discrepancies. But I'll be taking notes in that way. I'll work with whatever leadership structure you decide for agenda setting. And really, my focus is on the process, how to have the best conversation. I will intercede on the content of what you talk about or what decisions you make. It's just putting structure in to help you have the best, most thoughtful conversation. And we can get that list that maybe spells out those specific things. But I think kind of note taking, wrangling, when to call a break, how to have people have those best conversations.
Hey, so Rusty, one thing I asked them to do is they did start a list, but I said, let's wait till after the first meeting, because you all are going to identify things that you want the facilitator to do or not do. And I just want to make sure that's captured well, but we will provide that when we finish this up. We'll try to have a good start to what those roles look like for both the leadership of the group as well as the facilitator.
And up till now, I've been coordinating with Sarah and Megan and Todd in terms of what might it look like for public engagement up till now, and then we'll refine that, put that in action with your groups. It's a little tricky. We're like building the wings as we're flying, building the plane as we're flying, to get the task force department to do the work itself. Any other thoughts on facilitator role? All right, so let's jump into some background information. Now that we're here, we know who's in the room, we know what we're supposed to do. Let's talk about how we got to here. I'm going to take some notes on this, and then I'll give you a process overview of what we're going to do going forward, what it might look like before we get into the nuts and bolts. So go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. So many of you, we've talked about this through different venues before, but I thought I would just kind of give you a little bit of background, at least from where I see it. I know there's others in the room. I wish Ogden was here. But just to start this off, so over the last 10 years or so, there have been either in the form of legislation or other similar kind of task forces or other items that have come before the commission that receive some discussion but never seem to get to any kind of resolution. And it just keeps coming up and coming up and coming up. Our public is who continues to bring a lot of these issues up. Legislators continue to bring these up, and that's because they're representing, the public. And so we've had a lot of discussions in the past about how do you get to a point where you give the thoroughness and the study that's required to understand all the complexity of these issues to a point where people feel informed enough to make a decision. And not being critical at all, but interim study has not been the venue to get that done. It just hasn't worked. These issues are too complex. And so we have had, the ideas come up many times about let's do some kind of put together a group and study all this stuff. And then it's actually a very difficult thing to put together. What we're all tackling right now is tough, really tough work. And so, it's just, nobody's ever decided that let's move this thing again and let's try to get this going again. Though there was a wildlife task force that Governor Meade put together, but it had a significantly different focus. It was more focused on long-term funding and some other things that weren't the most contentious and that weren't the most complex. And so anyway, Senator Driscoll and I had a discussion. We were having lunch here 6-8 months ago, and we had this discussion again. Maybe this is the time to really look at a task force that could focus on a whole lot of these different contentious, complex issues that we haven't been able to solve in the past. And you all see, if you haven't already, the long list of topics that the group has come up with. And I think those are really good illustrations of the kind of stuff that we've talked about. The one thing I will say is there are some that have come in so many different venues and in so many different forms that there's a recurring theme that they're not going to go away. Our public wants us to deal with them. So that's kind of the background about how the discussion started to get this going. We moved from there to discussions with the governor and other legislative leaders, President Doobie on the commission and the rest of the Game and Fish Commission, and talked about, so do folks feel like this is the right time to move something like this forward? And the answer to that question was yes. This is the time to put something together to go and tackle these kind of topics. When we sat down after we talked with the commission about it, we did that in a public meeting, and the commission actually voted to support the task force. The legislative leadership, Pete and I and the governor got back together and talked about how to go about putting this together, who should be on the group. And, the decision is that this, what you see here, representatives for these different interests across our state should be represented. We put out a process, as you all are familiar with, because you all submitted some paperwork to say, hey, I'm willing to raise my hand. And so then that group sorted through all of those applications and said, hey, these look like, both interest-wise, diverse perspective-wise, geographically, this looks like a good group. And then, that legislative, governor, game and fish group got back together and decided on all of you, basically. Some of the really key principles, I think, from the early part of this was, number one, this is not a task force to go out and just tackle everything game and fish thinks is important. This is a task force to go out and tackle the things that the group thinks is important. We had discussions early on about what game and fish thinks should be what we should offer as ideas and concepts. But at the end of the day, I think it was everybody involved in the early formation of this task force said the group needs to make the decision based on their interest, their perspective, data that we collect on what are the best topics to tackle and how to go about doing that. The other thing, as we've talked about and alluded to, is that, in a lot of these task forces, you see the governor or the legislature or some other entity will appoint somebody to lead the task force. And another key element of that first discussion was, no, this needs to be something that the group decides. Something that the group needs to come up with as far as who should be the leader or leaders, depending on how the group goes, of this group to kind of guide its work. As I see the department role here, we certainly have, we're very invested because it's wildlife. We have a charge, the commission, the department has a charge to manage our state's wildlife and trust. And so we have a direct role, but what I see going forward is we certainly have a role in providing the logistics and trying to make sure this is all facilitated, having the contractor being able to see what we can do with research needs that may come out of this and helping find people to go do that research, or doing it in-house if that's the desires of the group. We certainly have a role in providing information based on some of the discussions that happened early on when we talked about like what are some of these things that have come up over and over and over again that we can't seem to solve. And because we were starting after the formation of the task force, we weren't starting for a while. We decided maybe it was a good idea to put just the information out that you saw that they're not recommendations, they're not advocating for anything, but just information that might help folks who are not familiar with some of the systems that we know may be of interest, so that people could get a little bit of understanding of some of the complexity of those systems. It was definitely not comprehensive. It definitely did not provide information on every single thing that this group's going to study, but it was just something to kind of do to keep everybody focused in the interim until we got this thing going. We will continue to provide those kind of informational presentations as the task force sees fit. And my team's geared up and ready to go with that. They know that this is coming. Don't know yet to what level, but we'll see. And then I think I mentioned this, our role too is to help coordinate research needs that may come out of the task force. And so, that's probably from my perspective anyway, some of the background, but others have been interested. President Doobie from the commission has been, Senator Driscoll's been, Pat Crank has. There's been a lot of folks in here that have had interest in this. And I guess as a way of background, I think it might be helpful if any of you other folks want to add, if anybody in the room wants to add perspective on how we got to where we're at.
Other folks that have been instrumental in bringing this group together or involved for a long time and want to add to how we got to here and how we got to now. Go ahead.
This is Ogden's idea.
It's Ogden's idea. So when it starts getting rough, we know who to.
This actually came out of a failed motion at the TRW meeting. I actually tried to do it at the interim that Director Nesbitt talked about. And I believe I got 2 votes out of 14. Nobody wanted to tackle the issues. They really didn't want to to deal with it at all, and it was more narrow than we are here by far. I came out of the meetings, I was Director Nesbitt, and said, I'm just in tears, because we really have some issues out there that are burning and hard issues. And I'd like to see them dealt with. And he agreed with me, and we went next couple of days to the governor's office. He thought so too, and I applaud all of you for being here, because you're not gonna make friends in public if we actually accomplish things, which is the only reason I want to be here, is deliver. What are we gonna come out of here that actually forwards wildlife management, conservation, and makes it better for everybody? If we do that, you learn pretty fast when you get in the legislature, but it's really easy to vote the right way until you talk to the person that was on the other side. It's going to be hard what we do, but I really believe in it. I think it's the right group of people, and I encourage everybody to use everybody, and let's get good decisions out of it, because if we blow this, it's going to be a long time till it comes again, because these tend to be about once a decade.
Every
Go
2
back,
decades.
they've had these type of deals over the years. This is our shot to do it. We've got impacts like we've never seen in Wyoming, as far as division of habitat, people moving in, game herds, climate, you can name it, and if we don't deal with them. One thing I can tell you, I travel extensively around the United States. There's no state that matches Wyoming for wildlife, period. That's one thing we've got. We've got the base commodity that they don't have, and it's here. It's how do we make it better? Did my right.
Acknowledging how the richness of what's here, and also how the pressure on those resources is just increasing, right? So these issues have been they've been difficult for a long time, and it's not getting easier.
So if you look at a 30,000 foot view, they all tie together.
Yeah.
Individually, when we look at each one of the issues, they don't seem to have an impact on each other. When you get to a 30,000 foot view, you can all of a sudden see some of these issues come together. The habitat fragmentation, the different things we got. It's how do we pull them together to keep our resource? To me, my number one is about game numbers and healthy herds in Wyoming. Past that, you'll find out that's my big deal. Is how do we make it where we can successfully manage game? And that means we're going to have good hunter experiences. We're going to have healthy game herds, and we're going to deal with keeping our numbers intact over the next 7 years.
Other things folks want to add as far as how we got to here? Go ahead, Pete, and then Pat.
Well, I think this task force is extremely important, because we're talking to possibly fundamental changes with the way we do business. But, one of the big issues, the non-resident resident license interface and how they're allotted. That's a major change in how we do business. It's economics, whether it be to the department, it's economics to the state, whether it be motels, gas stations, food stores. I mean, there's some fundamental things, and it needs more discussion than just the commission or just the department. It needs a much broader scope. I view my role is kind of not quite the same, more like an agency, because we may have to draft regulation to do what we want to do, what comes out of this thing. So we need to be very mindful of what everyone has to say. And that's why it's so important this to be an extremely public process. So if somebody has something to say, get it out there so we can all look at it. But the issues of landowner licenses, access, there's a variety of different things. Wildlife populations are extremely important, but access to those wildlife populations by our public is supreme. They want to be able to get to them. They want to be able to have the opportunity. So I also find the game and fish's job is to try to create more opportunity for those resources as well. So
Appreciate that acknowledgement of how, not just how complex the problems are, but the ripple effects, right? If you make some of these fundamental changes, how that's going to impact different people differently, having that holistic approach and thinking about weighing all of those is important for us. Pat, wanted to add something?
I was just going to add to Ogden's 30,000 foot view, and Pete kind of said it, but 90% of our wildlife, particularly in critical times of the year, winter, live on private land. I mean, the Game and Fish manages wildlife on lands that we don't own.
So that relationship between guys like Ogden and all of our landowners is just critical, because you feed the wildlife that sportsmen hunt and fish and generate, so it's just, that's just such a huge part of what I think we need to look at as we go forward.
Amen.
Can I ask a logistical question?
Yeah.
Really, your second one. So we're all very passionate about this. We all bring our perspectives to it. We will hear at times terms or numbers like 90%. There was actually back on conditions with evidence to the data and really try to be objective in validating our thoughts, our passions, and all of that sort of decisions. So Brian, I guess the question I have for you is, as we get into these issues, if we tackle too many, does Fish and Game actually have the capacity to help provide that much data, that much evidence every time we start looking at that? I want to find a way or make sure that we're not overwhelming game and fish, but also making sure we're putting evidence on the table. And I'm sure you've had some discussions internally, but that's really your number two. As we get going here, we just let anecdotal motion run, amok, we're not going to get where we need to get, we're going to rely on you guys really to provide the evidence. Do you feel you have the capacity, or do we have the ability to do that?
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation in that. And if it's information like what we've already provided, that's fairly simple. I mean, it took work and people had to put their heads together and do some work. We can do those kind of things. If we get into more, heavier research needs, I think there's some other tools available where we may not actually do the work, but we may, you and I have talked before about potentially using students at LGC. We have partners at UW who have helped us with doing all kinds of different social and wildlife science before. And so there's opportunities there, but I think it's hard for me to answer that without knowing exactly what the request is. What I will tell you is that no matter what the request is, we will find a way to solve it. It just may not be inside the department. It may not be us that's actually doing the work. Because I really appreciate you acknowledging the fact that we don't have unlimited personnel resources to go and just a whole ton of resources. So, yeah.
Well, for those of us that have followed these types of policy issues across the West, we're going to hear things that get thrown out there. It's going to impact new hunter recruitment. It's going to have, diverse economic impacts and issues. We have to hold each other accountable to saying, let's put evidence behind that instead of just throwing those things out there. But I do worry that means we're all going to look to you and say, okay, now put that together. And Todd and others are going to all of a sudden start scrambling. And so we better be able to prioritize so that you actually can focus and we don't have to overwhelm game and fish.
I do think having being here at the table that's one of the biggest things that I can bring, is to be an honest broker there and to say, yeah, that's a little bit too far, or, we can do it, but it's going to take this much time.
There's a big group of nonprofits out there in the state too that have done a lot of this work that I know what WWF's done, I know has done, Rock Mountain Foundation. They've done a lot of its studies that we'll probably end up relying on some of that evidence, but that is by the Monteith shot and a bunch of stuff too. There's a lot more resources out there than just saddling everything on game and fish too.
And I'll just add, having worked with other groups like this, that objectivity, right, and being able to have data-driven decisions is really important. And there will be times where you don't have the crystal ball to know exactly what financial impact one decision might have or another, right? So we can pull in all of that best thinking, all of that research, and there will still be times where, well, it might be this or it might be this, and as a group, you'll have to sit with that, like, given uncertainty, what's the best path forward, right? So I just encourage the group to dig for clarity as much as possible and to rely on research and all of those partners that are in as well. There will be times where either is a range of possibilities or you can't necessarily pin something down to a number, and it becomes a values decision, right? And that's true too. So I think some of that's captured in the norms, but let's be mindful of capacity and how we can help partners. Other things in terms of context and how we got to here. Wait time is so different in a Zoom meeting and an in-person meeting. I'm so happy to be in person with you all. On Zoom meetings, I'm like, are you getting coffee or do you have nothing to say? I feel good now. So I'll keep these just as far as note taking. I was recording ideas as Brian and others were speaking. And at the end of these meetings, I'll take pictures of all of those and we'll have PDFs of them that we'll put out to online, put out to the group and everything else. So those will be a form of our record keeping. Please pardon the spelling mistakes. I am from that state down south that you can blame their school systems for it. It's sorry. But if I'm capturing an idea that you are sharing incorrectly or not completely, please correct me, because once I take these notes, this is my memory of it, it's the group's memory of it, and so it's important just to vet those. And when we get into especially really heated discussion, I might pause you to have you check that what I've recorded. I'm not going to be able to record word for word what you said, but I do want you to hold me accountable that I've accurately recorded what's there. So you can see just a quick example of that now. My hands will be covered in markers. All right. If we're done with the context, then let's talk about what this is going to look like. And an acknowledgement that we're gonna have a plan and we're gonna stick with it. And also, there's times that it will get messy, and that's on purpose. So for now, we're in June, we're getting on the same page, right? We're figuring out how we're gonna work together. We're gonna start identifying the issues that the task force is gonna tackle, start gearing up for those. But this time is really about kind of setting the stage for our successful work later. I lie, and I have to lie with a question mark, because I'm assuming we're gonna wanna meet pretty regularly. I have in my head maybe once a month. That said, that could be something different, right? But roughly, I'm imagining next month, next time we meet, that we're gonna be moving towards kind of finalizing that list of what are the issues that we might tackle. So we've started with a preliminary idea. We've got public comments that were submitted online. We've got members of the public here today. They can add to that list if there are other topics that haven't been considered. We can do that again in our July meeting, but by July or our next time together, we kind of need to start finalizing that list and then start prioritizing the issues. So we can say, these are all the things we might talk about. What's most important that we talk about, right? And start filtering so we can make sure that we tackle the most important stuff first. That said, I'm hoping that we can find some low-hanging fruit of topics that are important, but maybe less complex than some of the really big ones that we might practice with first and pick up some momentum as a group. So we'll see what those might be. It might be that we just start with the hardest stuff first, and if we do that, that's fine too. Okay, so that'll happen at our next meeting, and we will start hopefully getting into the substance in August and continuing all the way down until we wrap up in fall, winter of 2022. That just seems like a made up number. I was telling Megan today, like writing 2022, just crazy. Anyway, so starting in August, we'll start really tackling the issues one at a time. Like I said, we might be able to start doing some of that in July or the next time we meet. Picking up momentum, but definitely by August or our next meeting, we'll start tackling issues one at a time. By the fall or winter of 2022, we want to have finalized recommendations to decision makers. Now, along the way, new issues might come up. I suspect we're pretty exhaustive already. Like, we know what needs to be talked about, and the list we finalize in July is fine. But if new issues do come up, I would imagine the task force would be open to considering them. You could take, using your decision-making rules that we'll agree on today, you could make a decision about if you want to add that to our month-to-month agenda where it might fit. You might have new information. We might have finished an issue, say in November, and wrapped it up, and then new information might come forward. It'll be worth it for the group to decide, does that new information totally undo the decision you made before? Or is it not all that new, or doesn't impact the recommendation you might make, right? So the group will be wrestling with that. Again, I think these are long-term challenges. You know the information about them, so I don't expect that to be happening real commonly, but it might come up. And then the last thing to be considering kind of in this interim over the next year or so is when you want to actually put recommendations forth. Some groups wait. I do like contract negotiations, labor management kind of stuff. And in those groups, usually they say, we're not done till we're done. So everything's kind of a tentative agreement until the very end. And they save that in case there's like horse trading or something that needs to happen, I guess. Other groups say, once we've made a decision, it's a decision, put it out to the public, send it to the decision makers, let them start acting on it, because actual implementation is going to take time, right? So as a group, we'll need to decide, do you want to wait? This is all public, it's meant to be in the newspapers, it's already on the internet, right? But you'll want to decide, do you want to pass things up the chain to the ultimate decision makers as we go? Or do you want to wait and do it all at the end?
One thing the group should think about it are the timing of the decision makers. So to change license allocation, that needs to be done by October. What, give me the timing, right? It would have to be done by October of 2021 so that it could be effective for 2022. And then if it's take statutory change, you guys are going to do a budget session in 2022, is that right? So.
Yeah.
Yep. So.
Perfect. This is exactly
A
what I'm talking about.
budget session is tough to get a bill passed, very
Right.
tougher than a general session. So I just, you know, if it takes statutory change, I think this group needs to have recommendations to the legislature so they can act in that coming session. And if it's going to be a regulatory change, this group has to have recommendations to the commission so they can take action to make it effective the next hunting season.
Yeah, good.
So I don't know that winter 2022 works. I guess I'm suggesting we need to work faster than that and have something done by fall of 2021 if we truly want to affect change.
Okay, good. So what I'm hearing, and this is part of the conversation we'll get into with the future meeting dates and locations. If there's that sense of urgency, which I'm hearing there is, and some of those deadlines, right, that we need to fit under, then maybe it makes sense to make recommendations as we go and to try to compress, try to do things as quickly as possible to meet some of those.
Well, there might not be that urgency. I just throw that out.
And certainly a possibility. So part of that is that conversation, but I'm hearing a leaning towards as we make progress, let's celebrate it, let's be done with it, let's put it out, and stand on those recommendations. I saw a hand over there. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I agree with that wholeheartly. Some of these things take quite a bit of time to get done.
Okay.
So as soon as we have made a decision, that needs to go forward.
Okay. I want to check in with the group on that topic. I have this fall winter 2022 as like, I think that this thing has like an 18-month lifespan. And so that's kind of our end deadline. So if we have a laundry list of 40 topics, we're going to squeeze in as many of those as feasible within that timeline. If we get done before that, great. If we go after that, I think we're going to be stickier, right? But I kind of have that just as that's what we're going to aim to wrap up the work. But hopefully we can get some things out before that. So let's check in. We've got an idea on the table.
Albert
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Go ahead, Albert.
You know, just to kind of follow up on that, I don't think this fall is necessary for the legislative stuff, but as you look at how TRW runs their meetings, you certainly would want to be in front of them 2 meetings on some of these really hot topics. So as we move into 2022, it would be, you know, I don't know, Jamie, are you July? How's your meeting schedule? Are you June? And what's your meeting schedule this year?
We have already had our first meeting, and our second meeting is in August.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that would be the general rule, probably.
July, sometimes July, October, there's a little bit of flexibility there, but certainly I would say by end of May of 2022, the really hot topics that you want legislative action on are going to need 2 meetings to flesh out bills. Because we can go through all the recommendations we want here, but then it'll go through a whole other set of processes.
So I'll count on you all that have that expertise at the timing of those meetings and what's feasible. We'll be balancing the needs of this group, right? And how much time people can commit, knowing we want a lot of folks here, how quickly we can feasibly do thoughtful work in this group to keep up with those timelines. Appreciate that. Let's talk about this idea of making recommendations as we go rather than saving them to the end. I've heard from a couple of folks that feel good that that's the way to go. And then the group would like to, as we make agreements, we'll talk about what that looks like, but that as we make agreements that we want to push them through to the decision makers.
Well, my first observation would be, first, we're presupposing that we're actually going to come to an agreement on anything.
We're being optimistic, it's day one.
So I don't want to jeopardize that, but I think some things are going to move a lot faster than others. Some of them are going to be simpler. Some of them are going to take more time. Some of them are going to take more process. And so as these things come, I think we just need to kick them out. There's no reason to backlog, because if you do that, it creates 2 problems. One, if it's commission rules, all of a sudden they're inundated with all the other work that the commission has to do. Pretty soon they've got 10 items that they have to act on as a recommendation coming out of this group. Or maybe they could have done 2 over a period of a year and a half. Same thing with the legislation. You don't want to back all this up. If there's something that's a simple legislative fix, then let's just get it done this year. If there's something that's going to be complicated, protracted, needs to go through the legislative process. So I think you just crank these out as they evolve. And if, at that time, then we just start shoveling those into those other processes that have to move forward, whether it's commission rulemaking, whether it's legislation. Either one of those is going to have a certain level of public participation all on its own too. So there'd be notifications and all that stuff. So I think it'd be a really bad idea just to load up a basket and then try to dump that, knowing all the other public processes.
I'm going to agree with that really heavily. If we put 5 issues together, like there's all 5 issues in front of the TRW committee. If you bring the issue at a time in front of them, they're easier for them to bite off, much easier to handle. You bring one of these hot fire issues up and you may take 3 more down.
So I'm going to do what I call a temperature check. And that's to see, are we there? We're in agreement on this. This doesn't have to be a final vote unless we're there. But if the group were to decide, as we make decisions and recommendations, assuming that we do, and knowing that they will all happen in their own time, that we want to kick those out to the decision makers as we go. How do you feel about that as our plan? Again, check in. If you feel like we need more discussion or you want to add more, then give me a thumb sideways or a thumbs down, and I'll check in with you. I've got a hand up. Okay, so I've got two that think that see we need some more discussion, and then Brian had another one. Let me start here on side and Josh, and then we'll go to Brian. Go ahead.
So a lot of these issues are not one topic issues.
Right.
And when you talk about resident, non-resident quota allocations, you have to have a talk about preference points. And you have to have a talk about once in a lifetime licenses. Because without those 2 topics, you don't solve the other. You give 100% of the licenses to residents, and the preference point system is still broken. And my 12-year-old grandson's still not been grocery. So they're, and pretty much all these issues are like that. And so we have to be cognizant of that and be able to make a decision saying, yeah, let's put these issues forward because we've solved all the underlying problems to this point. So I'm not opposed to put things forward and say, okay, if that was an issue, just as long as all the arguments, the foundation of how we got to this problem are fixed to get there.
Good. So recognizing how interrelated some of these things are, I think our problem solving cycle will actually help with that. How you put the boundaries on an issue and the recommendations with that might be really complex. So something might be like done-ish, depending on how you resolve some of those other pieces. So it sounds like if something is not quite done because you have to work out the other details, you would want to hold back until you've worked out some of the other details, and then it might be more of a bulk recommendation because of the interrelatedness.
And then some of these issues are going to require legislative statutory fixes.
Sure.
In conjunction with commission regulation changes.
Right.
I could see several of them on that list that are going to be a combination.
Right. That's a place too where, especially if they require both, right, action from the commission and the legislature, where you all will have to have a high level of agreement to encourage those decision makers to follow your recommendation, right? Because if only half of those decision makers go with it, half will vote perhaps, right? So you're going to need to think about how you can be advocates and champions for the recommendations, so those folks can approve them. If that's what you do. Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, as a caveat to that, I think it's also important if we can prioritize the identification of where those fall within, whether that is legislative, statutory authority, or commission regulation. I think for the public also, I think oftentimes there's some confusion on who's responsible for some of the things that are in place. And I think if we can identify that on each issue moving forward, it gives an education opportunity to the public to know that process, but then it also understands how we connect the dots moving forward in our recommendations.
Perfect. So when you think about those solutions, we know there's these big challenges. When we think about those solutions, getting specific of who would have to approve that change will be useful for us and also for the public, recognizing how those go together. Okay, good. Brian had a comment, and then I see Lee and Joe. Wait, I think that was Ann.
So I was just going to say, I mean, I agree with Cy, but I think, you know, we've got a room full of pretty sharp people here. We're going to know when we see it.
Yeah.
When we've worked through an issue, we're going to know there's enough players here that are going to know what parts need to be fixed to come to a final recommendation. And I'm in wholehearted agreement to get them off the table, get them moving forward, and give the other folks a chance. But I think, like I said, I think we're going to know when we see it.
Okay, good. So it sounds like generally the group's feeling like, yes, move out the agreements as they come, and also recognize some of these are going to be early enough that we're not going to just tick through it real quick, and it might be a package of solutions together. Brian, what did you want to?
Real similar with Sign Lee said. I just think if we're deliberate, when we come to that spot where we think we're ready to be done with the topic, that we force ourselves to say, okay, we've identified the rest of our list.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just make sure that it doesn't have an impact on something else down here.
Good.
And make that conscious decision. And the decision may still be, well, we still want to push it now. Yeah. And that, you know, we'll let that influence our discussion later.
Yeah.
I just think we need to be deliberate about
that. Yeah, that's a really good check to say, let's scan our to-do list and make sure there's not something else we need to discuss before we go on. Joe, did you have one more?
Just maybe to reinforce that as we think about, you know, detailing the information on the policy, specifically for those of us that don't understand all those nuances. When we build out the issue, let's talk about, you know, make sure we identify the process. Let's put on the dependencies with other type of policy issues just to do that. So that's more of a structural recommendation as we actually build the policy issue or the issue out. Let's add all those things in.
I can hear lots of things in the conversation that are leading right into our next agenda topic, which makes me really excited. Because I think we'll be able to address a lot of those things and be conscious of those details. Good. All right, so the proposal on the table, we did the temperature check, we talked about it a little bit more. Proposal on the table is when to recommend, and we're gonna make that, I'm proposing, I think we're there as we go. And so here, finalizing recommendations, I'm gonna take that off. I'm going to just say finish up. We acknowledge that there's an end date. We're not going to do this into perpetuity unless y'all just like this so much. But that's another conversation. But then we have this end date where we want to finish, but the products are going to be coming out as we go with the acknowledgement that there's complexity to that. That's the proposal on the table. How do you feel about it? Everybody comes, whatever you think. Again, by unanimous agreement, you said you couldn't do it, but you did. Nice work, excellent. Megan warned me, by the way, if we all applaud, it's going to blow up the microphones. So thank you for your subdued applause in your previous celebrations. Megan appreciates it. The people on Zoom appreciate it. Good job not breaking the microphones. Yeah. All right, let's turn, we're on to tools for the work. These are in your handbook. This is what we're going to be talking about, but I think this is actually after the next tab. So this is not the materials for today. I think it's after the second or third tab. It says the handbook is in the third tab. Oh, it is page 3. Scan until you see something that looks like a cover of people with puzzle pieces. Starting there, these are numbered pages. These are different tools that I use with lots of different groups. And we can already just jump to right page 4. You see something that looks like this cycle and then people with a blue puzzle piece. So this is called interest-based problem solving cycle. This is a tool for helping groups come together around complex problems and having a systematic way to work through each issue. So rather than starting with a solution in mind and then arguing about who's right, this backs it up a little bit and says, what do we all need to understand about this problem before we dive in? What's important to us in any possible solutions? What might we do about it? Be creative of all of the possible solutions. And then you get to wrangle with what are the best solutions. So take a second just to read this page and then the one right next to it, explain each of those steps a little bit more.
Gary, I have a question. Are you getting this information on Zoom or are we just audio?
They have, I think there are links on the website to all the things that you know. They don't have this. We could share it.
Well, it may help. Just a thought, it may help for viewing and people see what we're seeing a little bit. So that they understand that when we start through a complex issue that we may tackle this a little bit differently than they think we should tackle it.
Yep.
And so I don't know if it's possible. I know it's cost, but we had 15, 20 handouts in here on those days that we were going over today.
Yeah.
That could potentially help people to look at what we're
for sure.
You know.
Folks in the audience, would it help if we put it on the screen, what these folks are looking at? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And I will just do my best to not walk in front of the screen. Thank you, Rusty. And we can definitely put PDFs online, so folks can read those. Sarah, will you help with that?
I know you have a trip drawn up there.
I don't know if the public, if the cameras are such that they'll be able to see that. So maybe you need me to do anything else. I opened it. So save yourself from going on to the next page. Stick on that one where you've got this side by side. Any other questions? I know some folks are just finishing reading. Any other questions?
Question, maybe one more question for Brian. especially during some of that like story and interest, there is so much with each of these that I can't even wrap my brain around. So if there are kind of experts that can come in and speak to, or at least provide some information that have a better understanding of the story of interest, I don't know, if just a clear timeline as an option, hear from.
I love this. Sorry, Brad.
Please go.
I feel like in many ways, you all bring a ton of expertise just based on all those hats that you already wear. And you all can help voice from your constituents those pieces. We will bring in the public comment on each of them. And so that's why the agenda setting will be really important. Like, hey, public, this is the thing we're going to talk about. What else should we know about the story, right? Or what else is important to consider? So that's where that public input will be so important. And if there are specific people that we identify that say, oh, wow, I really want to hear from this perspective on it, absolutely. With your all's permission, we can bring those folks in. And you all will just have to decide if those folks come in by the same public input process that you use for the general public, or if that's kind of expert testimony by invitation of the task force. We'll let you decide once you have your decision-making rules, how you want to do that. So I'm gonna go ahead, Pete.
Well, yeah, to her question, when we get to the licensing, we talk about licensing issues. We've had those tutorials, but it would be great to have Jennifer or somebody here that can actually answer specific questions regarding, because there's nothing going to be more complicated than the license system.
Yeah. Well, there might be a few things, but that one's a two.
So.
All right, good. So we acknowledge that we have lots of expertise in the room, that you all have been selected for that expertise. And also there's times where you might want outside expertise, or you might need more research. And that's a place where I have a little asterisk here. At any time, we can pause for more information gathering. And then, or thinking about the interplay with interrelated issues. Oftentimes, groups will brainstorm options, and then say, we need to pause and make sure there's nothing else we're missing. Or we need to pause, we know these possibilities, but this is totally tied to that other problem. So let's consider all the options together. So this is where I say, this is a really nice roadmap with groups, and like step 1, step 2, step 3, we can just go around the circle. But sometimes we have to pause here. I'm not gonna bring the task force to a standstill and just wait. I'm going to say, let's start with the next issue, start marching it through the steps, and then we can circle back on wherever we started. So that's where it's very sequential, it's very linear. We'll track where we're at with each issue and how far we've made it. But at any point, we can pause, tackle something else, and then circle back to it once we have that information or that guest speaker or whatever else it might be.
I think it's also good if we're going to plan on hitting a certain topic, we need to think ahead of time.
Yeah.
And get somebody here during the meeting.
Yeah.
So we don't prolong it to the next meeting and the next meeting.
Yeah.
We have to kind of plan ahead a little bit of where we're going to go with some things, so we have some experts in the room.
And this is one where, when I think about the speed, how quickly we can get stuff out so it fits different legislative agendas, et cetera. That's one thing that you're balancing speed with thoroughness, right? Because it might be like, oh, we need to wait one more meeting, and there will be a trade-off of how quickly then we can work. But you want that thoroughness, right? So you can feel good about the recommendations once you get there. Other questions about this as kind of a roadmap of how to work through issues? All right.
So just, I guess my comment would be, is really, and it'll go when you talk about public comment. To me, 2 and 4, and then you're missing one. 2 is, you gotta have public comment there. 4, you've gotta have public comment. But another bubble in between straw design and agreement, you gotta have.
Yeah, I would argue that all throughout this, the public has a potential role to play. And also, you can't let it go on forever, right? So giving people ample opportunity to contribute. And sometimes, I mean, I've seen it already with what's online. You might ask one question and they might dump information that fit into all of these, right? And so you can kind of parse out, oh, they're really advocating for this option. But based on the story that they told with that, I can tell that these are the key things that are important to them, right? So you can kind of parse them out, even if the public doesn't deliver it to you, so be organized. But yeah, you're right that there's opportunity for the public to comment all throughout. And even after you have agreement, we've acknowledged that, all right, we feel good about this. We think this is what should happen. You send it to the commission or you send it to the legislature. They will probably have their own layers of public comment, et cetera. So we want to be as thorough as possible. And also knowing some of these decisions might be unpopular at times, right? Some of the recommendations you might make, some of the public may not always love. And that's going to be a tricky place to sit. But if you've done your best thinking, hopefully the decision makers can support it and you can get the public behind you enough for that. Other questions on this kind of cycle? These folks are chewing on it just a little bit. Is this a time where you'd like to talk with the neighbor about it anymore and digest? Or is this a topic where you're like, all right, that makes sense. I know what we're going to do. This is how way it's going to go.
Move on.
What's that?
Move on.
Move on. You see some nodding? Feel good to move on? Elisa, you had a quick hand?
Kind of. I didn't know as far as the criteria with those metrics to be in as a task force.
Yeah.
We will be establishing those metrics. Here's how we made the decision.
Yep. So I'll ask you all when we get to that point. How do you evaluate things? Like for this topic, what are the things? And sometimes criteria is a quick conversation. Usually it's that it has to meet as many of your interests as possible, right? You're trying to maximize the good and minimize the bad, right, of unintended consequence. Oftentimes criteria has to be legal. Although you all can change the law. I mean, you can't, but you could be advocating for changing the law, right? There are some places where, like I heard the Endangered Species Act come up before. You have to stay in compliance with federal statutes, obviously, but thinking about what within your sphere of control, what you can do. Sometimes criteria is thinking about budgetary impacts. An interest is often financial stability in some form or another, but that might be how criteria might be. If it's going to bankrupt the department, that would be problematic, right? So those are the types of criteria, and then you all kind of apply those lenses to start weighing it out. One thing I'd like to call your attention to with this, we haven't talked about it specifically. Often, and I've seen this already in the ways that you all and the public have talked about the ideas for solutions, often we start here. We say, I know, the solution is this. And then we argue about whether or not that's the best idea. This really does ask you to slow down. And even when we get to the straw design phase, you'll kind of look at the list of options as a menu and start pulling the best ideas from that and kind of packaging it together in what I call a straw design. And then you kind of float it out to the group and we'll say, all right, what do you all think of this? And we wrestle with it. And we say, yeah, I like this. This is hard. Maybe we could tweak that. But it's a really interesting time where we get to be creative in how we tweak a solution, right? It might be that your first straw design and everybody's like, that's not right. Like, let's shoot down that balloon and let's try a different one, right? Other times you get straw design, you're like, yeah, that's as good as it's gonna get. I like it. Let's do it, right? So just want to remind you, this is a possibility to be creative, and also there's just a lot of give and take and kind of creative negotiating in that phase that lets us sort through things. And even if you're like, yeah, I think I mostly like it, we've got time before we actually have to sign on and agree or not to it, right? So kind of lets you just pause and consider an idea that you hadn't considered before. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I think when I spent the time on the Grizzly Bear Committee, a lot of times we got so hung up on problems, we didn't allow ourselves enough time to get into the solution. So I think once a problem has been recognized, move on to some other problem.
Yeah.
But don't forget about the solution.
Good, excellent. So sometimes, yeah, people love to tell the story, right? And they want to dwell the story, the challenge. At some point, you've got to shift and say, all right, so what's important to us going forward? What might we do, right? And don't get stuck in that. Appreciate that. if that's one of those facilitator, and the group will tell me, you're like, I'm so done with this story, let's move on. But if you don't do enough of the story, that you're not on the same page, right, before you next steps. Any other questions or comments on this piece? All right, then, turn the page. Decision-making rules. There's a word that's really interesting. Listen now, in your survey, you said we need to have clear decision-making rules that we all know from the get-go. So the first one on the top is kind of top-down decision-making. So like an executive order where whoever the top dog is says, this is what we're going to do, and everybody kind of has to follow along.
Working on it, so it's talked about. Yeah.
No, we're not.
Me, I know you are.
Only in the Senate.
Only in the Senate. I like that little power check. The second one is the person in charge decides, but they take some public input, right? So and when I say the person in charge, this could be the commission, right? Or it could be the legislature as a whole, right? And they make a decision after that public input. The third one is just majority rules, right? You get more than 51% of people in favor, that's what you do. It's part of what we think of as our democracy. We get a majority. And then the last one goes by different names. Some people call it consensus. Some people call it unanimous agreement. I have some nuanced ideas about consensus that I think are more useful. But it's essentially saying we have a higher threshold than majority. I think you need to have more people in agreement, all the way to the extreme of every single person has to be in agreement. I heard loud and clear in your survey, unanimous is not going to work.
Can we vote now?
Can you vote now? So all of these are possibilities, but you haven't picked your leader yet. So I'd be careful about if you're going to just pick option 1 or 2. I want you to take a look at the next page, reaching a decision by consensus, because this might nuance some of what you think consensus might look like. And this group can actually decide what sufficient agreement may look like if that's the direction you want to go. Take a look at that next page, the one with the guy balancing on the yes and no.
Carrie, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Maybe to put our elected individuals and our commissioners on task. I mean, so if you ultimately have to lead the implementation or the change of rules or the advancement of legislation, I'd like to hear from them what decision-making process would be most useful to you to be able to do that.
We'll get there.
Okay.
We'll get there. So it's good to think about how high of a threshold is going to be useful to give confidence to the decision makers to follow through and implement. Yeah, we'll get there. So read it for now. We're gonna have more discussion about this. Don't you worry. When you finish page 7, you can go on to page 8. looks like folks are done or nearly done. If you chew on this a little bit more, you have options here for your decision rules. Going back to that first page, you can just decide top down. One person just decides, I'm gonna work with this group, I'll tell you right now. Say top down with the input, elect a chair, let them listen to everybody, and then they decide. You can have option C, which is simple majority. Option D, which is sufficient. And you can see some different flavors of that on page 8. Under number 3, you have A, B, and C. Give some different flavors of what those might be. And you can come up with your own. And D, a full-on unanimous. You know what I mean? Yeah, Colorado education is terrible. Those are kind of the different ways you might approach this. You want to think about what's going to give adequate cover to the decision makers going forward with this vision. You want to think about what's realistic for this group. You want to think about what's going to feel good that you can stand on, talking with your own constituents after you've made a recommendation. I'm going to invite you to have your very first stand-up meeting. This is based on brain research that you get smarter when you stand up and move, because oxygenated blood gets to your brain. You've been sitting for a while. Your brain is not very oxygenated right now. As soon as I have you stand up, you will get smarter. It's going to be magic. To do a stand-up meeting, you're going to mingle around and find somebody you haven't talked with yet. Task force members, I'd invite you to find another task force members of the public. You can feel free to mingle amongst yourselves and have a conversation on this topic as well, or something else. And I want you to just wrestle with which way you lean, of what you think, what decision-making rule would be best for the group. And if you choose an A, B, or C from that list, or some other option, that's fine. Just think about what amount, what's that threshold, what percentage of you feels adequate before a recommendation is over. So you're gonna, in just a second, and I'll answer questions before I say go. You'll stand up, you'll find somebody new to talk with. I encourage you to just stand for the duration of your meeting, so you're smartest self. If you prefer to sit back down, just get a buddy who will sit back down with you. But just discuss kind of where you're at, what you think about it, be open to their idea, share your idea, kind of go back and forth on it. And then I'll call the group back and we'll see kind of where we're at. Josh, what a question.
Yeah, Carrie, I was just going to kind of reiterate what Joe had mentioned. I think hearing from the decision makers in the room prior to this discussion would probably be a little more efficient with our time.
You want to hear from them before you?
And I think, just the merit that carries in what they hear from their constituent base. I think that's a pretty key component.
Okay. So we're thinking about legislators who ultimately will have to put this forth to their colleagues, and also commissioners. So we can think of current and past commission leadership. What would what's going to give you confidence to put things forward to those groups? And I'll open it up to any of those.
Just the legislative process is majority rules. But that being said, the higher the percentage of people that agree on something, it's very common within the legislative committee processes to send more infractions out to come back with a solution to a problem, because then it makes the legislator's job much easier, because you have some level of agreement. Doesn't mean they like it, but they agree to it. And so the higher level of agreement that this body comes out here, it may be 85% on something and it may be 51% on something else. If a recommendation comes out of here, whether it's to the commission or the legislature, doesn't mean that they have to even take the recommendation up. The higher probability that those recommendations will be taken up and then into the next public process is the ones that are probably going to have the highest level of support. So it's not going to be as simple as just say sufficient agreement or majority vote or any of those things, because on any independent issue, based on the strength of the recommendation, what I would like is to see that we have a super majority on some of these. I don't expect consensus on anything. I just don't. But the higher, if we come out here with a strong recommendation and 80 or 90% of the people sitting at this table can agree with it, then I think that at least from the legislative side, you're going to see that probably take that up and try to move through the next process. If it's 51%, and that's the recommendation that comes out of here, it's probably not going to get the level of support going into either a legislative or a rulemaking commission process. So again, I think that's the way it's probably going to shake out.
So sounds like the higher level of agreement from here, the better, for folks to be able to act on something. I'm thinking about like, what's the criteria? This group is going to put out a document that says the Wyoming Wildlife Taskforce recommends. Right? Does that mean that 51% of us agree to it? Or do you put things out that each time say 85% of the task force agrees? Right? Do you have that caveat? And I've had groups decide that before. They have a whole laundry list of recommendations, but then beside each one shows like what percentage of the group voted for it. So that's a way to do it. Part of it's also to know when you're done, right? Because you might have, say, 50% in agreement with something, but if you keep working at it and keep working at it, you might get to 60% or 70% or something like that. And part is knowing when it's good enough to be done, right? And when you stop working on it, it's not going to get any better. And what happens with those ideas, depending on how much support they have. Anybody would
I'll
have.
echo what Larry said. It can be a whole lot harder for the commission to pass a regulation of barely 51%. We could talk a little longer and turn it down to 49% too.
Yeah,
so
true.
it could swing the other way.
Yeah, sure.
So I would be in support of something in under D. I think the greater level of public support will be there as well, if the overwhelming support is for it. But simple majority, I don't, be hard to get past through there. It's almost like we didn't do our job.
Okay. So if we have something where we just have a simple majority, then you're not going to go waving the flag like, hey, we barely half of us feel good about this. That's not going to feel satisfying to folks. I'll go ahead and go ahead.
So I agree with the super majority, and I also agree with actually let people know kind of where it fell. I will tell you that so I served on the Forestry Task Force and Recreation Task Force, and the governors were almost knockoffs of this one. And the strong recommendations, of course, one of them had to have the entire unanimous end of it. Ironically, they ended up enacting some of the stuff that didn't have unanimous consent that we put into the report. So I do think you need a super majority if you really want to bring it forward with a good end. And I do think you need to say kind of where it was at. Stuff that's really strong is very easy for the legislature. If you're 90% of Senator Hicks said or 85%, you see if this group's cohesive in the way it brings its report out, legislature's going to listen to you. You represent the same thing that we represent. And so if you do a good job of it, it's going to make it easy for us to get it through. But a 51%er, we've been there. Senator Hicks and I've done the 51%er, and it's guaranteed you're going to have opposition in committee on it. So, but I am opposed to unanimous, strongly opposed to unanimous.
I heard that in your survey. It was like, that's not gonna happen. Thank you.
I'm gonna totally push back. If for this group to make a recommendation, we need a super majority, we ought to just go home today. These are incredibly passionate, difficult concepts, and if a recommendation from this committee needs a super majority vote, we're setting ourselves up for failure. I think the alternative is a majority vote of this committee results in a recommendation. And I think we should keep track of what the support is. If it's an 85% vote, we should note that. But, maybe we're just talking.
That's what I brought up.
I mean, if 100% of us vote, I think it does bolster our chances. But I think anything that's voted in favor of by a majority of this group should go out as a recommendation.
So
I agree.
So we're hearing that a simple majority may not be super convincing to your decision makers. And also realistically, it might be worthwhile still, as long as you have a majority put something forward, recognizing that the higher the level of agreement, perhaps the more likely it is that something may get implemented. Let's have a stand-up meeting and talk about it a little bit more. We've heard from our elected officials, so we can hear more. Find something you don't know. we check in from the group and hear your ideas, I want you to turn to the people you've been talking with and repeat after me. Look at the person you're just talking to and say, wow. Keep repeating after me. If it weren't for you, I'd be the smartest person in this room. Thank your partner and head back to your seat. I'm going to hear the wisdom of the group and see if we've landed on an agreement for how we're going to reach agreement. So thank your partner and head back to your seat real quick. So I think it's fair to say that A and B are not going to work, and we have some skepticism that unanimous will be possible, although it might be aspirational. We don't maybe want to have that high of a threshold. I'd love to entertain a proposal based on the conversation we've had, what you think kind of the tenor of the group is. What might you like to define, or what new ideas have you come up with that you'd like to propose to the group? Go ahead, Albert.
No, I'm not going there, but I'd like you to go around to each group rather than somebody raise their hand. So it's not, I think just go group by group.
Would that be, for different decisions, I do that more regularly. For this one, I didn't know if it was necessary. Does that feel good to the group to get a temperature check? Okay, we'll go around and just share if you have a specific number. And if your partner goes before you, you can say pass if that person already shared what you have. Mind if I start here?
No, that's fine. Lisa and I, we talked about majority vote. We just think it's going to be too difficult to get to a sufficient number.
So it's good enough if we have a majority. Higher than that is great, but that's good threshold. Good. Thank you, Jen and Lisa. Lisa.
So we talked about as a task force, if we're like that 50-51%, there's a significant number of us that don't feel good about to put it out there. So we're kind of, working together collectively. So we have most of us feel really good about it. And then once it has been put forward as a recommendation, that whether it's a conversation offline with a neighbor, whatever, we as individual members have to be, this is what we decided. So even if we're not, feeling good about all of the pieces, that once that has been decided to push forward, we're all in.
Okay, so I'm hearing wanting a higher number. I didn't hear a specific number, but wanting that to be higher than just 50-50, so you can feel good about it, talking to neighbors, the public, et cetera. Okay.
Yeah, I would say that if we set our threshold too high, if we don't get anything done, then we fail. I think that's what Pat was sort of saying. So we have to have a threshold where we can actually move something forward, majority vote. But I think what Senator Driscoll was pushing is we have to be able to report or reflect the strength at which we support or oppose something, because that will be incredibly helpful in the process to follow.
I'm going to say and report.
I'll butt in just a little bit. We talked about actually on your negative votes, if you were strong, moderate, or weak on your opposition, because that actually makes a difference sometimes. Is if someone's just vehemently opposed to it, it probably means you're going to see it. A lot of times it's like, I don't like it, but I don't care.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I often see this as like, sometimes if people are on the fence, so they're like, it's fine, but it's not, I'm not going to block this. And other times you're like, right? That's just the best that they can do, which is very different from like, I hate this. I really want to go on record as not liking that. So we often do record that as far as how many people were kind of at each of those levels. Okay. There's a reality check that if you have too many people that are down, they will torpedo, right? They will use the power they have outside of this room to torpedo something with the decision makers. So there's some natural accountability built into this based on the strength of that. So thank you, Joe. Okay, good.
Really nice conversation. I echoed some of the sentiments we've already heard, starting with that majority vote and being able to track and report. The one thing we're talking about, we're an 18-member board, so a 50-50 decision is very possible. We need some way to devise or sway that potentially. I don't know that either one of us is super in favor of having an individual be that tie-breaking vote. That it should probably be more of a consensus base which way that majority actually ends up swinging.
Well, it sounds like if you want a majority and we have an even split, then you would need it to, you would have to.
To have it split, so
10,
but we'd rather not have that rest on one individual of this task force.
Carrie, what we were talking about it is I think before moving forward, we need to set our ground rules of what's gonna happen with a 50-50 decision. Is it done? Does it get one more pass? Does it get four more passes? I would prefer that we, as a group, come to an agreement of what that looks like before we get there.
This is that conversation.
Of where what if we have a 50-50, what do we do with it?
Yeah, totally. So this is that conversation, and I guess maybe there's like a something in between B and C that says we're split 50-50. Do you go anywhere with that? 50-50 to me is not a majority, right?
Yeah.
So
Depends
I
on
guess-
who's on the right side of 50.
And that's why I want to have the conversation now, Senator.
Yeah. This is exactly why we're having the conversation, and this is when it happens, right? So I guess we could add something here, but I feel like a majority vote is the lowest, and a majority is not 50-50. Majority is going to have to be one plus. Now that said, if somebody's gone, et cetera, makes it a little bit. It might not always be so neat and pretty, but that majority vote to me says it has to be better than 50-50. What happened?
Let me suggest something. So Pete, if he's been the master of this on the commission, sometimes, it comes down to a 50-50 vote. I think that would, if we're following Robert's Rules of Order, that's probably a failure. So there's no recommendation. But I suggest that when we get to that stage, we're going to have motions and seconds and votes. And, so someone can make another motion, maybe tweak the proposal, but there's a process that could be sorted out in one meeting.
For sure.
Where we have a 50-50 tie, Robert's Rules of Order, and having a chairman or co-chairman that know what they're doing solves those problems.
Yeah, and that's where, to me, that's all where we're living in that straw design phase. We're all saying, okay, here's our proposal on the table. Let's see where we're at. And if we are 50-50 or wherever, you call the question, but it doesn't have to be a done deal yet. You're still living in the realm of possibility. Then you say, well, what could we tweak about it, right? For those of you that aren't there yet, what could we tweak about it? What amendments could we offer that would get more of us on board? Or how else could we change it to get it over the goal line, whatever that goal line, however we define that. So yeah, absolutely, you can keep working it with those amendments as you go.
So just a technical point there, if we have a 50-50 decision on a recommendation, then if we change it, it is a different recommendation.
Yep.
And so that recommendation that hit 50-50 goes nowhere.
Yep.
If it means we change 2 words in it, it becomes a different recommendation, and then it would get voted on and see where it shakes out there.
Right.
So I guess the 50-50 recommendation means it's gone.
Right, yeah, assuming that you're gonna set a threshold that, at least this or higher, you would say, let's have more conversation, and if you still can't get there, then it would, the record shows that we had a conversation, right? And then there was not enough agreement to make a recommendation with it. All right, I think that was Adam. Go ahead, no, Tony.
Well, I'm talking to Joe, and, I think along with, whether it's a majority or not, you need to have, strongly support or a support. You need to have a section there in sufficient agreement, because I think it's important for the policymakers and for the game and fish to know when there's an agreement that's 75, 85%, that's important. I think that makes a huge difference in their abilities or their agreement on how they would deal with it. Whereas if it's 50% or even 51, that's probably not, that's going to be one where they're going to be scratching their head saying, what do they really want? Or if it's below that, what are they saying? So in my experience with the County Commissioners Association, we rank our bills that as they affect the counties using a strongly support, which is 80, 85, 90%, you know, all from 80 up, and then a support might be 70%. You gotta have 70 to support it. And then if it's below that, if it's 50 or 55, it's sort of a wait and see type thing. And I think we could do that with these issues as well. Let's make sure that the policymakers know how we support. Is it strong? If it's strong, to me, that's a favorable response to that problem or to that solution, and then you can go with it. So
I'm hearing a little bit of nuance and that we want to always report that level of.
I think it's very important for the people to know that how it all washed out. Was it good? You know, was it predominantly positive, or was it up there, or was it, you know, milk toast or lukewarm?
So I'm hearing that there is some acceptance of it. It's just a simple majority that could go forward. That we want to be able to tell the story if it's higher than that.
I think it's important to have it classified.
Okay, good. Appreciate that. Josh.
Yeah, Brian and Rusty and I visited on this. Really nothing hasn't been already said other than individual voter accountability in that record of it. I think that's an important component in this small group.
Tell me more about that.
I think just the 18 members and how they voted.
Okay. Is there, let's just wrestle with that idea for a second. It sounds like there's individual accountability that you want people to be able to be accountable. They went on record as supporting or not supporting something. Is there any disadvantage to having your names attached to how you voted on something?
I think this whole process, the key to this that would be essential for the success to be measured and quantified from this is the transparency. And I think that's important. I think people can read between the lines when they see that. And I think it's important that that's being known.
Okay. Any other thoughts on this topic of how having your name attached or not attached to
I
something
was
might be?
feeling a little bit that we all want this to be successful, but let's just be honest. If there's 51%, all the legislators are on the know, how successful is that? You know, so
Some power players.
Robert, I don't like it, but come out of the drawer.
But ultimately, really, I mean, you know, I think we all want to work towards sufficient agreement. And if it's something that we know it's just really close, hopefully we're going to keep working on it to make it better and get to whatever that is. If it's 66, if it's 12 out of 18, if it's 13, if it's 14, hopefully it's higher. But we do have to be cognizant of the fact that if there's 4 in dissension and they're all sportsmen,
yeah,
I mean, we put them in a tough situation, or if they're all legislators, or if they're all
outfitters or whoever they are, yeah.
we put them in a tough situation that are they part of the task force that their group doesn't support? Obviously, that's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
And it's going to be difficult going forward for them to not oppose that in the future, even though they're part of the task force. I get it. And so I think being cognizant of that and having a lot of documentation on what the dissent is. If there's some dissent, let's document that. Why? And I think you said, I'm struggling and need to talk about this. Well, why? What are the reasons that you're not on board with that? I think that was, I've been on another collaborative process, some of the others in here with the Wyoming Public Lands Initiative. We tried for unanimous consent, but if we couldn't get it, we documented why we couldn't get it.
Yeah.
I think that's important. I think that's important going forward to where it goes.
Yeah. Okay. So you make a really good point of if you're losing all of one camp, to call it that, in decision, it behooves you to circle back and say, how can you meet more of that group's interests, right? Even if they may not love an idea, is there ways that you can improve on it that you might at least get some of those folks on board? Knowing unanimous might not be possible. It will be tricky if you've lost all of one camp. And if they're all the legislators, you're really in trouble, unless it can be a commission decision. But if you lost the commissioner,
It's still a real challenge.
Yeah. So being mindful of in that compromising, collaborating, compromising time, how you really do need to authentically incorporate each other's interests as much as possible for things to go forward, right? It's not a hand here, though.
I think it's really important to have the votes recorded too.
Okay.
I have constituents I have to answer to. Everybody in this room does to some degree. Well, so I think it's important that the final document comes out.
So Representative Sweet, see how I vote.
Any other thoughts on that, the recording of votes?
So if the question
Hang on
is,
just a
do
second,
we-
Pat, we had a hand up first and then Pat.
Well, I guess on recording the votes, I'm very much in support of that, but also, you know, the board I sit on, our decision is final. And so when we make a decision as a board, whether I vote against it and 3 others vote for it or whatever, we still walk out together. I mean, I would liken it when I grew up with 6 brothers and sisters, we might beat the hell out of each other. And when we walked out, we were walking shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah.
That being said, this is, as Brian stated earlier, this board is not making the final decision. So it's very difficult for us to say, you know, the task force recommended it, so I'm sticking behind the task force when we have 2 more layers or levels to go through. So, I mean, the task force might make a recommendation. I think we need to go forward as a task force and say the task force made this recommendation, but this might be how we felt. And so the recording of the votes is imperative to moving this stuff or having it out there for the folks we're representing.
I appreciate that. You just made me think about the strength of this group might also be the ways that you can shape the conversation, where even if you disagree with something and you don't like, say you were part of the minority that didn't support an idea, if we've at least done a good job of considering the ideas and wrestling with the ideas and doing our best work to get the best ideas out there, if you can at least tell that story to say, like, you know, this isn't what the group decided, but I can acknowledge the difficulty of the decision and still wave your flag of what you prefer, right? But at least if we can feel good about the process and if the ideas were really thoughtfully considered, that does a lot in the public as well to change the conversation, to make it less polarized and more productive, more thoughtful in that way. So yeah, so in some groups it is that shoulder to shoulder, like even if you voted it down, you're on the team. I think that the better job we do, the more likely that'll happen organically. But you're right, is that also since we're not the decision makers, it looks a little bit different. Pat, what did you
So
want?
I just think we absolutely need to have public votes. We need to do that in our private lives.
Yep.
We need to stake out, and I've made a living, left-side space. I've made a living on the commission of beating on site yellow, and so I'm gonna pick on him a little bit here. You know, he said, I have a constituency. I urge, and I know everyone has biases, prejudices, thoughts, and we have a dog in the fight. One of the things I think we all need to do is we have an opportunity to do what's right, you know? It may not be the best thing for Pat Crank. I can't draw a jackrabbit license in Wyoming. Even when I tried for 20 years. But it may not be the best thing for me, but we have a chance to do what's right. So such as we can set aside our constituencies. Let's try to do that and just make the right decision for Wyoming and its wildlife. And that's hard, but that's gotta be our goal.
Yeah, that burden of leadership, and even if a decision might not be popular, knowing it's the right thing, and then educating your constituency about why that's the right thing.
You know, another reason why it's important to document these votes publicly is if we get somebody who doesn't hold up their end, and doesn't show up to the meetings and throws firebombs on things, I think we need to be able to read that.
Okay. So there's some accountability in that too. If you're just conspicuously absent and then throwing grenades later. Just an accountability thing. So I'm hearing, and this is all online, so it's not like the votes are going to be private unless we do some sort of secret private ballot something. Sounds like there's a good agreement in Josh's suggestion that these be recorded in terms of who voted how, and that helps the transparency of the process. Still looking for seeing where the group is going to live. We can keep going around the circle. I'm wondering, just to move us along, if the group feels okay with majority, meaning better than 50-50, before anybody says the task force recommends, and that we would aspire to as high of a level of agreement as possible. So to say it's enough, and I'm willing to acknowledge a higher threshold if somebody wants to make the case with that. But I'm wondering if that's the basic threshold, with an aspiration towards getting to as much unanimous or as close to unanimous as possible.
So I just want to, so Pete and I talked, and I want to kind of finish up that piece. And so I'm a unanimous guy. And Pete was, I'm not going to speak for him, I think it was a sufficient agreement. Is that fair? But what we both agreed, I think, which the previous group talked about, is if there is an interest group that does not believe in it, that should not be a recommendation. So as I make my own vote, if I see Adam and I see Josh voting against it, I'm going to vote against it. Because I believe that interest group wasn't represented. Because going forward, it's not going to go through the legislative process or the commission process if we haven't solved that basic, do we have sportsmen, landowners, and outfitters on board with this decision? If we do not have that, it's not going anywhere, and it's a waste of our breath to put it out as a recommendation. That's my personal opinion. That's probably not Pete's, but I'm more direct about it.
So this is an argument for whether or not you're defining it by specific user groups or simply making the threshold high enough that you have to be pulling people from all those user groups.
So you're assuming, you know, I told Pete this. We can't assume that this group represents in equal percentages the people of the state of Wyoming.
Sure.
We are brought together because we
Just
have.
based on gender, I would say you're all.
Yeah, right. And we have multiple hats that we serve. And some of them will be stronger hats on our head than other hats. And so I think it's really important. And it's tough. You know, we may not come up with anything. That's not all bad. A bad decision is far worse, you know, than a failed decision. And so I think if we do not have those interest groups on board, if there's like, and that's my litmus test, just me going around and meet these guys. If Adam, Josh says no-go, I'm a no-go. If Cy says it's a no-go, I'm a no-go. And I think the same though, I'm a landowner, right? I have that bred into me, and there's eastern side landowners. If that's a no-go, it's a no-go. And that's how I'll vote it.
Okay. So I wonder, given the multiple hats that you all wear, when I have like union management, it's very clear. There's two teams, right? And you've got to be pulling people from both sides. They generally have a very high threshold for agreement, right? In those groups. I'm not sure with you all if it would be as possible to define those camps, given the multiple hats that you wear, or if just having a high enough number would be a way to accomplish.
I think that's the challenge that we were talking about. It's not so much what the percentage was, it's what was the percentage. If the user group is totally against it, then that's probably not a good decision. That's not, so whether it could still be 85%. But if a certain group says no, then we need to look at that. So it's not simple enough to say so much percent. It's what is that percent?
Okay. So let's add some nuance then. I'm still looking for a number so we can do some basic math, but then I'm hearing and there is agreement from at least one member of all user groups or something like that. And we'll need to get more formalized then so I know which hat you're primarily going to be wearing. If you're a sportsman or outfitter or tourism.
I don't think that's going to be too hard to determine. If we come up with a subject and it doesn't suit John's sportsman's group, I mean, you're going to hear about it. So I don't think it's going to be real subtle.
Yeah.
Well, even those that wear multiple hats, I mean, you guys have the ability to separate opinions based on industry and personal interest. We're all adults. We're all here for that reason. As an outfitter side agrees with something, but as a landowner doesn't, that's something he has to wrestle with and make that known. So
I'm looking for something specific that I can write down and consider as a group. Go ahead, Pat.
Let's keep track of the issue. We're here to make recommendations after concerted study of very complicated, and issues that people have great passion about. So I'm going to push back against my friend Albert. personally, I think if we make some recommendation on, throw out a topic, landowner licenses, we need to make that recommendation, whether it's successful in the legislature or the commission likes it. I don't care. We're here to do what's right and given our opinion on an issue. I mean, it'd be great if the legislature says, wow, you are a smart group of 18 people, let's do this, and it fixes it. But that's, I can't control the legislature as much as I try to every session in my lobbying activities, and I can't control the Game and Fish Commission, nor can I control the Outfitters Board. So I think our job is to make recommendations, and 51% is enough, and we record what the support is.
Okay. So I'm hearing from Pat a proposal that C is enough. I'll do a temperature check to see how much in agreement. Based on Pat's comments, he's saying majority of vote is enough for him, and to say the commission recommends, and that we will, even with a majority vote, this is taking from what the rest of the group has said, report our levels of agreement and opposition, which would have names attached with it. Which would provide some transparency that if all of, say, the sportsmen or all of the tourism folks or whatever are in opposition, you would see that that block's needs have not been met through that recommendation. And then the group could decide if they want to keep working on it, to improve on it, or just say, all right, that's as good as it's going to get, pass it up to them.
And I think that's a great idea. You know, what I'm hearing, the consensus is, if we have that split, we should try to compromise. I mean, a great, you know, as a lawyer, a great mediation, both sides walk away feeling like they got screwed. And that's probably.
The mediator in me feels, whoa.
That's probably where we're gonna be. So negative. It's just so negative. We need to work on that. That's a great idea. I fully support that. But at some stage, we gotta make a decision.
As long as everybody feels equally screwed, then we've been fair. All right, so this is the proposal on the table. I'm being mindful of people's bellies, and then it's almost 12:05. And if we're not done with this conversation, we will know we need to circle back. Let me just, before I hear other suggestions, and you'll see how this will work in the long run. The idea on the table is that we will say a majority vote is enough, which means if all 18 of us are here, it has to at least be 10-8. We will aspire to greater than that, and regardless, we will always report the level of agreement and opposition, and those names will be attached to that. If that were where we were going to go, here's again your thumbs. It explains it a little more. Yeah, I feel good about that. Feel kind of lukewarm. I think we should keep talking about it, or no, I really don't think that's the right way. I want to see how close we are. That's the proposal on the table. Let me see how close we are.
For majority vote?
This is for majority vote, yeah, and that we can aspire to more, but that we'll just report the levels of opposition. So let me just see your votes. I see thumbs mostly up, some sideways. All right, I've got 2 thumbs down and at least 3 or 4 sideways. So that tells me we need to talk about it more. Let me check with the group. The hardest decision, by the way, is how you're going to make a decision about a decision. You're doing a really good job with this. How is people's hunger level? Do we want to finish this conversation now, or do we want to break for lunch now and come back and finish this conversation after lunch?
So I should say, what's your, I mean, 'cause we might be able to hash it out by answering a couple of questions.
You think it might be fast? Or
I think just by the makeup of the group, that the number that we were throwing out as a benchmark or threshold for this would be 12, which is, 2/3.
Okay.
And I think that's where we would like to see, at least, Brian and Rusty and I in our discussion, is maybe what people's appetite is and how palatable that is to move forward.
As a minimum threshold?
Correct.
okay, so since we weren't in agreement before, our new proposal on the table is that we would define sufficient agreement as at least 12 people are in support.
With all the other caveats that you mentioned of the majority vote.
That we would report the levels of agreement and opposition, names would be attached to those, but that before the group was going to recommend something, you would have to have at least 12 people on, so a slightly higher threshold than before. Okay. Let's see how folks feel about that. This is raising the bar.
What happens if we don't have 18 people?
I think with this, as you phrased it, and Josh, we can check if this is what you meant, regardless of how many people are here, you're saying you need at least 12 of them to be on board.
2/3.
2/3. You want to, so instead of saying 12, you need to have at least 2/3 of the members present.
Yes, I
Okay.
think that's a fair assessment.
Well,
We're 10 or
if I
more.
can interject.
Carrie has to get permission.
Conceptually, the members present, well, does that contemplate then that you can't leave a proxy vote? That you may be on the way here and your pickup blows up and you're stuck someplace? That you can't call the facilitator and say, I leave a proxy vote on a certain issue? So it gets back to the size earlier thing. Every time you pull a string, it affects another string. So if we go with 2/3, is it those present or those that can leave a proxy vote or an alternate? I'm asking the question. What's your thoughts on that?
To me, I'm okay with proxy. I'm okay with something like that. I don't know. I think alternate we need to talk about because these positions were appointed by, I'm not sure about that. I don't know what that policy is. But as far as a proxy vote, you know exactly what you're voting on. If there hasn't been an amendment or something like that to it, then I'm okay with proxy vote.
And what's the context of present? Is somebody on the phone, on a conference call, or Zooms in? Are they present, or is it they have to physically be?
I'd say in attendance or a proxy. So something like that. But certainly, okay, I think we should probably get to that. That might have been later. But,
We're all interrelated. We can bring it now.
Yeah, I think from an accountability standpoint, your vote needs to be recorded, not an alternate vote.
And I'm okay with not having alternate, but I really would like to have somebody proxy or phone call in, or, not physically have to be present if we're going to start voting on some of these. So
Let me make a recommendation, because it seems like if we're going to tackle this question of proxy and what it means to be in attendance, et cetera, that this might be a much longer conversation. With the permission of the group, can I set us up for a lunch break? And then when we come back, we tackle this idea of proxy and also that setting our threshold.
As long as you get 12 votes.
As long as I get 12 votes. Who's in agreement on lunch? Everybody?
Carrie, can we hear what Albert had to say?
Yeah. Go ahead, and then we'll set us up for lunch.
You know what? I'm kind of contrarian. You don't know me.
There's always
And
one.
I've been a contrarian in a lot of these situations where I was like the lone voice on a particular subject.
12 Angry Men style.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so you have to recognize, I'm still not in favor of 66. I think, I disagree with my friend Crank. And I just think if we want good recommendations, we got to work hard to get good recommendations, or don't bring them forward. Even 66% to me in a group like this, it's too little. We are a good group. If we can't get near unanimous, 85%, we haven't done our job. We're not a bunch of screwballs. And so I just really think that in order to recognize the minority point of view in a group like this, we have to, if we want recommendations that are going to go somewhere and not just be, in the legislature, right? It's easy, right? We bring a bill forward, up and down, it dies, goes forward, it comes back another year. We're not coming back every year. If we want a recommendation with legs, it has to be, solid.
So advocating for a higher threshold
Yeah,
with that.
I'm at 85%.
Okay, appreciate that. So when we come back, we've got some other options to entertain, and we can examine those. Let's talk about needs for lunch. We are on our own for lunch, which means you can go get it, bring it back. I don't think the hotel serves lunch. There's like a vending machine or something. There's not lunch here. Folks that are familiar with Casper, any recommendations for places to go? And actually, before we do that, how long do we need? hour and a half, 45 minutes.
The rate we're going.
How long is this gonna take us during lunch?
Yeah, Casper can be busy, so especially if you're hoping to sit down, you gotta get in, you gotta get the table. There's no occupancy limits or anything here now, right? Okay, but Casper can be busy, and I don't think any of you are gonna do the McDonald's drive-through for lunch. So, how long do you need?
1 hour. If we're gonna get any work done,
Okay.
we need 1 hour, but no more.
Okay, so JB's saying 1 hour, so we're gonna aim to be back here at 1:15. Given that that's our goal, that we be back in our seats, and I don't care if you're still eating a burrito or something, but we wanna be back in your seats at 1:15. Recommendations, folks who have the local knowledge of where folks might get in and get some food within that time, and also have some good food. Any suggestions?
Cy or Lisa?
What's that?
Cy or Lisa?
Suggestions? Cy or Lisa?
Let's go eat.
Yeah.
Just sit down.
Sit down.
You can do sit down or take away, but just.
I always pick a place that is alcohol.
I will not judge if somebody comes back a little tipsy. They're usually more agreeable then.
There is a place.
The Lime Lake
that
Bistro.
Hang on, let's listen to ideas, unless you're just ready to go, but let's be quiet so folks can hear.
Lime Lake Bistro is pretty fast if you want Chinese. It's pretty decent.
Okay.
It's on
Roll call.
So in the name of being heard and clear, I'm gonna try to use this microphone. You'll notice I am tethered, so I can't go far, and it's tricky with writing notes. But if you'll bear with me, I will try, because I think it will be helpful for folks in hearing. And if it stops working and I chuck it, apologies in advance. Fist to 5, how was your lunch experience? Fist, it was terrible, and you hope to never go back to that place again. On up to 5. Not bad, feeling refreshed or somewhere in between. Just be polite if you're gonna vote with the 1. How did we do? How did you do? Good.
Okay, so the
Sometimes-
place was a 4, company was a.
This is all learning, and we'll figure out when we talk about future meeting dates, options for lunch, but thanks for rolling with it for today. Couple updates on things. Before we get into the meat of stuff, let's talk about dinner, so we can be mindful of that. And that way, as we're wrapping up tonight, we can have a plan in mind. Brian, go ahead.
So for anybody that's interested, if you want to just raise your hand, Megan will let them know, but there's a place called Rocca's, which is I guess a pizza joint that's good. And the local folks say it's good. So if you want, I'll have Megan call and say, we're gonna have this number of folks there at 6 o'clock. So raise your hand if you want your hand to be counted.
If you think you want to do any sort of group dinner, and no obligation, some of you, I'm done with these people. So just show of hands so we can give them a heads up, since you're a large group. Megan, you counting?
8
I think 10 or more.
I counted 12, 13.
All those who are paying, raise your hand.
I'd say tell them to expect 14. Yeah.
Need the elk and mule deer pizza.
Yeah.
That's
Roadkill.
That's July 1st, it'll be roadkill, right?
Yeah.
I used to live in Oregon, the spotted owl controversy in Oregon, Endangered Species Act, all of that. I went to a cafe that had spotted owl hamburger helper. That was very clever. Not so clever for the spotted owl, but it was anyway funny.
Can I comment on that? I just want to put that controversy to bed.
We're not going to solve
Spotted
the
owl
spotted
does
owl
taste a lot
controversy.
like chicken. It's true.
Wildlife lovers, every one of us. All right, so let's check in on the agenda really fast, and then we'll jump back into the work that we left off with at lunch. And this is an update for our public as much as anybody else. We have done our welcome and grounding. We've done our background information. We are still wrestling with the tools for the work. Part of that is the interest-based decision-making process, problem-solving process. And what we're stuck on now in a deliberative, thoughtful way is making our decision rules. Lest you think that this is a frustrating stuck in the muck process, you are exercising now your group muscles that will be so important later on, right? So just in the ways that we're working through this conversation now, it's good. You're doing things right, and we are wrestling with things as perhaps a foreshadowing, but also as practice for when we do it for real. So I just wanted to thank you for that and continue to ask you to bring yourself best selves to the group as we wrestle with making this decision together. I'm hopeful we can be relatively quick with wrapping up the decision-making rules, acknowledging that we have a conversation about what to do with absences and the idea of proxy voting or something like that, that we're rolling into that, so it might take a little longer. If we run out of, or are starting to run out of time, I might save the future meeting dates and locations conversation until tomorrow to make sure that we have time for our public comment around the preliminary list of issues. Okay, so heads up to everybody, depending on how long we take on this chunk, I might flip-flop and have that look at the list of issues before we talk about future meeting dates. Cool. And we'll make sure that we close and wrap up. It's my understanding we hope to be done at 4 today. Also, we have the room till 7. So if y'all are just so inspired, we could hold you here hostage all the way. We're hoping to still wrap up around 4 and acknowledge that there's important work to do. So we'll just make decisions as we go with wrapping up. Here's what I did while you were gone. I tried to capture kind of the story, since this is evolving into a more complicated decision. I've captured what we've done so far using that step-by-step process that I showed you before. So the decision story that I've captured so far is here. We are tackling difficult issues, and we know that people have strong feelings about them. That's reality. Unanimous agreement is difficult to achieve. We've heard that from folks. Different decisions might impact stakeholders and user groups differently. Okay, that kind of lends itself to why that unanimous agreement might be difficult. We acknowledge that this group makes recommendations. The ultimate decision makers are more likely to adopt or approve recommendations that have high levels of support from this group. Right? We heard that from our elected officials. Stakeholder groups who uniformly oppose something within this group are likely to oppose it outside of the group or try to block the idea at the next level. So if we can't satisfy those user groups within that group, that dynamic will probably continue to the next level, and that may or may not impact the decision makers, but we have that awareness. There's some accountability built in there. And then the last thing I captured is the meetings are public, and how people speak about or vote on topics in here is public too. We're aware of that. That's what I've captured so far from the story. We can add to this if needed, but I think when I think about our interests, you guys are interested in transparency and accountability. I heard that with tying names to votes. You want to have impact. You have an interest in impact and recommendations that go somewhere. It doesn't do a lot of good to, come up with stuff if at the next level it's just going to fizzle and die. It sounds like that's happened before, and that's frustrating. You want buy-in across the user groups, so broad agreement, not just X number, but that across your user groups you've got people bought in.
Could I weigh in on that?
Yeah, and this is one that I wrestled with the word for a while. Go ahead. What do you want to add to that? Because there might be a different interest or a way to rephrase that one. Go ahead.
Well, I'm concerned with that one, and so if I can just illustrate what my concerns are, is buy-in across user groups is an assumption. I think when we look at that on the broad context, that user groups are also equitably broad. In other words, let me use the example. How many residents applied for big game licenses last year? 66,000, 110,000, I don't know. But it's a large it's a large constituency group. And yet you have other constituency groups, let's say licensed outfitters, that there may only be 360 or 600. So is that user group that has a small number equitable in this group? And so are we assuming that each user group that may be represented here on the board has equitable representation across the entire population? And I ask that question because in my own mind, the answer is no. And so when I look at that and say, we have to have buy-in across all user groups and broad agreement, I don't know if I agree with that, because I don't think all user groups that are represented here are equitably represented.
Okay, good. So I'm gonna add 2 things based on that comment, and then I'm gonna set down the microphone and actually write them. It sounds like part of the story is that the,
Carrie, there's only 90 legislators. They have a little bit more equity in getting something passed.
yeah, so there's a couple layers to this.
Perfect example.
There's a couple layers
Four
to
of
this.
them.
One is representation, and that different user groups are a different proportion of the state as a whole. And also they may or may not be equally represented in this group.
I can't deal with the feedback. I think that, and both of those things can be true, that different user groups may or may not be proportionally represented in the room. There's a couple interests in there that I want to capture, and there's another kind of interest. So different groups aren't proportionally represented.
I want to, when you get a chance, I'd like to comment.
Sure, absolutely. So we know that different groups are not necessarily proportionally represented, and whether it's representative of the state as a whole, I mean, there's a whole bunch of different ways you could slice and dice the demographics. But we know that not all user groups are proportionally represented. There's a couple interests in that too. It sounds like one of them is fairness. And I'm not sure if that's the right word. I think there might be another one that we can add. But that
Equitable.
yeah, fairness and equity. That can mean curious about what this might mean to people. What I heard in the numbers is that outfitters might be a smaller portion of the population compared to sportsmen. And how that impacts your decision, economic impact, et cetera, what fairness means to you might be different, but that's a consideration that you want to bring to the group. One thing on interests, and it's true of the story too, you may not see things in the same way, you may not prioritize them in the same way, right? And that's okay, right? So for at least some of you, this is important that you have buy-in across user groups, regardless of proportionality or anything else, that you want everybody to feel okay about it, and that everybody has had a chance to say how it impacts them and they can support an idea going forward. Others of you might be like, you're a small group. I don't care if you are happy or not, right? It's proportionally a small group. I'm fine with leaving you out, right? You might prioritize these things differently, but as a group, we can say, how do we get as much of the best of those things as possible, even if you might prioritize those things differently, right? Some of you might just say, progress. I want to have something to show from our work, right? I don't care if it ends up going forward. I want to be able to say, we made progress, even if it was with just a majority vote. These are our recommendations. And if the legislature or the commission doesn't adopt it, that's okay. We've at least done our job. Having something to show from your work is what you're going to prioritize more. Somebody else might say, no, we need impact. If it doesn't go anywhere from here, there's no point, right? But we can be aware that we want as much of these things as possible, even if you might weigh them differently. Albert, you had a comment, and then Dwayne, I saw your hand up.
I'll pass. We're going to end up voting on this anyway.
Okay. Okay. I wonder with these, so thank you for adding those. Dwayne, did you want to add something?
I guess I got the outfitters probably are a smaller number, but as business interests that are affected by the outfitting industry or non-resident hunters? Are they represented here? Well,
Yeah, so thinking about how different groups are proportionally represented or not, I know we have one hotel owner, but there's other voices that are not in the room or in the room in smaller numbers than they may be proportionally. Yeah.
I don't know if that's part of the, as a group, in terms of our due diligence, whatever the issue is, when we're in that kind of story phase, is truly thinking about this one thing, who does it impact, who does it affect? And to the best of our ability, mapping all those out, so that maybe in between, we as individuals are reaching out to those people and saying, hey, I'm not part of this, help me understand how this might affect you. And then getting the research or the data from some of those groups, so that when we do come back to make a decision, we feel like we've at least covered that spectrum of folks, even if they're not here.
Right. So there's an acknowledgement that you may not always be able to get everybody happy. And also, the more proactively you can get their ideas and be creative, the better chance you have of at least doing as little harm with as much benefit as possible. Okay. So remember, the thing we're trying to decide is how we're going to decide. Are there any other interests that we want to capture? This is kind of not what we're going to do, but what's important to you about how we set this decision making. Okay, so this is where I have a brainstorm list of options so far, and we can make more. But this is a place where I'm going to hit pause, and we're going to talk about when somebody's absent, because these things are interrelated. Okay, so I'm going to show you this list, and I want you to be thinking about where you lean. If this is our menu, which things would you choose off that menu for straw design? Knowing that number 6 is we've got to make a decision about the absent proxy. So one option is, regardless of the threshold, always report the level of agreement or disagreement and include names with the votes. I think that was something that we had broad agreement of, and I think that in the straw design that'll get included. Number 2 is put forth recommendation when more than half of the task force supports it. Okay, so that's the majority rule, but it's got to be more than half of the people that go ahead. Number 3 would be put forth recommendations when 2/3 of the task force supports it. So that's the supermajority that folks have talked about, I believe. 2/3, again, with a question mark about what does that mean if we're absent. Number 4 is kind of like number 1, in that it might just be a slam dunk. Whenever possible and reasonable, work and keep working to get high levels of agreement. Compromise, get creative, try to satisfy broad user groups. Okay, so whatever threshold, always try to get it. Whatever your basic minimum is, always try to do better than that. Get as close to unanimous as possible, even if you're satisfied with the lower level. And then number 5, this is kind of 2, 3, and 5, the ones you really need to choose between or add other options. Put forth recommendations with 85% of the task force supports it. So moving closer to unanimous agreement, having a higher bar. That's something that might, based on your story, increase your impact, right? If you can get that high level of agreement, there's a trade-off that you might make less progress if you have that high of a bar, but more impact, right? So how you weigh those could be, and this broad buy-in, et cetera, might impact how you might make decisions. There are more options. I imagine people maybe brainstorm some at lunch, and we'll continue to add to those. But for now, I'm going to suggest we hit pause. We've got to figure out this when people are absent. And options from this will then feed into options from this. So here's the story that I have so far. Are we okay for this so far? Okay. I'm doing a lot of talking, and you all are digesting your lunch. Pretty soon, you're going to be in charge. All right. So when we are how can we best manage absences? This is the story. 1, we know we have a norm to maximize attendance. This work matters, and you matter, right? You being here matters for it. That's based on your survey results and our norm. We also know life happens. We all won't be able to attend all of the meetings. Both of those things are true. Virtual and phone participation may help. If your truck breaks down, though, in some weird part of Wyoming where there's no coverage, we're not going to helicopter in a satellite. There might be times where you just can't be here, but that might help in some circumstances. Full participation is important. this is what I brought in from other groups based on what I think. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Full participation is important. It's critical to hear and participate in a rich discussion to be able to vote in a well-informed way. Right? If you're not in the room, kind of hard to be as thoughtful with that vote. Some folks may trust someone else to vote for them. That could be somebody from within or outside the group. Some people might feel comfortable with that. And also an acknowledgement that you, not some other person, but you were selected to serve on the task force. That's what I made up while you all were eating lunch, what I think the story is so far. What else do we need to understand about absences and when people have to be gone before we get into how to manage it? What else do we need to understand about those kind of circumstances? Anything or anything I got wrong here?
I do want to pick up on something that Lee said. I do think it should be incumbent within the body here. If everybody here feels like somebody's not carrying the water, I think then they should be that this body say, they haven't been here for 3 years, for three meetings. We have hopefully not 3 years. We have no explanation. It's time to replace. But I think that this group needs to have that ability to ask for governor to appoint a replacement or ask somebody to voluntarily step down.
Okay, I'm going to capture that in terms of the story because you've got an option there if we're meeting people. But I'm going to say excessive absences are harmful to the group.
Unexcused absences.
Unexcused.
And we have to be hard, we need to come up, like I said earlier, we need to come up now with what that looks like and not make it up when it happens.
Mm-hmm.
We need to know right now.
Everybody needs to know what the rules
It's X number of unexcused absences. Are they all in a row? However that looks. I don't want to be sitting around here saying, well, so-and-so, he hasn't been here. What should we do about it? We should know ahead of time before this meeting is done what we're going to do about it.
Right.
And then we don't have to make a decision. It's in writing, boom.
Okay, I'm gonna put a star on that and move out in the parking lot. We're gonna define that later.
Oh.
We generally.
See, we move fast. We're way ahead of it.
I know.
Yeah.
So I don't want to jump to like solving how defining excessive absences and what we're gonna do then, because I think we can solve this piece for now and tackle the rest tomorrow. But acknowledging that we need to be here as much as possible, and excessive absences are they're not good for you. They're not good for the group.
Are you looking for more options right now?
No, anything else to understand the story?
Are you looking for our opinion on proxy voting or absences?
I can tell we're ready to get there. Those proxy voting and those kind of things are all good options. So I'm going to stick this up. And apologies for Megan and I are trying to creatively manage our wall space. We'll put the screen back up later. But hopefully this works. So before you jump to the options, this is tricky because it's our first day. I want you to think about your interests. When you think about when somebody has to be gone, not what should we do, but what's important about how we handle that situation. What are the values that are important? We want to preserve. What are we going to do?
I think part of it's been, the verbiage has been used, in terms of bringing our best selves, it's been informed. So even if you're going to be gone, like I know I'm not going to be here in September, it's on me to figure out what information do I need to have, what discussion, who do I talk to in between, so I'm not just stepping in cold, right? I have a pretty good understanding of what was talked about, or the information that was shared, or the research that was shared, and be prepared with that when I walk back in. It's not a waste of everybody's time saying, oh, I wasn't here, so tell me what happened.
Okay. So there's some kind of a conscientiousness. I don't even want to start to spell that one. But to be well-informed task force members. Okay, good. Other interests?
Well, there's no reason if you know in advance that you're not going to be there also, that I would expect that a task force member would look at the agenda in advance, be prepared for that, even if they know they're not going to be there, give some input to somebody else or you, the facilitator, the chairperson, whoever, make sure that those things, because you might potentially miss out on a whole issue if you're gone for one of the meetings. So responsibility to put forward your ideas or your thoughts on that.
So it sounds like kind of putting the onus on the task force member to stay informed and then proactively share ideas, kind of do what you can to still contribute in your absence. So responsibility, accountability, proactivity, another one. Go ahead, Pat.
I mean, this is about making this a priority in your life. I mean, we're all busy, you know, I have a day job. So I just think whenever possible, you need to be here. If you're not, you're gonna miss out. I mean, that's harsh, but that's, you know, I missed several commission meetings when I was in a hospital in Denver after a car crash. Other than that, I made it a priority and I got there. That's what we all need to commit to. And if you can't, then get off. Sorry, I mean, I'm gonna be mean, but you know, and there's no way with 18 people we can come up with a date that works for everybody. So I think that's the bottom line, and then you need to figure out, are we gonna allow proxy votes or are we gonna allow substitutes? So I mean, I just guess we're ready to get there, I think.
We might be, yeah. And what I'm hearing though is that you have an interested commitment to people demonstrating their commitment to the group and being accountable. And if you're not here, that's hurting the group, it's hurting you. You've got to be committed and you want people to be accountable.
It hinders the group.
Yeah.
You know, we've all been on boards where someone misses a meeting and you come in and there's been a healthy, robust discussion and the board has made a decision and you come in and you have no idea what went on. And you know, it's not fair to the rest of the board members to rehash the same issues and go back to the old issues that have already been decided, so.
There's a value in their efficiency. Right, but if you're having to rehash things because somebody's been gone and you're always trying to catch them up, that's inefficient for the whole group, right? So you want to be efficient with everybody's use of time, who's here and putting in the time, okay? Anything else in terms of interest?
I guess I'd also say, this is an amazing group of people sitting around this table. I mean, think of the brain power and the wisdom and the experience in life affairs. It's important we're here, but that's why we're here. Collectively, we're like 2 billion.
You know, lots of IQ points.
Yeah, I mean, we have an amazing collective IQ and we have an amazing life experience pool. That's why these people got picked.
Yeah.
Other than me, but you need these people here to solve these important problems.
Yeah. I think that's what I was thinking about with the work matters, is you matter, right? You were picked to be in this room, and there are other people who wanted to be in this room and are not because they didn't get picked, right? So you've got that burden too, that you got picked to do this.
So I think a concern that kind of dovetails off of what you said, you know, say we have somebody 11 months from now who misses 3 in a row and is out, the comfort level of appointing someone new, when we're a year in, right? How do you make up that ground?
That sounds like
So we may end up with 16 or 14 when it's all said and done. Because at what point is it damaging to appoint someone new? There's that much discussion.
Yeah, my only comment to that is as much as I like to encroach into executive powers, I'm not gonna be the guy that tells the governor he can't replace somebody on here.
They've missed too much.
So, but it sounds like the group has an interest to the degree we get to decide what the governor does. We have an interest in continuity and that strength of relationships and the rapport and the groove that we're gonna get into. But that's hard to just, it's not cogs in a wheel. You don't just take them in and out, right? Maybe good. I don't know. If you try to here, if you want that continuity. Any other interest before we get to the options?
Carrie?
Yeah, thank you.
I just think, I'm not very comfortable with saying, oh, you have put somebody else come in for you, or alternatively, even have someone else vote for you. I think we were all selected because we have a diverse interest base, and you can't be like me and how you're going to react to things. And I just am a little bit worried about the proxy votes. I'm kind of comfortable with, but then we talk about amendments, and maybe that's too far down the rabbit hole right now. Whether if we amend it slightly, and I've given you my proxy am I still a yes with that or not? So that's a little bit trickier, but I just don't think we can substitute in someone for Joe or Lisa. I just don't think that works. I think that's not something I'd be comfortable with.
Okay, so let's talk about options, because I can tell we're itching for it. One option is no proxies. No proxies, no subs. If you're gone, you're gone. And you live, deal with it, okay? Another option, give me another flavor. This is brainstorming, anything's possible. We'll evaluate them later.
Proxies.
Proxy, no subs.
And what, tell me, the proxy means,
Within the task force,
You could send your vote in ahead of time.
or let someone, or let a task force member carry it. You do it there to try what I'm saying.
so you can have a proxy of someone who's already in the task
But
force,
I'm just saying. different ideas.
to represent you.
So if I nominate John, I can call Rex and say, hey,
This issue, I'm gonna vote this way.
be my voice.
So I guess what I'm trying to clarify is there's a difference on a proxy per issue or a blank proxy. So if I give Joe my proxy for anything, then I've agreed that he can vote my vote on any issue. Or you can send in and say, on this issue, you can carry my vote, but nothing else. So that if we're gonna go with proxies, I just think we need to clarify, how they can be used.
So give me an option to flesh this out a little bit more. The absent member can, what would you prefer? Could absent member just articulate?
I don't like packing proxies blank, just don't accept the power or somebody if you get there. I'd rather say issue A, I vote yes or no, or.
And that, I wasn't advocating for either way. I just said we need to define if we're gonna have a proxy, it should be, so I'll just throw it out there, proxy on per issue.
Okay, so proxy by issue.
I guess I'm good with the open proxies, as long as you guys give them to me.
Of course.
What's wrong with that?
Open proxy, all to Larry.
We've tried that before, it didn't work.
And again, when we say proxy, we're saying it's somebody within the task force. A substitute would be somebody coming from outside. Isn't that right? Just want to make sure we're using this language. Oops.
No subs.
So this is proxy by issue. Option number 3 is open proxy across issue.
To Larry only.
Huh?
To Larry only.
To Larry only. Do you really want me to put the Larry on there, or can I just
No,
make this?
she'd be a smart ass.
I like to not criticize on brainstorming, but
Email interview.
okay, so is emailing in the vote, is this instead, this is I'm not.
You don't give it to anybody except the chair. It's not a proxy.
So this is, and the, so with this, oh gosh. This would be, if you know in advance, you've had enough information, the conversation isn't probably gonna change your vote. That's just set, rather than a proxy that could maybe be swayed by the conversation. Okay. So email your vote to the chair in advance.
Or the whole group, decide that.
The chair would probably share it with the group, or you could just, for transparency.
Yeah, my recommendation on that, at least just where I'm coming from, I'd rather have it go just to the chair or co-chairs if that's the case. The reason why is because a reply all is not totally something we want to do, I would say. And that sometimes spurs that. Somebody puts that out in the group and then somebody else says, I agree. Try to stay away from that.
Yeah, you can stir up all kinds of online drama.
And can we just modify, don't put email, just contact your vote. It could be a text, it could be an email, it could be a phone call. It could be during lunch break. Versus have to email in advance. There's going to be issues that come up. Somebody may not be able to attend in person. they can talk to the chair, say, here was the amendment during the lunch break, how do you, you know?
Okay.
So I just think contact the chair. I don't know about the advance of the vote, but
I have a question.
Yeah.
Where are we at on the virtual and phone participation? If somebody wants to participate by way of Zoom, I can't possibly be here in person, but they're out of state or whatever, yet they can tie in. I think they should have every ability to be part of the meeting just like anyone else. We've gone through the whole COVID thing and we don't like it, but it's definitely a way of participating, and maybe that can preserve somebody from missing 3 in a row or whatever that comes to be. They can give their own vote.
Okay.
I just was curious where we were.
So, yeah, so this is an option. One way to deal with absences is to allow phone or participation when necessary. We set up for that and the group can accommodate that. Okay. Other options we want to consider? Again, this is creating a venue that you can pull from later.
Substitutes.
Okay, allow for substitutes. And that would be somebody coming from outside the group. that-
We gotta talk
that
It's going down.
That's an idea. I could send Brad Pitt in here. So.
All right.
Lisa's all right.
Hang on just a second. I think Joe had something in the meeting. Hang on just a second. Joe had this waiting.
So just more of a clarification on the options.
Yeah.
If we take either 2 or 4, that presupposes that the decision on the table is well-defined, firm, and well-communicated before we meet.
Yeah.
I just don't see that as being feasible, especially around these issues. So if we're either going to be giving some general guidance to a proxy that's on the task force, or you're giving that to the chair. I would not want to put all that burden on the chair. So
you're getting into the evaluating of the options, which is fine. I can tell we're getting ready to get there. But yes, there is a trade-off. If this assumes that it's all fixed and these things are going to be dynamic, we're going to be learning in the meeting. So something like this would give you more flexibility, that somebody could put themselves in your mindset and feel empowered and trusted to respond as they think you would respond. So you can choose your proxies accordingly. Okay. Lee, go ahead.
I was just going to speak about the substitutes, and I think everyone else is against it. I was on a task force that then Supervisor Nedzik put me on and quickly left town, but I'm not bitter. We allowed substitutes, but it was a local group and the substitutes had to attend the meetings as if they were a member. And that was the only way we allowed substitutes. That's not going to happen with this group. So I think substitutes is just it's a no-go.
However, you brought up an interesting option. I'm just going to show this for process purposes. If you have regular alternates that always have to attend things, that is too burdensome, right?
For this group, for
For
sure.
this group, it's too burdensome, but you can see the possibilities here. It's a way that you might be able to allow substitutes. I think you would shoot it down, but you can see process-wise. So one idea is this, another idea you can spin off and be creative that way, right? Any other options you want to consider? All right, so I think that for this decision, our criteria, it's enough to say we want to satisfy as many of these interests as possible, right? I would like to invite you now, just a second, because you're digesting your lunch. You're going to have another stand-up meeting. And as you do so, I want you to talk about which of these ideas you like the best. You might say, forget it. My top priority is the accountability and proactivity. I really think number 1 is it. No proxies, no subs, and also you can't phone it in on Zoom or whatever. If that's what you think, share that with your partner. If you have a more gentle idea, you could say, no, I really think number 2 and number 5 work well for me, and this is why, blah, blah, blah. I encourage you as practice for when we do this later, the more you can speak of this in terms of your interests and how some of these help you get to these, that will help you. Okay. So stand-up meeting, this is you making a straw design, and from this, when we come back as a big group, I'm going to say, all right, let me hear your proposal. Somebody float a straw design up here, and we're going to try to nail it. But the first, we'll see. The first straw design we put up here was one that people are going to feel good about. We can run with it. We'll see if we have to wrestle. But Find somebody new to talk to, groups of 3 or 5, groups of 2 or more efficient. Audience members, feel free to do the same if you like, but just pair up with yourselves and not with the task force. Around the whole room on this one. See if we can quickly piece together a straw design and get agreement on it. I might fail. I'm hoping for Yahtzee, or I don't know, perhaps, whatever's the big thing to get, perhaps. I'd love to hear a proposal from somebody. We'll call this straw design 1. What pieces of this would you pull in to meet as many interests as possible.
Okay.
Go ahead, Josh. Saw your hand first.
So allow the phone and Zoom participation,
Okay,
coupled with no proxies or substitutes.
okay, so allow phone and Zoom and no proxies or substitute. We're gonna do a quick temperature. Well, before we do that, Josh, do you want to speak to how that is meeting the interest that the group identified, kind of make the case for that combination?
Well, sure. Certainly the phone and Zoom participation and your efficiency, maintaining continuity, I think that all ties and is pretty self-explanatory.
Okay.
I think the no proxies or substitutes or alternates, whatever you want to define that as, I think that just comes down to the basis of our very first application to this process was the commitment that you laid out there in your absences.
Okay, all right.
I think the idea of an alternate or a substitute and the content that will be discussed and being able to maintain momentum in that is probably not good.
Okay, all right. So we've heard the case for that one. We've heard how it's going to really meet the interest in that accountability, commitment, allowing for the efficiency, that the group can keep moving forward, et cetera. We're going to hold it up here and dangle it. Any reservations or concerns where you're like, I don't feel great about that? Go ahead, Ty.
Okay, we discussed the same thing, no proxies, no subs, and allow Zoom or phone participation, but view it similar to an absence. Don't want to see somebody make a habit of being on Zoom 3 out of 5 meetings. I think we should view it as its last source, it's a last option for you. And if somebody becomes a perpetual Zoom participant, you just miss too much. You just too much of the conversation, body language, discussions. I think it's a bad way to do business. Allow it when that was an option.
So kind of leaning in that same direction of that accountability and even this being like as a last resort. Try to avoid this, but keep it as a last resort. I'll give that.
Thank you. Yeah. I like the Zoom deal and I agree with the non-abuse of it. I do like proxies. I think as long as they're individual proxies that are left either with the facilitator or the chairman, I'm happy with them. And then I think the absence is, there's a difference between excused and not excused. Just leaning over to Representative Summers. Part of our schedules, I can tell you, and you probably saw it, but I've got probably 4 or 5 dates that are hard no's out of the first run you did, which is the roll of the dice. If it hits them, I could have 3 absences right off the bat. My calendar's fairly full, not making any excuses, doesn't matter. Don't expect anybody to go around it. But I can tell you this, I'm dang good at going back and listening to Zoom meetings. I've done it a lot. You keep yourself informed and able to do it. I think it's unfair to kind of block it out if it's not your fault and you couldn't go.
Okay. So I'm hearing maybe a little more flexibility, some reservations for here, and that's true that for many of you, some of the dates we floated initially, many of you have across the board have some hard no's on those, and if you're going to be absent and people still want to have this date. Pat and then Lisa.
So this is really rare that Ogden and I agree on. We also talked about, the chair should be able to decide whether it's excused or unexcused. If you're going to miss a meeting, call the chair, email the chair, and the chair can say, that's real, you're okay. I think it'd be a tragedy if we canned off Ogden or Jamie or whoever because they had scheduled legislative things. I mean, those are excused absences to me, so we got to make allowance for that. Specific proxies on issues. I hear what you're saying, Joe, but I think as I envision this, as we study things, I mean, we can, as a group, say, okay, we're ready to give a recommendation on 9010 and landowner licenses. So we're going to know it's coming. And I'm okay with a proxy vote on a specific recommendation. I'm not okay with general proxies because you're giving one of us 2 or 3 votes, and that's unfair.
Okay. So let me just check in because I'm hearing some reservations that this might be too strict. If that's the right word, it might exclude people.
I'm okay with specific proxies. I think this.
Same as
So preference perhaps for number 2 instead of number 1. Let me check the temperature of the room. If straw design number 1 is, we want to go with number 1 and number 5. How does folks feel? Yeah, feel good, like that. Not so sure, or thumbs down, really think that that's.
What are we voting on?
Voting on number 1.
You're voting on straw design number 1, which says our rules will be no proxies, no subs, but you may participate by Zoom or phone if necessary.
Can we just vote on number 5 first?
Well, let's pick off the easy one, substitute. Can you give substitutes?
So let me take this as a package proposal, and then I'll take straw design 2, because I think there might be some provisions that will be helpful for it. So straw design 1 says we are gonna do, and I should call it A, something different. But this combination, adopting number 1 and 5 as our rules, is what you are deciding on. I see a lot of, not a lot, but it's a good number of thumbs down, at least 5 of them. Okay, so let's go for straw design number 2. Think about where you heard reservations and let's make an improvement on it. What might be in number 2?
So number 2, could we vote on number 5 and if we get agreement on that, then modify that?
Okay, so let's check for number 5 first. How do people feel number 5?
When necessary.
When necessary.
No abuse.
Okay, no abuse. All right, that's good. Let's couple it with something else. And I'll highlight
Maybe
it
we ought to
when
vote on this
necessary.
tomorrow after we set the calendar.
Yeah, right? So, I wonder if because we still need to decide if this is a possibility, and enough people saying this is not gonna work for them. Do we have an alternative that will not lose too many of our yes votes, but might flip some of them that were down? Go ahead.
Not quite there, I think. But one of the things Rusty and I talked about is just the caliber of folks in this room. And so in our discussion, unexcused was just a no-show. I mean, you don't let anybody know, you just no-show. And everything else, I mean, just based on the level of this group, if you no-show, that's a bad thing. Everybody else is gonna try to do whatever they can.
So if somebody is, AWOL, is that the right word?
Yeah. Excused, unexcused is the way to put it. The chairman
Yeah.
can decide it.
Yeah.
I was that way. I just canceled plane tickets, folks, for tomorrow. I was supposed to be gone tomorrow. I just canceled out the other part of it this morning. And we're gonna run into that through. I know Albert, Larry, myself, we all have committee meetings. It's probably some of them are gonna get caught because they're not at the same time.
Okay,
James,
so,
yeah, excuse me.
and again, this is maybe gonna parlay into defining excused and unexcused absence and leadership and chairs, but I'm wondering if we, pending this decision of what would define an excused or unexcused absence, I'm hearing a new option that if you're AWOL, if it's an unexcused absence, you have no proxy and no vote, because there's no plan for what you're gonna do to communicate with everybody. So adding number 8.
So maybe number 8 is the chair will determine whether it's excused or unexcused.
Yes.
Chair or chairs, or co-chairs, whatever that is. We just leave it at that.
So chair determined, unexcused absence means no proxy, no vote. Let me just check in on number 8. If we are coupling number 5 with number 8, do we feel good about that piece? If you haven't communicated with anybody, you show up for, okay, all right.
She got a car wreck on the way there.
Have what?
Car wreck on the way there.
Yeah, so
That's automatic.
if you do have a car wreck on the way there, the business is gonna proceed without you, because we don't know the difference. And the
But if
chair.
you're given the chair discretion, they can make that call. They
Yeah.
don't have to have a bunch of rules. They can
Yep. Okay. So right now, our strong side number 2 has number 5 and number 8. We still need to decide. People weren't as excited about this. Rusty, do you have a?
So Elisa and I talked about number 2, and there's a lot of brilliant people in here. I think we all know that. There's a lot of work that goes in between meetings. Just because somebody's going to have an excused absence doesn't mean you're not going to put a lot of work into that. Have communication, put in a proxy, or even put in some things in writing that will help with the decisions that are going to be made. To not allow any kind of proxy on something that somebody might be extremely knowledgeable about I just think that's not fair to the group, not fair to specifically some of the legislators that have schedules that might be really tough to work around every time. Just a thought. So we were in favor of 2.
I'm gonna add to this, based on what you said, that, and this is building off of your interests, that the absent member will kind of get informed and proactively communicate when they are kind of selecting their proxy. It's not just, oh yeah, take care of it for me, but that you are gonna stay up to date on things and you're gonna be actively communicating your needs. So Rusty, is it fair that you want to add number 2 for our consideration, strong side number 2?
Please.
All right. So strong side, we know that these number 5 and number 8 are going to work, even if we end up on strong side number 3. 5 and 8 we agree to. Can people live with this? We like the high accountability, commitment, et cetera of this. Can you live with the flexibility of people being proactive, staying well informed, communicating actively, and making a proxy from within the group by issue if necessary? Can you live with that? We got 2 thumbs up from Larry, but he doesn't have a proxy. Nobody has designated that we have 2 thumbs.
I have strengths
So
proxy.
hang on, keep them up because I need to see. I've got 2 thumbs sideways and 3 thumbs down on this. Okay, so we're getting closer because I think before we had 5 or 6 thumbs down. Folks that are sideways or no, tell me more. How can we tweak this to improve it?
It's the power thing. It's if somebody shows up with 2 proxies and they're negotiating or talking through this process, it's basically sitting there with 3 votes.
Oh, if somebody shows up. So if say Jen and Lisa are going to be gone and they both designate Joe to be their proxy, then Joe,
That's a 3-vote
that's
negotiation.
concentrated power in one person. Okay. So I wonder if there's a way that we can amend this.
It is.
Just a 1-to-1.
There is a way.
Have them show up.
So they have to show up. We're looking for the compromise that doesn't overly concentrate power, that helps hold people accountable. We don't want to
So
lose
there's an
that.
easy way to do that.
Yeah.
That is
Go ahead.
an individual proxy on an individual item that is sent to the chairman or the facilitator individually. It's not passed to another member of the task force. It's for voting on X, Y, Z. And you tell them yes or no to either the chairman, co-chairman, or the facilitator. That way the rest of the group doesn't know how they voted, so the discussion goes on. But they still have their vote. It's not someone being able to stack them up or later.
So one alternative to 2 would be something like 4, where they send it to the chair in advance. This is one where just process-wise, I would not be comfortable receiving those.
So be chair of that.
Yeah, the chair can do that, but that's a place where I can't play that role. I wonder if there's other, so this is one alternative. I wonder if there's other alternatives that would address size concern or concentrating power. Yeah.
So if we allow them to participate sparingly via Zoom or phone participation, can't they vote at the same time?
I think this is assuming, let's say,
Say if I'm at a funeral,
right.
and I log on to Zoom and participate, will I not be able to vote through Zoom on an item?
Yeah, so
Yes, this is
assuming,
for somebody's gone.
this is kind of the worst case scenario where you're gone.
Zoom doesn't work in my office a
Yeah.
lot of the time, which is in the mountains.
Or
So-
you're at the funeral and choose, you know what, I want to be at the funeral. And I want, yeah, whatever, you're on an airplane. But that you are not going to be able to do number 5. Lisa, an idea on this?
I don't know if it's just a kind of a 1-to-1 ratio, right? If I reach out to Joe and say, this issue, this is what I know, this is whatever, so this is where I'm leaning, would you proxy vote for me? And then 2 days later, you reach out and say, hey, I'm not gonna be there, Joe, and say, I'm already speaking for Lisa. I've got my 1, I'm out. So you can't proxy more than 1 person. You can't carry it through your.
Option number 9 is allow proxies
1-to-1.
on issues but limit to, I guess, 1-to-1.
The one person could carry 3 or one person could carry.
So here's another option, Gary.
Yes.
So what if the proxy is allowed, issue specific, and if the chair determines that after the proxy has been provided, that the debate has, significantly changed the proposal, that the chair can make a decision to say, no, we're not going to be able to do proxies because this thing's changed through our debate and we can't do it. But I mean, let's say we leave a meeting and we say, okay, we've got all the information, we're going to give you till next meeting to think this over, but the first thing we're doing at the next meeting is voting. I mean, what difference does it make?
Based vote.
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference if you are sitting here or whether you call one of the chairmen and tell them that this is what I want, this is how I want to vote.
See, and that's where I get comfortable. It's the discussion changes and then I would be burdened with Larry's proxy and I'm going, God, I'm not sure whether to think about this now. I don't know that I want that responsibility. So without the game, so what you've just proposed, I would be fine with proxy.
So once an amendment has been placed, then the proxy's thrown out.
But you can still let the chair make that call, because what if it's a word change that's not significant?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so.
Wow, let me jump in.
No, we don't need your opinion.
Okay, we're done.
I'm sorry, we're making this way too complicated.
It's getting complicated, but boy, isn't it fun to be
It
creative,
ain't-
Pat.
This is not fun. A proxy needs to be in writing. It needs to go to the chair or the co-chairs. And once it's made, it's voted. If we vote, then it's voted. You can't leave the poor chairman with the discretion of whether this is significantly changed or it's much different. I mean, it's one vote. It's got to just be voted. And it's got to be in writing. And it can't be to Joe or it can't be to Cy. It goes to the chair in writing, and then it's done.
And then Pat, if the substance of the vote changes during the discussion and debate, the proxy's gone.
No, it just stays. Same way we do in the legislature. It just hangs.
And what you do in the legislature is you put it into your secretary. I vote aye if this question stays the same. If the question changes, then I still vote aye or I vote no. So you might be comfortable with vast changes and still be an aye on the issue. And I agree, you gotta have it written, it's gotta be, yeah, but that's my advice.
I wonder, and I don't want to insert my own presuppositions into this, but I wonder if part of who you choose as the proxy.
It doesn't matter if it's in writing.
Doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter. You just say the
No,
chairman,
no,
it just
no.
says.
Well, okay, so I put it in the writing to the chair that you are ceding your power to that person for that issue. Is
No,
that-
So if I'm not talking about that.
Binding contract, you sign that I will vote yes on X, Y, Z unless amended, and then I will vote either yes or no.
But can you put the person that you are choosing to be your proxy in writing? Is that what you?
It's the chairman. He just says I have a proxy and I like how it's chairman's the only one that knows. It just says he holds the proxy, send it to Joe. Joe's holding my proxy. When the vote comes, everybody votes and then he opens the proxy up and says, I have a vote from Mr. Driscoll on the task force that says he votes yes unless amended, and if it's amended, he votes no. It's that simple.
So I feel like part of this is if your proxy is empowered to roll with the changes, that allows them to continue on.
Not at all.
Not at all.
It's decided the day that written proxy goes to the chairman. I vote aye if it's unchanged. I vote no if it's changed. I vote aye if it's changed.
Okay.
It's all in writing, and there's no discretion on the chairman or any other member of this task force to vote differently than what's in that written document.
So if I hear folks making a case for number 4, and I don't know what our temperature check is on that. Number 2 is not necessarily.
I'd like to vote on what
Yeah, I think we got a
Craig
lot
just
closer
said.
with
I
that
think it's
last
a
one.
great explanation.
So let me capture that as number 11.
And ma'am, we need to quit combining things. I'm sorry. It's horribly confusing sitting here. Pull out the big issues. Our proxies allowed. Let's vote. if proxies are allowed, how does that work? Let's vote. Are substitutes allowed? No, yes. And then we narrow these things down, but when we combine 4 with 5 with 2, my eyes are glazed.
Okay, so we have approval for 5 and 8. Let's back up, let's work backwards. Are subs allowed? Let me just check the temperature on this. Figure it, thumbs down. Are proxies allowed? We're willing to consider it. It looks like with some definitions. So we have 3 that are having real reluctance, but lots of enthusiasm for them. Okay, so those of you that have the reluctance, are there conditions that we could put on proxies that would make you okay with it, given that the vast majority of the task force supports the idea of proxies?
We should adopt what the legislature uses. If it's good enough for them, it's good enough for us.
Okay, perhaps.
It's already a tried and true process. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel.
Okay, let's check with our folks who are not feeling great about the proxies, knowing that the legislature feels good about it. You like that. Those who are still feeling reluctant about proxies, I wonder if there are conditions that we could use that would make it, if not feel great about it, at least good enough about it.
Show up and come to work.
still on that accountability is so important. Is there a way to benefit from the and I hear that responsibility and accountability and commitment is so important. I'm wondering if there's a way that we can, as an alternative, when that is impossible, what that might look like. Lisa?
So it sounds like show up and do the work. And if I know I am not going to be there and that the task force is going to be voting on an issue, then I would send to the chair, I'm good if this stays the same. And if the discussion changes or it's amended, I'm good or I'm not good. But I put that in writing, send it to the chair, done. So, all right, with proxies, there's just the chair is the only proxy, and I put in writing, I'm good or I'm not good. And we're done.
Okay. So this is number 4. That you're going to send or communicate with your vote to the chair in advance.
It says if the discussion stays or if it changes.
Right. So with instructions for
Amendments are on.
Yeah.
Okay. With instructions for amendments of what you want to do with that. Okay. So appreciate that. Number 4. Thank you. I've got a lot of things to trip on now. There's no screen. So the idea on the table here now is number 4. You send or otherwise communicate your vote to the chair with instructions for what to do with amendments. That's the only person that knows about it. They will reveal them when the vote time comes. Doesn't allow for the flexibility of as the conversation evolves. I mean, it allows for, but the chair would just have to respond accordingly based on your instructions for the vote. Does that work for dealing with proxy? Weigh in. Okay, I'm seeing lots up. Some of our folks that were previously down are feeling previously better, or are feeling previously better, feeling better now.
I'm ready to move on.
So sometimes that can be like, I'm not going to block it. I don't love it, but I'm not going to block it.
I'm not going to support it.
Okay, that's okay. You don't have to go thumbs up on something if you don't feel thumbs up, but you can say, I'm not going to block it if this is where the group wants to go. I can live with it if you can live with it. So I have some I can live with it. I have a lot of thumbs up. I have some live with it. I love when people start angling, and I'm like, is that what degrees are we? All right. I do not see any thumbs down, and I see a whole preponderance of thumbs up with a couple of reservations. What I hear from the group is being here matters, right? So as much as possible, gosh darn it, be here. And if you can't be here, this is what we're landing on. That will be our plan, and that'll be our conversation with the leadership selection and the chair. This person get more and more responsibilities, excused, unexcused absences. We'll get into all that.
So given the accessibility of Zoom and phone, this is going to be a very rare occasion.
Yeah, I sure hope so. I sure hope so. Also, winter time in Wyoming. That's going to be well. I'm pretty unsympathetic for people not showing up, and then you get a big old storm. It's like, okay, yeah, it's hard. All right, good. Let's take a break. Let's do 10 minutes or 15. How long do you need? 5? Let's do 10. 10 minutes. if we catch this up, because I think we're gonna move into our public comments and issue identification, right around 3 o'clock. I'm hoping that we can move forward on our options with some straw design for our ultimate decision-making tool before we do that. So I'm gonna remind us of what these are. And then let's see if we can knock them off one at a time.
Number one.
Reminding ourselves that we're circling back to what's our threshold before we put out a document that says this task force recommends. What's our threshold for that? Option number 6, we needed to create some rules around absence of proxies. So I have, this is something we already agreed upon. See the final decision for how we deal with absences and proxies, which I have documented up here formally in orange marker. Are any of the other ones on here quick wins that we say, yeah, everybody agrees to that, so we can. Number one, checking on number 1, regardless of the threshold, I'll report the level of agreement and disagreement, include names of votes. Is that a quick win? How do we feel about number 1?
Perfect.
Is that just the percentage?
Yeah, it can be percentage or it could be the number. We can talk about we could do the number, because depending on the absences.
It's easy when you put everybody's vote by their name.
Yeah. Okay, so let me double check, I didn't see everybody. All right, number 1 is a clear win, good. Any others that are, we know number 6 is already done, any other ones that?
4 is easy, it's whenever.
Whenever
4,
possible and reasonable. So we are striving for unanimous agreement, even as we acknowledge that this is very tricky and perhaps impossible. We will always strive to have as high a level of agreement as possible.
Very good.
Okay, good.
Yes.
And so you all will have to just tell me if we're like working and we're just not getting votes flipped, to be like, all right, that's as good as it gets.
That's as good as it gets.
Right?
Let's move on.
So let's move on, right? And there's a balance in there, right? Because sometimes you might be like, all right, that's it. So let's kill it. Let's move on. And the rest of the group are like,
Choose the next low hanging fruit.
okay. So number 2, next low hanging fruit, put forward recommendations when more than half of the task force supports it. Are you comfortable with that being a threshold?
Some
Let's check on that
caveats.
one.
With caveats.
Okay, with the caveats. Tell me about the caveats, because I'm seeing some sideways and no's on that.
So Ogden brought up earlier that when people vote, kind of similar to what we're doing now, it's probably important to document and report on, flat out, completely disagree, can't live with it. I don't really like it, but I'm kind of ambivalent, or strong support.
Okay.
And documenting that when we talk about
I'm good with that.
over half.
So let's talk about the level of agreement. That's folks that are voting up, voting so-so, and voting down. So you can have those level of caveats. Okay. So, and with this rule, I'm saying you have to have more than half of the group being up, more than half the group supporting.
No, hold it. So there's options, right? So you got half, you got 2/3,
Right.
85.
Right.
So we're gonna go to
Based,
those.
based on the recommendation, I want to see if folks can live with this.
That's the minimum.
Can you live with it as a minimum threshold, knowing that we will strive for unanimous? Could you live with, if this isn't possible, if as good as it gets is half?
And 3 and 5 will supersede it if they're passed.
Of course.
So are we ready to vote?
Yeah.
So are you comfortable with, and it could still be that number 3 or number 5 could take precedent.
Vote on both of them.
Yep, and if that's the case, then we just raise the threshold. But at a minimum, would you be okay with at least half?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay. I'm just curious, I guess a yes vote would be yes, that this group would be okay with putting something that's one more than half out, thinking it has a really good chance of, or are we just putting out a recommendation, even if we know it's going to be.
I think we're establishing this as the bare minimum, and then when we vote on
Baseline.
2/3.
We'll bump that.
You'll see some of those thumbs on the rest.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. seems like I need to test the waters on these high ones and back up, but I'm gonna start here, because that's what you started with. Can we live with this as a bare minimum, knowing that some of you are gonna aspire to higher? If nothing else, can we at least put stuff forward if at least half the people go for it? All right, I've got one down and one sideways on it. All right, folks that are sideways or down, tell us what you would wanna,
I think it's a worthless recommendation.
okay, that this doesn't.
I'm pretty honest.
So if I were to rephrase it in the terms of the interest, I think it's the impact that if this is as low as the bar is, then the impact won't go anywhere. The decision makers are not likely to act on it.
Too low.
Okay.
Carrie, can I
We're gonna fix it.
push back on
Hey,
Representative Summers? So that's more worthless than advancing nothing, in your opinion? Yes. Why are we spending the time here, I guess would be my question.
So in my opinion, if you don't have a broader support to that, the recommendation 51%. Just, I think, I just don't, that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm, you know, if we go down that road, that's fine.
Okay.
But that's just my opinion.
So
And the reason I'm sideways, I would think we would work harder to do better than that.
mhm.
And I certainly will task myself with that, but I don't want to waste anybody else's time by putting a recommendation forward that's just barely gets through task force. And so and that's why I'm like that. I think we do better.
So this sounds like a bare minimum, that still feels like unsatisfying to some of you. Let me just test the waters on some of these with a higher level of agreement, given our skepticism, that this lets us say we did something and we put it out here, but some skepticism of what impact it would have if we have that low level of agreement. Let me test the waters on number 3, 2/3 agreement. Could you live with that as a threshold for minimum agreement? Seeing a lot more thumbs down and a lot, other folks aren't voting. Go ahead and put your fingers in there. 1, 2, 3. I've got 4 thumbs down and a whole bunch of thumbs sideways on this. So folks that are feeling less good about this, tell me more, or tell your fellow task members more. What do we dislike about having a higher level of agreement? Yep.
We're making recommendations, and Albert and I are buddies. I absolutely disagree that doing nothing is better than putting out a recommendation. A lot of smart people have thought about it. We'll have analyzed a lot of data, and it's good to put out some recommendation. Whether that's successful with the legislature or commission, I don't know.
Okay.
But
so,
we confuse our mission, so I think it's difficult for people on these kind of issues, as passionate as people are, and as as complicated as they are, to reach a 2/3 majority. So I think if we do that, we're setting ourselves up for failure.
okay.
We'll end up making no recommendations, and that's not acceptable in my mind.
Okay. Other thoughts on this?
So it's a recommendation with informed consent that it's going to be 52 or 60 or 70. So people look at that right off the bat. And so I think with what we've already adopted with 1 and 4, and if we get to that 50% threshold, people have the ability to sit there and look and say, it's a recommendation. It just didn't have strong support, but it had majority support. That's information. And then the other thing that I look at is we're a subset of the population, and not all constituency groups are represented here. And I think it shows that the task force did the due diligence, because we walked through the process and we recorded the votes. We've done everything we could to possibly get to satisfy the broad user groups. And this is where the task force landed, was at a 55% support level. It's information, folks. It needs to be put out there. We've gone through the process. We've done our due diligence. At the end of the day, whether it's the commission, the public, the legislature, everybody's going to be able to see it's strong support, it's moderate support, it's weak support. But there was some level of support by the task force, and because we went through 1 and 2 to get there, that's where we landed. And I just think it's good to do it that way.
So
Now, whether the other decision makers ever decide to pick it up, we don't have to take up any of these recommendations, whether they're strong or weak support.
So acknowledging that this might be more watered down, that there's still learning to be done and that should be shared and put forward, even if it's not a high level of agreement. Lisa, were you gonna add something?
I don't know if I'm maybe not thinking about it the right way or the best way. But I think about like levels, right? There's a policy change, there's a process change. And so you have an idea, right? Let's make this adjustment. But you know, half of your students are going to push back. Are you going to make that recommendation? Which is kind of as a task force, I'm wondering, you know, if we know half of the task force is not on board, are we going to put that recommendation forward?
If it was half, no.
You're on the record, Joe.
You know? Frame it, right? Would any of us suggest a change, knowing that
So let me,
49% are not okay with it?
let me push back. So I would say if it was all of the student body voting, no. If it was 18 members of the student government that slightly passed it, yes, we very well may take that as a recommendation. And that's the problem, is we're not representing everybody.
Yeah.
And to Senator Hicks's, comments, probably not equity across all of the constituents. And that's what makes it challenging. No, but if we could go out and poll the entirety of every sportsman and woman in the state, and half said no, I'd probably be very different than if.
Context. And I do think we're giving some tools there for people to make some decisions on a higher level than hits first blush.
So it sounds like this element of not touches number 4, but number 1 helps protect that minority voice a little bit more. To say if it's all of this one group, clearly there's still more work to be done, and the group will be accountable to continue to wrestle with it.
But I mean, there's another practical consideration. The chair, the chair doesn't influence the agenda or how we all feel about an issue. But the chair has incredible control because he votes last, he or she votes last. So they're sitting there and it's coming to him or her 8 to 7. I mean, the chair controls whether it's a 51% or it's gone and it isn't going to be a recommendation. So, we're haggling over stuff that I just think there are practical things that will occur in this and the debate and how hard people are passionate and work for their issues as Ogden describes. I mean, We need to get some done. 50%, 51% is fine, but this will play out the way it plays out in every legislative committee and the way it played out on the Game and Fish Commission. You know, on the commission, the the president only votes if it's a tie. I don't think we should do that here. I think that's unfair to our chairs. Let them vote. But there's going to be some control that position exercises that will control our recommendation.
So that could help push that as well. Lisa and the rest of you, sorry.
Thanks, Harry. I just think that we're not a lazy group. I don't think anyone of us are lazy. I think even while we've talked about things, I think we've listened to each other's opinions and modified how we felt and come to a discussion. I think all of us will push to try to get a high level of agreement. So I'm comfortable with 51% with the idea that we're not going to be a lazy group. We just sit back and say, okay, I just need to get that vote. I think all of us are going to talk, and people would all of us have strong wills, but I think we can come to a consensus by talking about the issues and seeing where we are. So I'm not as worried about the 51%.
I think that, I'm not sure why we need more than number 4, but I get it. You can't run and move on if we don't have more than half. The chairs never do that. Since I was number 2 that just had it sideways, and I think we all understand what Albert's saying, and that we want to have a strong position on something as we can. But ultimately, we do have a goal of putting things forward, and we can beat this thing to death. And, so just move forward and do the best we can on every issue, and hopefully we work really hard on number 4 right there to get as high as we can.
Okay. So acknowledging the relatively high level of agreement we had for number 2 and how we lost a whole bunch of folks moving to number 3. Albert, I want to give another chance. Is there anything else? If the group is leaning here, is there anything else that we could do to strengthen any of these?
No, it's the will of the body.
Okay. Okay. So, and what I'm hearing from members is saying that the will of the body, or not the will of the body, so the spirit of this group, at least from some folks, is saying we're not going to be lazy. We're gonna focus on number 4. We're going to do the work to make those recommendations as impactful and broadly representative and positive as possible. But this is where we start, and as a last resort, as bare minimum.
On this decision right now, we're over 85%.
We are. We're nearly unanimous. So, and this is where it's hard to make a decision before you go to how you're going to make a decision. But anyway, let's check in again. I'll call this the final vote now. We'll try to live with it. If we have 1, 2, 4, and 6, can you live with those?
1, 2,
1, 2,
4.
1, 2. I'm sorry, 1, 4, and 6 were already decided. So it's essentially just, can you live with 2? We asked you to vote again. We asked you to vote previously, and it's just kind of our final vote. Can you live with number 2, 50-50? I have 2. Okay, so I've got all thumbs up and 1 abstain. Is that fair? All right, sounds good. Appreciate that, and appreciate the contrary voices. You're like, this still doesn't feel right. Raising those concerns and letting the group address them is so important. It opens the door to possibilities. If this is as good as it, if this result is as good as it gets for now, we've done good work, and we can really value the minority view of committing to number 4 as much as possible.
Carrie, I think, thank you. And I think for me personally, as long as if we put something out there, as long as we weight that so that the general public can say the task force presents this idea, we're moving this idea forward based on 51% of those present in favor of, or 75 or 85. I just think giving it some weight in that regard helps to clarify it even more so.
I don't know if it's a clarifying question maybe, but when our recommendation is documented and it has, that this number we're in support of, this number we're whatever, and this number we're not, there would be value in including, I think, of any Supreme Court decision, right? Those that were in favor or opposed to, there's a summary of why.
The dissenting opinion?
Yeah, why, they dissented. For me, if I'm just like the public, right, reading this information, and I know that 6 people were strongly opposed to, well, then at least I understand why. Or what the interest was, what they felt wasn't represented, so including that why.
So we have a kind of amendment here, including the rationale for vote, when folks disagree. We're working on that feedback, not sure where it's coming from. Go ahead, Pat.
All just respect, that's a bad idea.
Okay.
I've been on decision panels. That just leads to a lot of disagreement and trouble. They're gonna know that 6 people voted against it. If they want to know why you were strongly opposed to it, they ought to pick up the phone and call you. And you can explain it. But I've seen where the dissent has to write their dissent. And then there may be stuff in your dissent that's crazy, quite frankly. And so the majority pushes back. And so I've just seen it delay decisions of various bodies for a long time while you haggle over what the dissent says. I think there's a tool available for people to find out why Cy hated this idea or Joe hated this idea by just calling us. I mean, we all have cell phones, we're all publicly, and so I don't think that's a good idea.
I would just say on that, when we did dissenting opinion on the WPLI, we actually, the body wrote the dissent. It was only one person dissented, and they helped write that dissent right there from the meeting minutes, from what happened after the actual meeting. It wasn't them just going and dropping it in dissent. It was structured very well, I thought. I think maybe there's a way to do that without having crazy ideas. Somebody just write their own. I don't know if that would help.
I'm gonna put a question mark by that one. We can put a pin in it for now. We've got agreement on at least recording the who. We can decide what it means to document the rationale. Often in the notes of the meeting themselves, those will be relatively well documented, and we can talk about benefits and drawbacks later for those. Okay. I'd like to suggest, it's just after 3 o'clock, I'd like to suggest that we delay right now the future meeting dates and locations, so we can move on to talking about the topics. Oh, what we all came here to talk about in general, and allow for public comment to add to that if there are things that haven't been included. So in your binders, and we can start projecting the list for now. And we might have to have a second here to adjust the screen, but this is after the page with the graphs, right at the front of your book. After the page with the graphs, so it gives the preliminary possible topics of task force. I would say some of these are already phrased as solutions, and we'll spend time later backing them up to what's the problem with this? Is it about lack of access? Is it about we'll define them differently than they're currently defined. But you can see the topics that came from and folks in the audience, we'll try and get these projected up so you can see what's already being proposed. If you remember,
Are these, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are these in any order or
No.
that just completely, so I just want to make sure that one's not there was more respondents wanted to do this over the
nope.
completely random.
Yep. I think so. I did not do any sort of tallies based on the number of people that brought it up. Sometimes people use slightly different language. I was like, I think this is the same thing, but not 100% sure, so I didn't want to overstep in that. I did kind of lump them into categories. Later, we'll adjust how we might combine or separate these out so we can tackle them one at a time. But these, if we think of these as possible topics for now, that's a place to start. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we're not real focused. Is that?
You have to make it a little bigger.
Yeah.
wonder, push this back. And one of these things is gonna focus it. That's the.
I will just make text bigger. I don't want to be close to that.
I think that's the. So take a look at that list and look for the audience members to be able to see what's. When we get there. Our task for today is to continue to fill out this list. There's things that have been left off.
It's not, I'm just gonna make it bigger so we can make it.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah, this doesn't really help much, you're right.
I'll just make it as big as possible.
Okay. So we have an existing good size list. I don't know that that's still, oh, there we go. That helps, Megan. So for the benefit of audience members, check out what's here. We'll scroll as needed. You see, we have some chunks of things. So thinking about resident and non-resident license allocations. Thinking about hard to draw areas or licenses. We've got several game and fish and commissioner related topics. A handful that are focused specifically on fish. Got quite a few that are focused on landowners. We touched on that earlier, being the stewards of the habitat for these critters. We have choose your weapon, rifle or archery. I have no idea what that, I mean, I understand choosing a weapon, but
Once you choose one, you can't switch.
got it, thank you. Mule deer management, the leftover draw. Questions about or possible infringements of license fees and draw dates, application dates. And some of these that didn't find themes in, I'm also very uninformed about these things so far. There might be commonalities. I could have lumped some of these together perhaps. Thinking about quota splits and an outfitter only draw, healthy area regulations, mandatory harvest survey. Is that after you have shot something, turning in data about that critter? Is that what that means? Part of my unbiasedness is I'm not a hunter, so I'm getting a big old education today. Elk numbers, ways to enhance game numbers and game health, including habitat protection, invasive species mitigation. On invasive species mitigation, is that mostly fish related? Is that?
No, it's both.
It's both. Okay.
Cheatgrass.
I was going to say, is that botanical? So those would probably be separate conversations if we're talking about invasive species in the aquatic environments versus what's the botanical side of that on the land. Non-residence requirements to hire outfitters hunting in wilderness. Type 9 licenses. What is the type? Where resident general licenses and general archery hunting is allowed. Talking about predators, inclusive of bears, wolves, mountain lions, coyotes, etc. Trapping and hiking safety. Traffic deaths. I think that's all on the same page. So these are all the topics that have been brought so far. Megan, did you have folks, members of the public, I think if you want to speak to add to this list, we've got forms over there. I don't know if any have been returned to the box yet. Nope. So members of the public, if you would like to add to that list, if you feel like there's anything missing, is the typical past process for now, since we haven't structured this more, folks can fill that in, and then we'll call them up to speak. Is that work for now? So anybody in the crowd who wants to speak, if there are issues that haven't been identified yet, love to invite you to do that, or if there's other topics that you want to bring up, we can open up public comment in just a few minutes here. Rusty, any questions?
Well, maybe I just missed
Okay. I can open up to the group too, if there are new topics that didn't make it on this list, or somehow in my editing of your all survey responses got lost or muddled, get that. Go ahead.
I'm not sure I'm asking if it fits, under the kind of choose your weapon. The balance of opportunity and technology and the conversation I was in, it was crossroads. So, I mean, the advancement of technology and limit some of that advanced technology in terms of herd health or opportunity, or so I don't know if that fits in, or if it's part of
It's a
one of these.
separate topic.
Okay, if it's a separate topic.
Very
Okay.
legit.
Yeah.
So what number did I leave off on? 21? All right, so I'm gonna add
Commission study.
22. What's this problem? Is the problem that advances in technology?
Do you limit the advances in technology that you have improved opportunity, or do you, I mean, and I don't know how to phrase it better.
I think fair chase is probably where some folks would define using advanced technology as not being part of fair chase.
Crossroads, what came up in conversation.
So consider the
4,000
advancement of technology with fair chase, is that the language?
Yeah, do you limit the advancements in technology to maintain fair chase?
Yes.
The legislature had bills several a few years ago now. And it gave the commission authority, but only in very specific issues to look at technologies.
We passed.
We did, but it was only specific technologies.
Then the commission passed several rules on based on.
So a possible topic to revisit. Sounds like it's been addressed in certain ways, but maybe worth revisiting with new information. Yes.
Trespassing issues, trespassing laws, fines, sort of thing, but $5,000 outcomes, $200 trespass tickets.
Okay, so is that a landowner topic? Can I-
Yeah.
can I
Yeah, it'd go
get
under
that?
landowners, but it's not specified in there, but it's for real.
It's not just hunting, it's
So I'm gonna
it's
call it
shed
5P trespass. And the punishments that go with them, is that right?
Yeah.
Good. Other things that are not on the list.
on 5P, can we add high water mark to that too? My notes.
No.
Is it a separate
Go to
one that should
Montana.
be H, or is it fair to add it to D?
It's probably fair to add it. It's that,
It should be its own, in my opinion.
make it its own.
Yeah.
H, high water what?
Mark,
High water,
that's where you can travel in Wyoming legally.
got it. So you could be moving along the bank as long as you're within the high
Don't
water.
touch the thing.
Yeah, you can't anchor.
Don't put your foot on the bottom of the stream.
Yeah.
Well,
I was a former whitewater rafting guide, and oh my gosh, the patchwork of regulations on rivers, oh my lord.
So some of these issues, while I'm not gonna try to discount that they're issues, I also, when we have Supreme Court rulings and a significant court precedent on some of these, we're gonna get bogged down on some of that stuff, and I would just assume park some of those issues, like an example would be the high water mark. I mean, that's been well litigated in court, not to say that it's not an issue, but I just think if we dive in there, there's a litany of court cases, and I believe that, I'm not positive, but I think that might have gone to the Supreme Court in the state of Wyoming, assisted with constitutes.
For now, let's add it to the list for when we get to the prioritization. That could be part of the conversation in terms of, best use of our time given existing or past litigation on something. Anything else that's missed?
What does the group think about, you're talking about trespassing issues and punishments, poaching? It's by far the only
Yes.
crime that is committed with a firearm that is still misdemeanor.
Okay. Poaching and punishments, is that a fair way to phrase that? Consequences for poaching. Okay. Interesting to put that in perspective.
Somebody had brought up earlier, and I don't remember who it was, but endangered species, if this is a policy issue, this group wanted to weigh in. Did somebody mention that earlier?
We were talking about it with the grizzly bears situation.
Yeah, grizzly bears, yeah.
Is there action that could be taken related to endangered species that fits within your authority?
Study the priority wildlife policy issues facing the state. I certainly think ESA would fall underneath that if there's some specific recommendations that we wanted to look at for policies for the state regarding, the impact of endangered species.
So would
That's what you're thinking, the way.
would the conversation be about the Endangered Species Act or the
We have no
something?
jurisdiction under the act. Our charter would only be to draft state policies on ESA issues facing the state.
Okay.
Just
Two
because
policies
we're doing that big
as
step.
related to
Why
the
would
endangered-
I-
Other ideas that have not been added.
And I don't know, another conversation that came up was, the challenge between landowners that don't allow access for hunting or hunters, but will file crop damage claims with game and fish.
So let's look at our
You're automatically disqualified.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a perceived issue, not a real one.
Okay.
Some
that's
people
why
believe
all
that's the
these
case,
things
but
that
it's,
I'm hearing
it's
is,
not.
when you get on the list, that people want to call and talk to you. Well, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're gonna run?
Yeah.
So
Right, put my
let's-
name with it, didn't I?
That's not an issue.
Let's clarify if folks allow for hunting on their land, on private landowners, if they allow for hunting on their land, they can file for damages for lost forage when the elk are hanging out too long. But if they do not allow for access.
Well, the caveat is though, you can have property and not have the wildlife on there during hunting season. And then they come in there in the winter time and they can trash your place. You will surely be allowed damage in that scenario. So you don't, it's not the end all do all if you allow hunting.
Okay.
So is it something we need to discuss and that there's potential for revision?
Kind of covering the landowners.
Yeah.
Damage claims benefits, not landowner category.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not related.
Okay.
Doesn't need to look good.
Other topics that are missing? Do we have any notes in the box for public comment? Sarah, can you see the box? Is there anything in there? Did anybody turn in a paper? Oh, yeah, or Zoom chat, yeah. All right, so we'll tune in and see if there's anyone in Zoom land, but it looks like we've got one speaker wanting to address the task force. If you wanna come up to the front, is that cool? I can come up to the front. Let's do it. I spend most of my time with a lot of these ones, so. I just wanted to introduce myself, Jess, with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation, and want to thank you all for being here and being part of this. We have a membership that's been really engaged and really excited to see this come up, and I want to throw my support behind the process that you guys are doing.
You've covered most of the issues that our membership has talked about, reiterating things like the sheep, moose, draw, and making sure that our future generations will be able to hunt. I think looking at the landowner tag and the resident quota and how that functions is something that we've heard a lot about from our membership. And the commissioner tag, sort of how commissioner tags are handled in low tag areas. So if there's low tag numbers in an area, how that commissioner tag is interacting with that. But mostly I just wanted to say that we're here to support the process, and we're here, we'll be reporting back to our membership whenever we hear things, whenever it's relevant, we'll be reaching out to you guys and making sure that we can plug you into who we're talking to, and just wanting to support everything that you guys are doing here. I think the amount of discussion behind the decision-making thing was really profound on how serious you all are taking this, and we really respect that and are here to support that. So thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Jess. She said you were profound.
Any others on public comment from who's present in the room? And we've got someone on Zoom who wants to speak as well.
Mr. Shaw. Sure, I have something to say.
Would you like to speak or?
All I'd like to say is, I was also on the WIPA board with 15 members for Teton County, so I don't envy this process.
Appreciate that. The acknowledgement of the difficulty is real. Thank you. Who do you have on Zoom?
On Zoom, we have Mr. Wyatt Schwittkopf, and I'm going to promote the panelist, and he'll be coming in just a moment. And hopefully we can.
Can you hear me?
And now, go ahead.
Awesome, thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. From the outside looking in, division or perceived division is very confusing, and I think that should be thought of as you guys move forward. It doesn't matter as much what system the task force uses to decide on the recommendation, be it majority, supermajority, or unanimous, but it should be passed on as 100% recommendation, in my opinion. When that's the case, a 51 versus 49 decision at the task force level is still 100% effective for policymakers. Don't devalue the recommendation by quantifying or qualifying the amount of support it had. And if those people really want to know the discussions that led up to a recommendation, they can watch these recordings, I believe. Let's see, my other comment here, I guess. What comes from the task force, from this task force, should help policymakers make policy, not foster indecisiveness and confusion. This team was established to tackle the hard issues and recommend solution and resolution. This is what you are all tasked with. Being indecisive and letting the next level know that you're indecisive just passes the entire responsibility for the decision on to that next level, basically. Policymakers may continue to ignore the issue if the task force just reinforces how tough it is to resolve. The task force needs one voice, and policymakers need decisiveness and confidence. If the recommendation from the task force to decision makers is caveated with an expression of indecisiveness, I think it lacks a lot of value. Along those lines, individual members' votes, I don't think should be recorded as part of the recommendation. Name recognition and reputation should be tied to the task force, not an individual's vote on an issue. I see that leading to potential for bias when it comes to policymakers' opinions on a recommendation. If any person wants to be recognized and heard as an individual when it comes to making a recommendation to policymakers, I'm thinking maybe the task force team isn't appropriate for that individual. Those are just some of the comments I made having listened to all the discussion today. I hope that helps. You guys have a major responsibility that affects all sportsmen and land recreationists in Wyoming. So I applaud your efforts, and I know you have a big challenge ahead of you. So all the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hey, we had the volume turned a little bit lower on the speaker. Can you repeat your name and where you're from?
Yeah, my name is Wyatt Whitcup. I'm from Buffalo.
Thank you, I appreciate it. One more on Zoom, right, great.
1 second. Next we have Nick Dobrich. They'll come in as a panelist in just a moment.
Hey, everybody. I don't think let me try to get my video. There we go. Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me remotely. Nick Dobrich of Du Bois. I just want to say, I can't see if this was on the list or not, but one thing I hear a lot from sportsmen and especially new hunters is making the application process easier. So if there are ways to simplify, I think exploring that, not just for new hunters, but for avid hunters and people who have been doing it for decades. I think the regs could be sometimes over cumbersome and sometimes, and if it's supported biologically, that makes sense. But if there's not a biological need for some of the differences, I'm thinking of like spike antler seasons type of deal. It would be great to just simplify those. The other thing, and again, I don't know if this was on your list or not, was talking about the special tags, the special non-resident tags. Again, some of my non-resident friends find a lot of confusion in that. And I know that's a big revenue source for the department. I wonder if there's a way to consider getting rid of it, but basically balancing out the cost for the regular price and the special tags. So basically it's revenue, it would be a revenue neutral proposal to the department. I think that captures, I guess one more is just ways to, I know when we talk about tags, it's usually like trying to fight over what we currently have, which in a lot of populations is good, but when you look at bighorn sheep, our populations continue to decline. So I wonder if there's ways this group could make recommendations with conservation measures to make sure in the future decades that we increase populations and opportunity. And that's some more conservation policy measures, but I just wonder if there's opportunities to put those on the table as well. But yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nick, appreciate it. Anybody else present? Okay. In addition to the folks that are present and that contributed on Zoom, in your binders, I think they're after the first, second, third tab. Y'all can label the tabs as you see fit. Didn't want to force any organization on anybody. I'm gonna go ahead and close this. We have questions that folks submitted online. Each individual response is on its own page, and we received one more after making it printed these yesterday. So she's going to pass those around. So I think there will be 7 in all. I want to invite folks to take a second to read those. You can see their information is on the front, who they are, and on the back side it shows where they're from and the topics and other comments. We finish reading those. See if there's any action you want to take based on feedback provided here.
Did you want to add then what Nick just said?
Thank you, Rusty, for that. I wonder if that fits within number. Would that fit under number 9? Would it be like a 9C simplification of the application or the license?
We just added that tagging system.
9C, simplify of applications. And then there was another one.
Did you add educate to that too? Yeah. Simplify it, educate.
Similar education.
under like
Yes,
9.
yeah, you can put it like.
Um,
Bit where it's in something else here that's missing. Having a place on. Having a place on.
Non-resident, tell me more.
Probably will. Really think that that's the last couple of years. So many people drawing tags without a place on. It's very hard to. Very little public. Wyoming comes to mind. I'm sure it happens in other places, but literally thousands of animal tags that are being sold. People. Animal tags. There used to be a system. There used to be actually. It's been a while, but there used to be a Game and Fish used to have a coordination maybe with visitors bureaus to have signups for wildlife. I realize this is cumbersome. We might have a conversation about it. Maybe it's a very important conversation.
Tell me where this, so I'm capturing non-resident, draw tag, and don't have any funds. And move that tag, is it under one of our existing ones, or is it?
It's under landowner topics, actually. I think, sort of. Yeah, maybe it's under.
Is that a non-resident application?
Potentially, I think it's like a lot of these where a lot of these go together.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it its own for now, because some of these, the big picture might be, how do we give people more access? And there's a lot of different angles of that it might take, but I'll add it as a separate one for now, and consider some of the others. Things you want to add or discuss based on public comments that you've received through all these different meetings?
Let's pick some topics.
Let's pick some. You want to start prioritizing.
I do. Let's do it.
So I would love to, let's see if we can do it. If you got to just pick one, I'm going to do a tally. We will do a more sophisticated process of this later. But when you think about the urgency of these issues and the impact, think real quick, if you had to just pick one, knowing you're all interrelated students.
How about I pick three?
For speed's sake right now, because we'll do a bigger process. Pat, we'll do a bigger process later to help prioritize these. But for now, if you had to just pick one, I had my pen, my marker's not gonna tell this. If you had to just pick one, which one?
How about this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why don't we put, let's collectively agree on, say, 10 ideas. And then give us stickers and we'll go around and put them on the wall.
So you put them all up. I've done this a bunch.
Sure. Yeah.
And it's, everybody gets a big one or two big ones, 8 little ones. I'll cut and stick them on the
Yep.
deals, and it gives you an idea where it's at, what's high priority.
So this is something that I imagine doing at our July meeting after we finalize the list. We can jump to it now. My reluctance to do a full-blown dot vote, all of that, is that I think some of these we might lump differently. And so how people are putting their dots might change based on how we group ideas together. Because I'm not sure that the ways they are lumped here is actually what's going to serve the group.
Or
we
could vote on our top 10 with our stickies or however you want to do it.
Yeah.
But, and then I think we could have a discussion about how they fit together. So, 90-10 fits with license, that's a big topic, license allocation. And under that, I think in license allocation, if we're gonna deal with licenses, we ought to look at landowner tags and we ought to look at all those issues related to license allocation. And I think we could probably get way down the road on that today, but maybe not.
Well, we've got 22 minutes according to my current schedule. I'm not sure, given the things that we still need to do.
We got till 7.
So let me check with the group. I wonder what people's endurance is. We have, if we look at the agenda as it was, and I'm happy to adapt if that's just where the energy of the group is, and I know there's interest to get into the meat of this. Stuff that we have remaining and for tomorrow. Future meeting dates and locations. I think everybody would like to have those set on their calendars before they meet for sure tomorrow. We need to talk task force leadership. We need to talk about shaping the process for public input, kind of put it together for now, like do it online, do it on Zoom, speak here if you want, but we need to put some more structure to that. And then iron out some next steps. If we think we can squeeze in the sorting, recombining as a group, we can. I'm wondering if that might be a job that a small group of folks could help with. Stick around for an extra half an hour and do some of that sorting, and then we could start the day tomorrow with some of that dot voting. I'm just trying to think how we fit stuff within the time that we have, and I'm fine to go late if folks want to go late too, to put it out to the group of what we still have to do and how those things might fit.
For me personally, just seeing this comprehensive list for the first time, I would have to have some time to sit down and lump these topics together.
More time
and work them to where how they fit with each other, because I think there's several of them. I think you're going to end up with about 6 topics, and there's a bunch of subs underneath them.
I think that's true.
And I think it would be more appropriate to do that. I mean, the meeting dates, the leadership, and a really big one is how we're going to take public comment. I think we should spend some time with that. So to me, I would like to stay on task.
Okay. So some interest in moving forward, but prioritizing some of these other things and giving yourselves to kind of time to chew on how these things might be interrelated and how we might lump them together. Other comments in terms of where it's most important that we go from here and the time that we have for
Did I
today.
just get slapped down?
You did. It was a very diplomatic slapping down.
Story of my life.
How many decades of back and forth do we have here? Go ahead.
I'll throw this out, and it kind of supports what Cy said, and it definitely slaps Pat Craig down.
Which is always your favorite.
We had on the agenda today to do the dates. Maybe we agree that let's work through that little exercise to get those dates done. And then everybody can take tonight in the morning to look through these things and process it, think about how we want to get them on board and prioritize. I just propose that as an idea to keep this thing moving.
In my mindset, I was imagining this could be something that like a chair, a couple of volunteers, and I massage in between now and the July meeting. But if that's not fast enough, you want to do it faster. We'll do it over drinks tonight. We're gonna talk about it. So a preference for staying on track, setting out meeting dates, try to get that done now, and figure out the rest of it a little bit later.
I think dates are absolutely critical.
Okay.
One is to be there. Second, I think you can do a lot of back to categories. You just pick the top 2 and pick the other 10 off this list. Just 5A, 5D, 6C, and turn them in either to you or to whoever's going to be the chairman. they'll categorize themselves. Some people will pick 3 of them in one category or 4. That's fine, but it gives you that first blush framework, and then you decide what you want to flesh down.
I wonder,
What raises.
yeah, I wonder if it would be useful as a compromise if we made up a poll tonight that had all of these on it and said, pick your top 5.
That's exactly.
And we
where I'm
could
at for
see
top 10.
what comes to the top, knowing that there's still some refinement and grouping, but it would at least be a first pass to see where might be
That's
starting.
exactly.
Okay, so are people okay with that? I'm thinking about computer access, computer literacy, and also being just done at the end of the day. If I send that out this evening, say by 6 o'clock when you all are going to be eating pizza, is it likely that folks will be able to turn it around and participate that way? You want to do stickies? I'll set it up for stickies by tomorrow. Thank you.
I don't care if we do stickies or you send it to me. I'll read it.
I got dots.
You know, I think dates is gonna be kind of a cumbersome process, but why don't we talk about leadership? We could finish that in 22 minutes.
Do you want to flip flop and talk dates tomorrow and talk leadership now?
Yep, sure.
I hear nodding, I hear happiness. Okay, so we're gonna, with your permission, oh, let me check. Let me
Throw out an idea.
I
haven't thought about this.
Hang on just a minute, hang on. Let me check, because I heard some sure's, but I want to actually check that the group is in agreement. Are we fine with flip-flopping? So meeting dates will be tomorrow, and task force leadership, we're gonna try to get done today. And we might have to stay a few extra minutes, but maybe we can get it done in 15.
Yep.
Okay, wait, I'm checking. We're flip-flopping, we're gonna talk task force leadership now.
You trying to redeem your loss now? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I want to win something.
I'm changing the agenda and I want to make sure I'm doing it with your permission, not just because Pat is ornery and keeps trying to derail my agenda. Is that okay to talk task force leadership first, and then we'll start with dates pretty quick tomorrow after we've done some dot voting early on? Tony, you're good. Okay, good. Thank you. Yes, do you have the silver bullet and you're gonna offer it up on a plate?
Sure is. I do.
Offer your silver bullet and then we'll see.
I think so. Everybody in here has multiple jobs. We could go around the table and some people have 3, some people have 4, some people have 5. So I think we should have co-chairs, and I have an idea of who they should be. So I think co-chairs allows people to keep it going and do their job, and if something has to be done. So I believe
Co-chairs?
How many?
2.
18.
2.
18.
2 chairs.
So the proposal on the table with our silver bullet is we want a co-chair structure, and do we like that idea?
Yes.
Co-chairs instead of just one person. I have thumbs, one sideways, lots of thumbs.
Ambivalent.
Oh, ambivalent. Do you want to comment on it, or you just feel
I'm
like?
ambivalent.
Perfect.
He's just outvoted.
He's a contrary.
I didn't know you'd all be so nearly unanimous all the time. So in the hopes of a silver bullet,
I have 2 names.
all right, I'm gonna get the 2 names and we're gonna see where we're at with them. If they're not, everybody's like, yes, yes, yes. We're gonna back it up a little bit and see if you got the silver bullet, by all means.
So I would nominate Rusty Bell and Pete Doobie to be the co-chairs of this task force.
Second.
So Rusty and Pete being co-chairs. Let me check first. Would you be willing? Because if you say no, then it's not good.
Rusty? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Call for question. Think you're supposed to take nominations from the floor 3 times.
Let me just check, or would you like to make the case, or any of you that are like, second vote, please? Let's go here.
I've watched Pete in action on the commission. He's an amazing president, amazing chair. Rusty has been chair twice of the Campbell County Commission, correct? My God, that's a job in and of itself, just living in Gillette, much less. So he's obviously hardened and he has scars. He'd be great. I think I support both.
Okay, thank you. Let's do a quick.
I'm going to suggest an amendment to the proposal.
Okay.
Vote on them separately.
Okay, we can do that. Let me. Makes it real awkward real fast. Okay, let's do this real fast. Let's consider the proposal as both of them together. If you think I don't even know these guys are together.
I would suggest we take nominations, put names in there, everybody write it down, because I am uncomfortable to sit here in front of a crowd and decide who's chair and who's not. But I'm more than happy to have 2, 3, 4, 5 names, whatever you put, everybody writes 2 names down, we'll throw them in a hat, and we can have a committee of the council.
Okay, let me suggest this. It sounds like the silver bullet. It's not the silver bullet because not everybody is jumping up and down, but you tried. And
Can't help it, legislators are in here.
Except for Jamie.
We're in a rarefied earth right here.
I'm gonna ask us to do this quickly because I don't think we need to belabor it. But I do want us to be thoughtful about it. We know that everybody has jobs and that can be helpful. So I'm just gonna acknowledge everyone's busy. Everyone has their day job. What else would you think about chair? We have fabulous people with experience. I'm building off of what I've heard.
I think we'll just start nominating people and vote.
Yeah, just nominate them and we'll write them down on a piece of paper, we'll count them, we'll walk out here and vote and count them.
Okay. I'm wondering I'm just wondering, and you all will tell me if I'm wrong.
No, I will.
I'm wondering if it's useful to think about what you want, what characteristics you want in that person, and to just articulate those, especially for folks who maybe don't know everybody already, and to be able to weigh how different people may or may not fit that idea of what you want. I'm okay if you say no, we already know, and we put the names in and my secret ballot, whatever.
No, we
that's
already
fine.
know.
We already know.
You're fighting.
All right, then.
This is a group of individuals that are all really familiar with the
Okay.
parliamentary procedure.
Yep.
We've already called for the question. In fact, you're out of line.
Question on the amendment or?
Amendment wasn't accepted.
Only called for the question.
All right, you got your first 2 already.
For a bunch of folks who are skeptical about government, you sure do like the government functioning and parliamentary procedure and all that.
It's our age group. You have two.
No, I would like to
already.
entertain some nominations. We've got Rusty, though. Is that right?
Yes.
I'll nominate Joe Schaefer.
He leaves the room and.
Yeah, Joe is on Zoom.
I consulted before. I made the
Yes.
nomination.
Joe had to go back for a board meeting in Cheyenne, and then he's gonna come back early tomorrow morning. So kudos to that. He got the commitment. I heard.
So is this an excused absence then?
Yeah. Well, he'll have to decide. He's the
As soon as
chair.
we get a chair.
Pete, what's your last name? Any other nominations? Go ahead, Albert.
Josh Corsi.
He'll answer about anything.
I'm gonna assume if somebody doesn't say no, that they're at least willing, if their name shows up here, and I will happily scratch it off of junior line. Hopefully Joe, can Joe hear us?
I don't know, I gave him the option to talk.
Okay.
I know, it's like, all right.
Anybody else?
Any nominations from the floor?
What?
Any more nominations from the floor?
One more time.
Nominations are closed.
All right, you all have Post-it notes. Oh, well, so your rules that you made before said you want names tied to votes
On recommendations.
on recommendations. I was gonna say, do those rules apply to this decision?
So can we select 2 people now to count the votes and then give them to you and you can report, or do you gotta count?
I can count if you want me to count. My
You can
mouth is
count?
okay.
You're gonna count and you
My
can
mouth
report
is-
back to us
Right,
tomorrow.
Did you make a decision without doing this?
Carrie, I know Pete and Rusty, and we've heard some reasons as to why they have been nominated. I would like the people who nominated Joe and Josh to give us some reasons as to why they support them as chairman. Okay, thank you.
So on Josh Corsi, one, he's very passionate about issues in Western Wyoming. The challenge I see with Rusty and Pete is they're on one side of the state, there's 2 sides of the state. So that's why through Josh.
So thinking about balancing the
Balancing
geography and
geography.
different issues. Okay, thank you.
So I nominated Joe. I've known Joe for a while in a professional capacity and got to know him in a personal capacity. And I found out he's very knowledgeable about hunting and hunting issues. He's drafted up white papers. He's participated in a lot of discussions. I think Joe, with his background, his knowledge, his expertise, brings a tremendous amount of credibility as a person that listens to all groups. That's going to balance the pros and cons. And I think he brings credibility to the task force, to somebody that's going to be perceived as a very kind of an unbiased, he does not bring an agenda to the table.
Where's he from, Larry?
And he's tremendous.
Cheyenne.
And he's the president at LCCC.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And so I just think he brings a lot of
Right.
credibility to the task force as a strong, unbiased, strong leadership skills, obviously. He's president of the Wyoming Community College Association. And so he's got a lot of both personnel, management skills, credibility, knowledge, and expertise.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And then we'll talk about procedurally. We don't have to vote with thumbs. Do you want to write down 2 names? If we
Yes.
agree on co-chairs, everybody can pick 2 names. Let me just double check. If I get all these and I tally them, just top 2 vote winners.
If you
Go.
got a tie, we can vote on one tomorrow.
Okay. So pick 2 names.
Separately.
Please don't make an anagram of their names. One name per sheet, or you can do 2. You can write 2 on one. I'm just gonna tally them. Yeah.
Unlike what's for the legislature, this is the ranked
Just-
primary.
What name?
Joe is
What name above
participating
the
via
other?
phone
Is that
and
one?
has sent in his votes to via chat. Well, after we get those, there's still a conversation about tasks that we're gonna put on that person's plate and guidance that I can take from you all in terms of things you want them to do, things you want me to do. If you just want me to sit in the back, that's okay too. I wonder if that's a conversation to have now or no, save that for tomorrow.
No, I think you and
Go on to the other hand.
sit down. and-
Sort it out with that. Don't leave it to the committee, sort it out between me
Make
and the chairs.
suggestions to us.
Okay, I can handle that if you can handle that.
Nope, she's
I got it.
Hold on, Larry.
Got
There's already 6 ballots
Way,
in the
way
house.
ahead of you there, Larry.
Pretty much.
Is this church
Make
collection?
sure there's only 18.
6 and a half.
Make sure you only have 8 total. You'll have 7.
I should
Better have that
have
so certified.
I hope we don't have any hanging chads here. Joe's in there, now. You put him in for him. Thanks.
No crossover down there.
All right, so do you all want to talk amongst yourselves and I do this math now, or do you want to go drink beer and I'll see you in the morning with
No,
this?
we can find out right now.
You're talking about now, okay, I'm gonna, oh, that's all right.
10-minute break.
Thanks. Where I students. Come on back. I think for next steps, I can visit with your newly elected co-chairs and see what we want to tweak for the agenda tomorrow, and see how we might be able to incorporate some of those priorities with sorting, with dot voting, etc. If that works for folks, and we'll have that break for the day.
So but wait, did Trump or Biden win?
It's a rigged election, y'all. It's a rigged. I had double counting. If we have paper ballots, if we need a verification later. It was all very close, which tells me that we have a lot of good potential for great leadership. The top two winners were Rusty and Josh. So there's a power corner there.
I voted for you.
I love when people don't even vote for themselves. So top one getters with great confidence in that program were Rusty and Josh. Can we ratify? Do we need to certify the vote results? Let's send a thumbs up. If it's okay with you all, then we'll call it for today. Oh wait, we have one more piece of evaluation, and then we'll talk to our plans. Yes.
Go ahead with Lisa first.
I just had a question for you two. Preferred method of communication. Via text, via email.
Either one's
Either
fine.
one's
It's
fine.
always if it's something simple, text. If it's information, please email.
Takes more than 3 minutes to read.
Well, wait a second, you're talking about Rusty, so.
We can open tomorrow with some ideas as far as your role as chair, the best ways to work with you and your hopes for working with you. All right, we're wrapping up our first day.
Sorry, you say too, that people are having a hard time hearing. Can you
Yes.
say who were the chairs?
Rusty Bell and Josh Corsi. Okay, thank you. Because we're all learning from each other, I'm gonna ask you to do some quick post-it note evaluation, and after you.
I do have one other thing, and I did not tell you about this, but Jen and I need just a little bit of time here real quick. I was asked, and I think this is a really important question, so Jen and I are both cabinet members, executive branch appointees, and so the question was, so how, when we vote, who are we representing? And how are we voting? And so I'll just tell you, from my perspective, and then I'll let Jen speak up. Certainly my first and foremost, and the reason that I'm sitting here on this group is because I'm the director of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. So first and foremost to me is to represent the department and their interests. But also, I think it's reasonable to acknowledge that, as I told you guys and all of you let folks know, we all have other backgrounds, we all have other interests. I'm certainly a hunter myself. So, there's no way to say that when I cast a vote, that it only is from the perspective of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. It's both certainly that first and foremost, but it also includes other interests and other ways that I view these particular issues that we'll be talking about. So I just thought it was important to make that clear, and I appreciate that being brought to our attention. And I'll let Jen speak as well.
Thanks, Brian. I would echo what he says. I'm here primarily to represent land commissioners and the interest of state lands. However, there may be issues that come up where I'm like Brian, I'm a hunter, I'm a fisherman, so is my family. So I can't guarantee that those views aren't going to creep into things at the appropriate time. I just can't turn off those biases. But primarily, the issues will impact state lands and board land commissioners. That will be the view that I'm bringing forward.
Any other closing thoughts before we wrap up for today, or words of wisdom for the group?
Just a question. So are we, are you gonna get a group together that is gonna meet right before we go to a restaurant or something? So
Yeah.
just finish up on that. So we know people are going.
Yep. So dinner information is on that link. Post it in the back. The name of the restaurant is Rocca's. Your reservation is at 6 o'clock. Apparently it was a miracle. So you all have been doing your karmic duty or whatever it is that you got in at the table that big. There's the address over there. If folks want to arrange carpooling, certainly welcome to be in the lobby. How far away is it? Like 10 minutes, 5 minutes?
It's not far. It's down
It's
on
right up.
Irvin Street. I
Okay,
think.
so if folks
down
want to
Sandbar area.
carpool, I don't know how complicated parking is down there, but you could certainly meet in the lobby in advance and arrange your own rides. Otherwise, the address is there. It sounds like there will be a big group of folks going to that.
The reservations for 14, that's what we said.
If more of you arrive, you're gonna have to sit on laps, double up. Can you imagine? Before we leave today, like I said at the beginning, I'm very receptive to your feedback. I already know the fingers that some of you are going to be voting with if I make you do too much more thumbs up, thumbs down tomorrow. So on post-it notes, and keep the good from the bad separate. If you just put it in the middle, it's confusing to me. Tell me about what worked today, process-wise, and that's for the whole group, but specifically towards what helped and didn't help process and facilitation-wise. Things that didn't work for you, you're crazy, don't want to see again, we can change for tomorrow. Consider both of those, what worked and what didn't work. Don't need to sign it or anything, just put it up there before you go. And we'll make those adjustments as much as possible tomorrow. Apologies about the audio again, that microphone just wasn't working. So fill those out. Thank your fellow task force members on your way out and enjoy your dinner tonight. We start at 8 tomorrow, so a little bit earlier. We'll be going from 8 to noon. We'll have that agenda. Josh and Rusty, if you don't mind hanging around for a few, we can get on